The time is now 1:37 p.m. on Thursday, January 22nd, and the San Antonio Council action taken. Welcome, everybody.
What happened to that fee we used to have?
It's still there. You can grab it, but I have to stop this.
No, you can hot switch.
Okay, how do you?
Yeah.
This special session that I called to ensure that we are doing all that we can as a council to balance public trust. Today on the legal guidelines, state is collab on federal and state law enforcement activities, including immigration enforcement.
You just go here.
Again, my goal as mayor is to balance public trust and public. Not surprisingly, we must comply and will comply with state and federal laws, and as you'll hear, that results in, frankly, very little leeway we have as a city when it comes to federal law enforcement-related activities. Today, you'll hear about the city's ongoing efforts, many dictated by law, and we'll hear directly from you regarding your experiences and your concerns. I do truly appreciate everybody taking the time to be here, and I look forward to your public comments. Eric, over to you for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, there are three main parts of this presentation, and Andy will kick us off at the beginning, laying out the legal obligations under which the city and the San Antonio Police Department operate related to the cooperation with federal agencies generally and for immigration law enforcement. The second part of the presentation will kind of highlight an overview of the types of interactions that the police department in general has with federal agencies, and that'll be covered by Chief McManus and Deputy City Manager Maria Villagomez. And then we'll wrap up with, to the point of the session today, what are those interactions between the city, San Antonio Police Department, and those federal agencies, specifically around immigration enforcement. So with that, Andy will kick us off on the presentation.
Thank you, Eric. Can we get the slide presentation up? I think the second one. I think Eric just gave the presentation overview. We'll start with the legal obligations that we have in terms of cooperating with ICE and federal agencies. The primary statute that we need to consider is a state law, which is SB 4, which was passed by the state legislature in 2017, often referred to as the Anti-Sanctuary Cities Bill. First and foremost, it requires the City of San Antonio and SAPD to cooperate with federal agencies in the enforcement of federal immigration laws. And there's some specific things also that are tied to that. It prohibits us from adopting any laws or policies that would interfere with federal agencies in the enforcement of federal immigration laws. It's important to highlight that there's no clear definition of what interfere means. In the interactions we've had with the state, I would say that's a rather broad definition, at least of what the state has in terms of what interfering means. It also forbids us from having any policy that prohibits our police officers from asking about or inquiring about immigration status. And in fact, we changed our policy, our police manual, the day SB 4 came into effect, because before that, we did have a policy in which SAPD would not ask about immigration status. Next one's an important one. It requires non-elected officials and city employees to enforce SB 4. And enforce SB 4 also relates to any comments, opinions, etc., in your official capacity that could be interpreted to mean that we are not going to comply or not complying with SB 4. Consequently, when you hear staff speak today and answer questions, is going to be always overlaid with the statement or with the policy that we are going to comply with SB 4. It does not, though, limit elected officials from exercising their First Amendment right, but I'm talking specifically about SB 4. I will caution, though, given what has happened recently, both particularly in Minnesota, that SB 4 doesn't prohibit federal authorities from either starting investigations or, frankly, arresting people who they feel are interfering with ICE activity. So there's that caution there as well. I will remind the council that we are the only city that was sued under SB 4, and that we challenged in court SB 4 initially successfully, but ultimately when it got to the Fifth Circuit, SB 4 stands essentially as was enacted. One victory we did get was this First Amendment protection for elected officials. Next thing to keep in mind is SB 4 that was passed in 2023. It prohibits illegal entry, presence in the country. It essentially establishes an immigration prohibition at the state level. It created some obligations for local government and law enforcement to assist in the transportation or removal of individuals. It was initially enjoined, but the Fifth Circuit has upheld that injunction, and there's a rehearing scheduled for that in January. So again, emphasizing SB 4 is the main statute that governs our cooperation with ICE officials, and that right now it stands as was originally enacted, and we were going to comply with SB 4. Last note on here on this slide is that even with SB 4, the city, SAPD, has worked with our nonprofits, and in fact, the chief and his team, when they visit neighborhood associations, always emphasize that there's know your rights in terms that any individual would have as it comes to interactions with any law enforcement agency, whether it be local, whether it be state, whether it be federal. There are still constitutional rights out there that individuals should be aware of. And we work with our nonprofits and, as I say, with the SAPD in informing the public as to what those rights are. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chief.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. I have a very long history with SB 4. If some of you remember that, a long, painful history with SB 4 dating back to December 23rd of 2017. So I'm very sensitive to SB 4 issues, but I'm also very sensitive to community sentiment and concerns about this. So let me start with slide 4. And SAPD works with federal and state partners through a multi-jurisdictional task force says, and aren't limited when crimes cross city lines. Those task forces can operate not only in San Antonio, but they can go New York, Philadelphia. They can even go out of the country if necessary. And the partnerships let us share resources, intelligence, funding that SAPD alone wouldn't have otherwise. These task forces are focused on serious crimes like illegal narcotics, firearms trafficking, human trafficking, smuggling, child exploitation, and they make us more effective and give us a much broader range, as I mentioned, going out of state, going out of the country if need be. And I want to be very, very clear, very, very clear that SAPD does not enforce immigration laws. We simply do not do that. It is illegal for us to enforce immigration laws. Our role is public safety alone, not immigration enforcement. There's been a lot of questions about SAPD's involvement on what I'll call the San Pedro incident, or what has become known as the San Pedro incident. So back on November 16th of 2025 at San Pedro and Bassi, the FBI executed a federal narcotics search warrant. SAPD assisted at the FBI's request in a limited support role. We provided scene security and task force assistance. That operation was led and controlled by FBI. The investigation remains open at this time and is still an active federal case. So this slide shows the range of crimes mentioned on slide 4, covered by SAPD's task force work. SAPD partners daily with federal agencies and currently participates in 18 multi-agency task forces focused on serious crime, not immigration. Scale of operations is based on risk and intelligence and largely supported by state and federal grants, with over $7.3 million awarded in FY26. Task force officers are deputized, as I mentioned earlier, which enables them to go out of San Antonio jurisdiction and allows them to, as I mentioned before, operate well beyond San Antonio when needed. As I mentioned earlier, San Antonio works with federal partner agencies through task forces focused on organized crime and human trafficking. These partnerships expand our access to resources and intelligence, helping us to target large-scale criminal activity while maintaining strong local enforcement presence. So these are 9 of the 18 task forces that we have. I'll leave this up on the slide for a minute so you can look at it. And these are the remaining 9 task forces that SAPD is involved in. So you might wonder how officers, SAPD officers, are governed when they're working with federal agencies. SAPD officers are bound by SAPD policies, even when working with state or federal agencies. Officers on task forces remain under SAPD management the entire time they are assigned to the task force. I've heard questions asking, and you might wonder why or what is the difference between HSI and ICE, Homeland Security and ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE and HSI are divisions of Homeland Security, or HSI. HSI handles major transactional crimes like trafficking, cartels, and financial fraud, while ICE focuses on immigration and enforcement removals, as we know. State law under SB 4 requires SAPD, under penalty of law, to coordinate and cooperate with DHS in limited and defined circumstances, supporting federal investigations, sharing information on trafficking, smuggling, and coordinating with ICE when legally required. SAPD's role is cooperative and not enforcement-driven.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The next portion of the presentation is going to focus on police data as it relates to immigration. So the police department doesn't actively track data related to immigration, but for this presentation, we did a review of all the calls and all the reports written by the police department for calendar year 2025. The police department receives roughly about 2.1 million calls per year, and our officers are dispatched to about 1.8 million calls per year. Of those calls that we received, there were 66 that referenced the word immigration, and there were 258 reports that referenced the word immigration. Can you go to the next slide, please? So what I'm going to do on the next slides is go over each of the categories in the previous slide of those 258 reports that I mentioned. So there were 161 that there was no federal involvement. There was no federal immigration enforcement related in these activities. These calls and reports that the police department received where we have individuals indicating that their immigration documents were stolen, where the caller indicated that they were victim due to their immigration status, victim of scam or fraud, individuals that indicated that there were made threats to them to call immigration to report them as being in violation of immigration law. There was a criminal report where there was a suspect that was alleged to be in violation of immigration laws, and also reports that SAPD wrote related to demonstrations about immigration where they participate. There were 43 reports related to ongoing criminal investigations. The Chief just mentioned the work that is done with different task forces, and as a result of some of the work related to narcotics and gang-related activities concurrent with federal criminal investigations, there were 43 reports written for that. There were 30 reports for state and city charges. This particular report involves where the police detained and arrested an individual for a state charge or a city ordinance violation. And in those cases, those individuals also had an administrative warrant issued by federal agencies. And let me just be very clear, the arrests made by the police department were not related to the administrative warrants. The arrest was made either related to a state charge or a city ordinance violation. There were 15 reports related to wanted persons, and that is when ICE calls the police department to let them know that there is an individual under their custody that has an active state or city warrant. And there was one case where SAPD identified an individual that had an outstanding federal criminal warrant. And finally, there were 9 reports related to human smuggling and trafficking. Those incidents happened in 2025, and as an example, we had a case that happened in Quintana Road in Plum Near in September of 2025. The next portion of the presentation is about immigration detainers. So the police department is required by law to comply with immigration detainers. An immigration detainer is a request from ICE that asks the police department or a law enforcement agency to notify ICE before the police department releases an arrested individual. In 2025, the police department arrested more than 51,000 individuals, and of those, ICE issued detainers to 111. Now, in terms of immigration administrative warrants, as I mentioned in the previous slide, the police department does not have the authority to arrest an individual only on the basis of an administrative warrant. Our police officers are trained to distinguish between an administrative warrant and all the other warrants that they are able to see in the system. The direction that has been given to the police officers, again, is that they don't have the authority to arrest somebody on the sole basis of an administrative warrant, and that they should contact ICE to address or detain that individual at the scene. So with that, I'm going to ask Chief McManus to come back to the podium to talk about how the police department deploys resources to different incidents.
Thank you, Maria. So as I mentioned on slide 6, SAPD deploys resources based on scale and scope of each incident, whether they're planned or unplanned. Responses may involve SAPD alone or multiple agencies as seen in recent large-scale incidents. And some of the examples of those incidents are, Maria mentioned one, there was on Quintana Road in June there was another one on June in 2022 where we found over 50 deceased persons in the back of a trailer. Then there was a narcotic and gang investigation that we worked on in the 1000 block of Sahara on October 5 of 2024, and then OIS in Stone Oak on January 22nd, 2025, where there were multiple police officers shot. ICE requests are limited to scene security and uniform presence. So when they call us, we're not going in through the door with them. We're not putting anybody in handcuffs. All we're doing is providing scene security, perimeter security, and scene security. So I think Maria mentioned, we talked about it earlier, there were 2 requests, only 2, to assist ICE in 2025, and those requests are rare and they're case specific. And because of SB 4, SAPD is legally required to respond and assist. And these were limited controlled deployments, minimal personnel, no routine involvement, and no ongoing operations. So, in conclusion, we understand the concerns and fear in our community, and we're very, very sensitive to them. SAPD follows Texas state law to assist federal agencies when requested. And I want to be very, very clear on this. I can't overemphasize it. SAPD does not enforce immigration laws. We do not arrest people for immigration violations. We are not enabled to do that by law. We do not have that jurisdiction. We will continue to protect San Antonio with compassion, integrity, fairness, and respect. And again, to our citizens out there, we are sensitive to your concerns, and we are very, very aware of the fear out there, and we certainly take that into account when we're dealing with our community. Thank you.
Chief McManus, thank you for your presentation. Before we move on to the public comment portion of this, do any of my colleagues have any clarifying questions for Chief McManus regarding the presentation? Clarifying questions, longer comments, other things you'd like to discuss, we'll do during the actual council discussion, but any clarifying comment or questions regarding the presentation at this point? Okay. Andy, just in case it informs any of the public comments, recent reporting has illuminated the way in which administrative warrants are being handled differently than was previously understood. Can you speak to what that may mean for this conversation and for the community?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think your question relates to the use of administrative warrants by ICE to either enter residential homes or businesses, as being reported in some of the national press. Apparently, ICE has an internal memo that suggests they are using simply the administrative warrant to do that. Previous constitutional law has stated that that is not within the constitutional rights that are afforded. We expect that'll be challenged at some point in time, but to clarify, yes, that is an internal memo. Again, it's being reported. We don't have independent verification of that, but that's what's being reported in the national press.
Okay. Councilman Galvan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of questions for the chief. For the number, I don't know what slide exactly it's on, but for the number of SAPD officers dispatched to assist with immigration-related issues, is that strictly patrol, or is it a multitude of different units or a dispatch that's also involved with the kind of assistance that's required or requested?
If I'll give you an example. So there was a business up off of 281 last year, where they were going in to serve some warrants, ICE, and they asked for perimeter security from SAPD. We pulled them from traffic and other units. We don't pull officers from their patrol districts to do that. So, and if there's investigations that involve the task force officers, then that doesn't involve any patrol officers either. So very, very little imposition on patrol when they ask for assistance.
Primarily, at least so far, has been traffic. It's been depending different task force, narcotic units potentially, et cetera, but not.
I can't hear you with those drums
Sorry.
going. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Can you hear me better a little bit? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be traffic potentially. What was the other ones?
Yep.
Narcotics
Councilman,
task force.
Yeah, it was also safe. The case that the council that the chief is referring to, it was safe officers and a sergeant that went to that business for that security.
Okay.
So off the slide, council member, one of those requests for a retailer that I mentioned, 3 SAPD personnel, 2 safe and 1 sergeant.
Okay.
So nobody came out of patrol districts to help that effort. And on 12/2/25, DHS requested SAPD and EMS for a subject who was resisting arrest. So we sent 3 SAPD officers there as well, plus EMS.
Okay. Thank you. I think on slide 17 there was a note about supervisors determining who gets to go out or how many people go out. Who's the supervisor within that determination? Is it you? Is it a sergeant? Is it city manager? Who's
For what, sir?
For supervisor, I believe it's on. Let me see. Maybe it's on slide 18. Yeah. For ICE requests for resources are for the scene security uniform presence. Determination is made by supervisors. Who's the supervisor in that situation?
So when that call comes in, it may come into dispatch. The dispatch may notify a supervisor, may come into from a TFO, from a task force officer. But whatever supervisor receives that call will make that analysis. And if it's necessary to go up the chain to approve it, then that's what happens as well.
Okay, got it. Do we receive any information from federal authorities about what the request for support is? Perimeter support, yes, but what the larger action was related to?
I'm sorry, Councilman, right? The drums are, my hearing's terrible anyway, and I can't hear with the drums.
No, you're good. I was asking about do you receive any information related to the action at hand beyond just asking for perimeter support, or is it just simply that?
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jesse Solomon, Assistant Chief. Yeah, we will sometimes receive information because that's going to determine what it is and how many folks we're going to send out there. So typically, if they're asking for a uniform presence, we will send a couple of officers. If it's anything more than that, depending on what it is, how many folks they're looking for example, and we're talking about just in the universe of calls for assistance with a federal agency or the Bexar County Sheriff's Department, anybody, that determination is made by the first line supervisors or the sergeants. Anything that's going to have a larger implication in terms of gobbling up resources for an inordinate amount of time will then go up the chain of command. Anything that would be considered high profile would ultimately result in command notification, ultimately all the way up to the chief of police for awareness and approval.
Okay. I think the last two questions I had was, is any information possible to be shared about how many judicial warrants versus administrative warrants, or what kind of warrants are being requested during that request for support? Is any of that received and able to us to ask for?
That's not something that we would typically track on a day-to-day basis. I can tell you that there are a number of different task force operations. There are a number of SAPD operations that occur daily that that are all kinds of different warrants. So we are focused mostly on arrest warrants. Anything on an administrative type warrant is not something that we have the arrest authority for. Criminal warrants is what we are focused on.
Okay. Last thing I was going to ask, Eric, of course I know this is still new news for the police chief. Are these same processes going to be in place with the next chief that we'll have? Yeah,
Councilman, I think that, what the chief set up here is probably no different than what any other major city police chief is dealing with right now.
Okay.
And so obviously our policies, the adherence to state law,
of course,
the internal protocols, the joint investigations, those are all critical things that of any major city police department, and I don't anticipate those changing regardless of who the chief is.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Councilman Viagran.
Thank you. And I don't know if this is a question for the police or Andy, but regarding the incident that happened on 7/3/2025, was the department notified on, I know we were just 3 SAPD personnel and 2 safe officers and 1 sergeant, but were we notified on what sort of vehicles were going to be out there, how many personnel the federal employees were going to have out there, and if the vehicles were marked or not? Did they provide any of that information for you all?
I'll get some more in-depth information, council member, but my understanding is that a task force officer requested uniformed SAPD presence. And so with the specifics of what was said and what specifically was requested and why, I can certainly look into that for you.
Yeah, thank you, because as we move forward, I think those are important things. And then Andy, in regards to SB4, if it is within SB4 for our officers and our task force to ask in terms of manpower and marked vehicles and employees from the federal government that are going to be out there, can we do that? Is that within our bandwidth if we are going to deploy our SAPD personnel and we understand it is going to be dealing with a larger neighborhood? So if we could get that information, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
We can.
Andy, going back to the legal obligations, it's come up a couple of times. And actually, most recently during the last public comment, the point on the slide, on the legal obligation slide, that SB4 prohibits SAPD from prohibiting their police officers from inquiring into immigration status. There was an idea raised by a community member, again, at the last public comment about the possibility of having SAPD officers provide kind of a know your rights before inquiring regarding that individual's immigration status. Do you have a legal assessment or opinion on that?
Well, I'll give you the legal analysis that I can give in public, Mayor. We can probably talk about more detail in exec, but such a practice probably will be problematic in terms of compliance with SB4.
Because a reminder for the community, we are the only city that has been challenged under SB4. Is that correct, Andy?
That's correct, Mayor. We are the only city that's been sued by the state under SB4.
Okay. And who raised the complaint with the city? Who raised the complaint with the state?
Among others, it was the police union at the time.
Sorry, who?
Among others, it was the police union.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, excuse me. We will have a civil discourse. Okay. We are here to listen, and I appreciate the patience during this presentation. But we will not tolerate in any way any threatening behavior toward anybody up here, certainly in your actions sitting there or in your comments before this body. Yeah, that's right. And if you've signed up, we'll call on you, and we'll look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you. Yeah, please, go ahead. Councilman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I had two clarifying questions with the two instances in which ICE requested for SAPD to support in 2025. Can you help us understand the window of notification? For example, on the 3rd and the 2nd, was it a 2-week window, 1-month window? How close to the operation is SAPD notified that they're in need of assistance?
Yes, ma'am. The first one, we were called and asked to respond to the scene. The second one that came in, I believe they're dispatched, and we were dispatched to the scene. So they were immediate responses.
And my second question is, when ICE is requesting SAPD to support, is the city of San Antonio receiving reimbursement for the support of the officers being pulled off of the field to support with this operation?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Councilman Kaur.
Chief, I just have one quick question for you. The two requests that Councilman Castillo just asked about, the November incident at San Pedro was not included because it was a separate investigation that then became an ICE raid. Is that correct?
So the San Pedro incident was something different. That was we'll call that a planned event, and that was a narcotics search warrant. I know what the reports are saying after, but we were not there for any type of immigration enforcement.
I understand, but my question is, do we know of other incidences like that in this last year that started off as something else but then turned into an immigration incident?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilwoman Aldrete Gavito.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. Are there ever any times where SAPD overtime hours are utilized solely to assist with ICE requests?
With ICE requests? Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hearing no further questions regarding clarification on the staff's presentation, we'll move on to public comment. I will call individuals in the order that they signed up to speak. Each individual will have 2 minutes, and groups of 3 or more will have a total of 6 minutes. Okay. The first person to speak is Grant Moody.
Thank you, Mayor. And Paul Jimenez has yielded his time.
This is the new one. Oh, you have 4 minutes, Commissioner. Thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. As you all know, I'm Bexar County Commissioner Grant Moody. I've served in this role for 3 years now, and from day one, I've been very clear. Public safety is priority number 1. My comments here are going to be pretty high level, but related to public safety and respect for our law enforcement. I care deeply about San Antonio. As elected officials, our words and our actions matter. When we are not thoughtful, we risk undermining public trust and public safety. San Antonio is a special place. While we are one of the largest cities in the country, we still carry the values of a small town. We look out and show up for one another. And we have a culture of patriotism as Military City, USA, and a culture of respect that extends to law enforcement. In today's environment, we must recognize that undermining law enforcement or micromanaging law enforcement ultimately undermines public safety, and that puts everyone at risk. ICE is enforcing federal law in coordination with local law enforcement, including our Bexar County Sheriff's Office and SAPD. That coordination or communication between law enforcement is essential to public safety. And there should be zero tolerance for attacks on those who serve, whether they wear the uniform of SAPD, BCSO, the FBI, ICE, or any other federal agency. No one
Order. Order. Everybody will be treated with respect, or you will be escorted out.
Let me just clarify.
We will recess. We'll recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
gave him the material. I don't know. Yeah, so I got a memo that League of Shadows is out there covering my ass. It's like, he's just gonna pop up and do a lot. I'm gonna probably just go out to this door to the side. Get T60 out of here. We don't need a T60.
time? 3 minutes only?
Before you start your comments again, let me just reiterate to our neighbors, we are here to listen. We are here to listen. We also want to make sure every speaker, regardless of their viewpoint on the spectrum, is treated with respect and that we actually hear them. So we will recess as often as we need to make sure that everybody is heard and everybody is treated with respect. That's why we are all here. There's no other purpose than that. So please, I ask for your help in creating that environment. Okay, Commissioner Moody, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As I was saying, there should be zero tolerance for those
for attacks on those who serve our community. No one should be threatened, harassed, or harmed for doing their job. Law enforcement must be able to do their jobs safely and without interference. Obstructing law enforcement is a crime. And when officers' lives are put in danger, they have the legal right to defend themselves and their fellow officers. So let's ensure that that never happens by treating those law enforcement officers with the respect and the deference they deserve. It is important to remember that law enforcement officers are not policymakers. They are husbands and wives, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. They are our neighbors and members of this community.
Quiet
just
in the
as you
chambers,
are.
please. Quiet in the chambers, please.
Like everyone else, they want to go home safely to their families too, and we owe them that. Public safety is a core responsibility of government, especially at the local level, and we must never put politics above public safety. While we are a nation that values free speech, clearly, and the right to protest, we must do so peacefully and lawfully. Protest is part of our democracy. Violence and obstruction is not. And anyone who undermines law enforcement does so at the peril of our city. Let's remember who we are.
Sir, order in the chambers, please.
Almost done. Respect the rule of law.
Sir, the gentleman in the blue shirt, sir, if you'd please sit down. Sir.
Let's remember who we are. Respect the rule of law. Respect those who've taken an oath to serve and protect. Treat one another with decency. We are stronger and safer when we do. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Mayor Jones. Mayor Jones.
Order.
Mayor Jones.
Ma'am, yes.
Mayor Jones.
Ma'am.
I am Reverend Lydia Hernandez Tricky, an ordained clergywoman from the Presbyterian Church, and I wanted to call a point of order. That's why we're upset. He is an elected official, ma'am, and he should not have been allowed to speak. Thank you.
Order, order, order. There are no restrictions on his ability to speak. Ron Nurnberg, order, order. We're gonna recess.
We put you in that seat
they're the ones who got to talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a perception. You're just sitting here amongst a small group. It's on the air. Everybody sees it. Right? That's not good.
Like you haven't done this before? You don't know?
Strategically, part of these politicians, they form a little block right in front and say, okay, we don't want to do that. Start screaming and yelling, or shuts it down. There you go. You never got to say anything. It's only new news. And I was just screaming and yelling. Majority become divided instead of
Me estás emocionando al buscar en tu chamarra.
Jalen, so how many elected officials are on the first block? But he's running.
He's not the public.
So he's going to use the diocese to campaign.
Just those two. I think this is what
And then also, Moody went over 3 minutes. Why?
his chief of staff ceded his time to me.
Oh,
I didn't. I heard him say that my chief of staff called.
Was he signed up or just as he said?
That's a question I don't know. Yeah. But that's what I heard him say. It sucks.
Yeah, guess what now? Like, what's going to happen is that we're going to hear from the politicians, and then it's rowdy. Everybody's pissed off. Everybody's angry.
Yeah, no.
And we're now going to hear from the people, which is why we we're here. Not to hear from Moody. I'm not his favorite.
Yeah, me either. Thank God.
That's a very Republican district to begin with.
They voted for him. Save my Tracy. No, I used to get all the time. I live with
So more, we'll get rid of it again.
That's the Ryan Ayala.
They will use it.
Little pocket. That's actually.
digo que I know what you're talking about. Black Lives Matter. I remember that was 13 days. I remember I was labeled my Children's Day. It started at day 1. It was like day 13. And in a row, me and him. No, man. I didn't have I was just gonna see. I think I did that. Yeah, we got lucky. I thought we got lucky.
Quiet in the chambers, please. Quiet in the chambers. I'm going to add. Go ahead. I'm going to call the next several speakers up. So just so you're on deck. Frank Zamora, Elijah Payne, Naomi Stewart. The only individuals that will be able to approach the microphone are those that are called up. Okay? Go ahead.
City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. It is a rare occasion that a council discussion generates this amount of interest, and so I believe it is because these are moments that define ourselves as a community. I believe that the soul of San Antonio lives in the trust that we built as a community. That trust is founded in the compassion we have for our neighbors. It's maintained by the dignity with which we act, and it's tested by our ability to know right from wrong. It's trust that makes our community truly safe. But right now, the President's actions are eroding that trust and replacing it with fear. A fear of immigrants and a fear of each other. But immigration isn't a threat to us, it's a strength. What really threatens our safety is unchecked power. What we are seeing play out across the country is abhorrent, and we have an obligation to stand up for our neighbors. An arm of the government acting as an unconstitutional paramilitary organization being used as a tool for intimidation, accountable to only one man. And when they bypass the courts to hunt our neighbors, it doesn't create safety, it creates chaos. It is un-American, it is undemocratic, and it is wrong.
Yes.
We can be a community of laws and a community of compassion. This is our tradition. We don't have the authority over immigration law, but we have the human obligation to treat each other with dignity. This is our collective call as leaders and neighbors. We keep our community safe, and when our local leaders, law enforcement, and neighbors come together, our shared resolve cannot be broken. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Frank Zamora, Elijah Payne, Naomi Stewart. Elijah and Naomi, please line up so you can speak right after Frank. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. If it's possible, Naomi Stewart had to leave, and she gave her time to me. Is that acceptable?
She has to be present to give that time to you.
Completely understood. I'll use my own time.
Thank you.
My name is Frank Zamora. I'm a former COSA and former state of Texas employee. And today I'm here to make the desperate plea that given the extenuating circumstances, we must cease all cooperation between SAPD and ICE in San Antonio. We all know how we got here. Last November, this country voted for mass deportation now based on the well-funded lie that migrants commit crime at a dangerous or higher rate than the American people. Despite countless statistics and journalists debunking it, the migrant crime lie still won at the polls. Now, I recognize the temptation of cooperating with ICE. It's quiet in red states right now. But the reality is that red states are calm because our governors have made us weak. We have adopted the very un-Texan policy of roll over and just let it happen. And we have given free rein to amateur thugs who have made it clear they have no intention of following the law. Last May, the Trump administration said it was actively looking into suspending the right of habeas corpus. 2 weeks ago, the Vice President informed ICE agents that they have absolute immunity. And only yesterday, as was previously mentioned, the Associated Press revealed that ICE agents were sent a memo telling them that they have the power to disregard the Fourth Amendment and enter homes without warrants. If they have plainly declared that they will not follow the law, we cannot treat them as a law enforcement agency. I am a strong advocate for police reform. I do not believe there is a PD in this nation that is perfect. But over the years, I have seen that SAPD does have a structure in place to ensure that its officers are investigated for breaking either the code or the law. And while that system is far from perfect, there is a system. So why are we asking the trained and the accountable to protect the untrained and the negligent?
Araceli Herrera. Elijah Payne. After will be Araceli Herrera. Please line up after the speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Elijah Payne. I reside in District 6. I'm also a student at San Antonio, Texas A&M. I would like to ask you all a couple questions. They're fairly simple. First question being, will local and federal authorities respect the civil rights of immigrants when attempting to detain or after having detained them? Following that, has ICE's recent conduct been constitutional or unconstitutional? Following that, does the city of San Antonio recognize ICE as an authority with absolute immunity? Following that, does the city of San Antonio recognize absolute immunity as constitutionally valid? Does the city of San Antonio recognize ICE's conduct in other states as unjust? I just want you all to know, as a resident of San Antonio, I take your silence as agreement, and nobody, not the president, and not any federal agency is above the law.
Grant Moody is a bitch.
She did not hear what you said. Can you repeat, please? Grant.
Buenas tardes.
You have 8 minutes total.
Aquí estamos de nuevo. La gente pobre, la gente trabajadora. Que da su vida, su sangre. workers, the people who have voice, trying to speak to you because we are the heart and the faces of the society we have built this city to.
Ms. Herrera, please address the dais. Speak toward the dais. Speak toward the dais.
Y nos vemos con la cámara. Y nuevamente mendigando lo que no debemos de mendigar, nuestro derecho como seres humanos, como trabajadores, como personas que producen la riqueza de este país. Don't you think we're having to defend ourselves for something that we should not have to defend ourselves? The poor people, the workers, the ones who create the riches of the city. Y ahora, viviendo terror, sobreviviendo, porque ahora estamos sufriendo los ataques de la migración, atacados por nuestro perfil racial. We are still suffering the abuses of the immigration, and we are still fighting the same struggle we've had for so long. Y no es justo, no es justo. No se imaginan el terror, el hambre y la miseria que está viviendo la comunidad que llega todos los días a nuestros lugares, a nuestras oficinas. We are suffering, and we are receiving the suffering. We are receiving people who are coming to us, to our offices, to tell us about their abuses they're suffering. Esta va a ser la generación de ciudadanos que nacieron en el país más traumada que en ninguna parte del mundo. This is a citizenry that have been born here and that they are being treated as they are not citizens, and they're being treated worse than in any other country in the world. Que los que nos gobiernan no comprenden, no defienden a su población, a sus ciudadanos, violan los derechos de todos, en donde sea, sin respeto, sin compasión y sin piedad. They disrespect our rights. It is unfair what they are doing. We are suffering. We're no respect and no pity. No queremos que la policía funja como migración. We don't want the police to function as immigration. We have a right because we pay their salaries. Because we pay their salaries.
That's right.
Please. You will. Don't try to fool us saying that you're not going to do something and then you do it. ¿Cómo permitieron que se inviertan millones de dólares construyendo esas arenas de juego mientras la gente pasa miserias en las colonias? As you can hear, money to be spent on the sports district instead of helping the people that are so poor. La gente ciudadana de este país muere de hambre. People are starving to death in these neighborhoods of poverty. Pero perdimos ante un equipo que gana billones de dólares con sus negocios y sus juegos. Perdimos con ellos. Perdió el pueblo miserable, el pueblo trabajador, la comunidad trabajadora. The people lost, and the people who won are the ones with the billions of dollars. Ahora, por favor, les suplico, no queremos que nos engañen, que nos vean la cara, que no queremos que la policía funja como migración. Don't take us for fools, and do not let the police function as an immigration tool. No queremos, porque somos seres humanos, somos los trabajadores. Si la gente que trabaja se va de este país, ¿quién, chicos, va a trabajar aquí? Díganme, we're the people who work here, we're the workers, and if we have to leave the country, who's going to do the work for you?
people when their younger caretakers are being deported?
¿Quién va a hacer todo lo que hacemos nosotros los trabajadores que ganamos sueldos miserables, sueldos de hambre, que a diario vamos a pedir ayuda porque no nos alcanza el poco dinero que ganamos?
Who's going to do the work that we who do the most work for the least amount of money? Who's going to do this work?
Por eso estamos agotados aquí. Véanos el número grande afuera, indignados, molestos,
We're here in large numbers.
desesperados,
We're desperate.
frustrados,
We're
porque no
frustrated.
escuchan nuestra voz, porque
Because we hear
ustedes,
our voices.
como gobierno, como autoridades, no hacen nada por defender a su propio pueblo. Por esta razón queremos que nuestra cara nos digan la verdad. La policía, aquí están hermanos, aquí están los demás. Que nuestra cara nos digan que nos van a defender o que no nos van a defender, que nos van a dar la espalda. Que no nos digan ahora, que no sean hipócritas, que digan la verdad.
Tell the truth. Tell us if you're going to protect us or not. Don't say speak and not say precisely exactly that you will defend us.
Nosotros merecemos justicia.
We deserve
Merecemos
justice.
trabajar, producir tranquilamente.
We deserve being able to work and live calmly,
No queremos ser
peacefully.
atacados, no queremos ser acosados, golpeados y asesinados
We don't want to be attacked or murdered
por el simple hecho de salir a trabajar,
just because
de
we want
salir
to
a
work.
producir, de salir a
Because
limpiar.
we want to clean or we want to do something.
Merecemos que nos defiendan.
We
Por
deserve
eso
defense.
votamos por ustedes.
That's why we
Por
vote
eso
for
nos
you.
pusimos ahí,
That's why we put you
para
where
que
you
nos
are,
defiendan,
so you can defend us
por la comunidad
for the
trabajadora.
community.
Por eso estamos aquí.
This is why we're here.
Indignados, levantando la
Indignant,
voz,
raising our
gritando
voices and
de
screaming,
coraje,
yelling.
porque no hay justicia
There's no
para la
justice
gente pobre,
for the poor
no hay
people.
justicia
There's no
para la
justice
gente que
for the
trabaja,
people who
no
work.
hay justicia
There's no
para los
justice
seres
for
humanos,
those children who are the immigrants.
piedad a los migrantes, piedad a la gente
Pity for
trabajadora.
the immigrants, pity for the workers.
Que no sea la policía ICE, que no juzga,
Don't
que
turn
no
the police
utilice
into
el
ICE.
racial,
Thank you.
que no entre
Thank
a
you.
las casas a asesinar a
Your
la
time.
gente.
Thank you. Alberto Pena.
Deport that dickhead Grant Moody!
Okay, Alberto Pena is followed by Maria Thippen and Bonnie Lowry. Please line up.
All right, guys, there's 300 years of history here. 300 years of history that apparently we're fucking up again. And we need to understand that there's things, support that we need to take away. Logistics, information. We can't help ICE. We can't enable them to do this. Because let's be honest, there's so many of them that are untrained, walk around with a gun, and not having a job screen whatsoever. You know what it is to get a security guard? You know what it means to take a multi-basic inventory test of your mind? No. All right. So, I voted for you, Mayor Ortiz. I voted for you. I know you're extremely sharp. I know you're extremely wise. Please use your knowledge to make sure that these barriers of information are put up. They should not know where we are. They should not know what we're doing. They should not know anything. There must be no cooperation. Even though they said that there is no ICE activity. Even though they say that there's no cooperation, there is. It's in the form of intelligence. It's in the form of data. It's in the form of these points that are being collected over and over again by every single agency. And half of them don't even know how to write an email properly. So let's be honest, are you going to trust the FBI? Are you going to trust ICE? Are you going to trust people who are less qualified than you, than you, than you, than you, than you, than you? determine the number of people that will. Minimize those deaths. Minimize the violence. There is nothing more and nothing less.
My name is Dear Woman, Jaguar Man. I am a two-spirit medicine person living in the occupied territory of Yanaguana-Somisec. My maternal lineage is of the Azteca and Chichimeca peoples. My ancestral territory runs from southern Guanajuato up through Texas, up to Pueblo territory in New Mexico. I grew up being told by my maternal grandfather we're Indio, but shh, we don't talk about it. It's not safe. My ancestral medicine practices, hundreds and hundreds of years old, passed from mother to mother, were gifted to me and my sisters under the cloak of Catholicism by our mother for our protection. I don't speak Spanish because my mother was a child in an era where no Mexican signs were everywhere, and speaking Spanish at school earned you a beating from your teachers. For those of us with indigenous blood flowing in our veins, in particularly those of us who are Southern indigenous, it comes as no surprise that the city of San Antonio government would align itself with the genocidal agenda of the current administration as carried out by our modern-day Confederate Army American Gestapo through the targeting and kidnapping of our migrant relatives and anyone who would support the liberation of all peoples. My daughter currently lives in St. Paul, works in Minneapolis, lives in the daily reality of having her clients kidnapped at gunpoint from their healing sessions. I'm not speaking to any of you as politicians. As politicians, you're participants in the upholding of a system that centers and upholds white supremacy. As politicians, you would of course work with the police to kidnap and imprison Black and Native people, a job they've been doing with efficiency and zeal since the creation of the 13th Amendment and the police force. Instead, I speak to you as siblings of this planet, this shared land, and this shared community. There is a famous quote you've all heard. Naomi Shulman said it. Nice people make the best Nazis. My mom grew up next to them. They got along, refused to make waves, looked the other way when things got ugly, and focused on happier things in politics. They were lovely people who turned their heads as their neighbors were dragged away. You know who weren't nice people? Resistance. You're the leaders of this community. So lead, not with what's legal, but with what is right.
Meg Loomis and Deborah Shade, you're next. Please line up.
Where'd that Moody bitch go?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at SAPD's cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. First, the programs like the 287 area agreements were expanded under the Trump administration. In my viewpoint, not to improve public safety, but to broaden immigration enforcement and consolidate federal power. Although I'm aware that our counties are the ones who signed 287 agreements and not specifically the SAPD. Partnering local police with ICE does not make our community safer. It erodes community trust and leads to racial profiling and civil rights abuses. When immigrants and communities of color are afraid that any interaction with police could lead to detention or degradation, they stop reporting crimes, stop asking for help, and disengage entirely. If ICE's mission is truly public safety, we must ask why enforcement so often targets people of color and marginalized communities, and why detentions are carried out with mass officers, use of excessive force, and intimidation. In turn, the conditions inside ICE detention facilities are well documented. Overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, denial of proper medical care, and restriction on religious and cultural needs. The fact that these facilities actively block human rights organizations from documenting these abuses should concern us all. ICE does not just harm immigrants, they violate the rights of citizens and non-citizens alike, right along with the fear being instilled in our communities. I want to bring this around to the real human impact these policies have on naming one person, Lecca Cordia, who is currently detained at the Prairie Land Detention Facility here in Texas. She herself has described being held in overcrowded cells, sleeping on concrete, and been denied halal food and basic religious accommodations. Lecca was born in Jerusalem under occupation and has already endured immense loss and violence throughout her life. Her continued detention under inhumane conditions is unjust. This isn't simply about whether SAPD should cooperate with ICE, whether that cooperation aligns with San Antonio's values and the commitment to public safety. Is this who we want to be, and is this the future we are willing to accept? My answer is a resolute no, and I dearly hope all of yours is too.
You can submit the rest of your comments. Thank you. Meg Loomis, Deborah Shane, Mike Everett, Brandon Waterman will follow. Deborah Shane, go ahead.
Greetings, Mayor Ortiz. I voted for you, and I'm here to ask you to do more. We are in for a long haul. We need to start supplying, start stocking up now. I would also like to address something specific. A mayor's office, let me clarify, I tried for 3 months to get a hold of your office. I was able to make 3 contacts, and that was it in 3 months. So I'd like to remind you, a mayor's office exists to serve the people and is fundamentally unprofessional when that office cannot even be staffed to receive information from constituents. This is not about politics or personality. It is about basic governance. When a resident takes the time to call, write, or show up, they deserve to be heard, documented, and responded to. An empty or inaccessible office sends a clear message that public input is optional. It is not. Missing is not courtesy. It is a duty. Accountability begins with availability, and leadership begins with showing up. Thank you. Now, I would like to address SB 4 and 8 with the remainder of my time. It is in direct conflict with federal law. Federal Preemption Supremacy Clause, Article 4. It conflicts with the U.S. Constitution. It suspends habeas corpus. In foreign affairs doctrine, I am a layman, and I can look up law that contradicts these bills.
Fuck yeah.
I grew up with your father. I learned my love of the law from him, Judge Leonard, and Judge Woods.
Ma'am, your time is up. Please submit your comments for the record.
Fuck yeah!
Mike Everett.
Call them out!
Mike Everett, Brandon Waterman. Mike Everett. Brandon Waterman.
Thank you all for working so hard. You did a really good job of telling us how you have the First Amendment right to speak about things, and it must be really difficult to not use it, to sit there silently. Thank you. I attempted to see if any of you had spoken about ICE, and all I saw was re-elect me pages, redundant re-elect me pages, still concerned about potholes. But first of all, the hardest working person is whoever Mr. White is texting. Thank you. I want to address a few things that were mentioned. There's been a lot of the word legal, and you're right, we do have a legal system, we don't have a justice system. But I want it to be noted that there is not a single regime that has not been built on routine local police work. I want to repeat that. If you look at Italy, Germany, America, the big king, not a single regime has been built without the explicit permission granted, assistance provided from local police. Every regime, when they've analyzed how the police interacted with the local population, you didn't even need to remove them before they became compliant. Nazi Germany, before it took over, utilized local police. They put a law in place to remove anyone who didn't abide by it. Unnecessary. Didn't need it. They all abided and were complicit. That is what we're facing here. It's a story time and time again. And also, I just want to mention real quick to the commissioner, men in suits protect boys in suits. And as a veteran, you're pathetic and shameful.
Katie Scott, Ariana Rodriguez, she'll be followed by Matilda Miller and Miles Lopez.
Keith Porter, Renee Nicole Good, Miguel Angel Garcia Medina, Jose Castro Rivera. These are just some of the names of people who have been killed by ICE this year and last year. 2025 was ICE's deadliest year in 2 decades. The city of San Antonio cannot and should not work with ICE because it will only lead to more death and harm. In the city of Minnesota, a 5-year-old named Liam was taken after school and placed in a detention center in Texas. There will be people on this council who say, well, legally, we have to do this or that. Legality does not equal mortality. Enslaving people used to be legal. In 20 years, when your kids ask you what you did when Escato came to town, what will you say? Will you say that you worked with them, that you helped kidnap our neighbors, that you helped them terrorize our communities?
Miles Lopez, followed by April Jones. Please line up.
Anna Lovely is giving me her time as well to speak.
Let's give me 1 second.
Anna Lovely.
You have 4 minutes, thank you.
Let's be clear about what ICE is. ICE is not an organization that operates under the law. They routinely violate the law and are literally encouraged to do so by Trump and his cabinet. They don't even abide by traffic laws. If you are someone who thinks an immigration enforcement agency should exist, ICE is not that. ICE does not abide by any sense of morals or regard for the people of this country. ICE is staffed by no white supremacists. This is not conjecture. We have names from DHS whistleblowers. ICE is every single day violating people's rights by demanding papers for simply being in the wrong place and the wrong race at the wrong time. They are assaulting people who protest or even just observe them. They are targeting people simply for being in their vicinity. They are detaining people without warrants, which is called kidnapping, and they are straight up murdering people in the streets on video with impunity. ICE is not going after criminals. They are taking people from their schools and from their legal immigration hearings. Here in San Antonio, the San Pedro incident, they detained 140 people at a food truck park and only charged 2 of them with a crime. ICE is the tool that Trump is using to attempt to ethnically cleanse the United States. ICE is a criminal and terrorist organization. During the recess, just now, we had a guy in an ICE hat that was literally trying to intimidate people. But who knows if he even was ICE, because they apparently don't have to identify themselves. You cannot pretend that we are discussing cooperation with a lawful federal agency. There is no executive order or legislation that can be passed that can compel you to cooperate with Al-Qaeda, and ICE and DHS are not following the law. And in order for you to follow the law, you must take action against them or be complicit in their crimes. They should not get 1 ounce of cooperation.
That's right.
I am extremely proud of the people of this community for standing together against these thugs. But you have to. It should not be random people putting themselves in danger to protect their neighbors. It should be all of you. I know that that's a scary idea. I know that's why you're having this session at 1 p.m. on a weekday, because it makes it easier to do nothing.
Call them out!
But you cannot let fear rule you. Trust me, I know it's terrifying. I'm terrified right now. ICE might be taking down the names of the speakers here. But you know who's more scared than any of us are the people who aren't here. There are neighbors who are worried that they or their children will be shipped off to a foreign gulag or even one of our local Texas ICE gulags, like little 5-year-old Liam from Minneapolis, where many people have died in their custody, including Geraldo Luna's Campos, who was strangled to death by ICE. They're building one of those facilities within San Antonio city limits right now, and you can stop that. In spite of the danger and the fear that these people engender, I see folks in this community pushing back, putting themselves in harm's way to protect their community, and they have less power than you. You have an obligation to protect the people of this city, to follow the law and the Constitution. That remains true, even when the federal and state government break the law and fail in their duty and turn on the people like they are doing now. So if you don't have the backbone, you shouldn't have taken the job. They do not honor their deals. They won't simply leave after ripping out the 65% of the city that is Latino and putting them in camps. They have every racial, ethnic, and gender minority, every dissenter, every poor person, every disabled person who can't be exploited for profit in their crosshairs. We won't be spared the worst of it just because it's a red state. Eventually, they will work their way up to you. An ICE agent could shoot you, Mayor Jones, right now, and they will have a segment on Fox News tonight saying that you deserved it because you're gay. If they did that,
please line up.
Get off your phone, sir.
You're on the clock. Hello, I'm here today to address the San Antonio Police Department's cooperation with ICE. I would like to express both my concern for the community and disappointment in city leadership. ICE has repeatedly demonstrated a pattern of violence, excessive force, and a lack of accountability. This has meant fear, uncertainty, and trauma for those in our community. We should not be having a discussion about cooperating with ICE. Instead, you should all be denouncing ICE and their fear-based tactics, telling them to leave our city and our communities alone. Speaking out against what is happening is the absolute least you could do. They're going into private homes and businesses, as well as hospitals, schools, and places of worship. Places that should be a sanctuary for those in need. Places you should be declaring a sanctuary for the citizens of this city to feel safe. When will it be enough? We do not need empty platitudes. We need action. We need to hold ICE accountable for terrorizing the people of this city and stand in solidarity with residents of San Antonio who are committed to protecting our immigrant neighbors. To everyone here, if you are an educator or an administrator, you need to protect your students. All doctors, nurses, and hospital staff need to protect your patients, and all religious leaders should protect your congregations. Everyone listening needs to continue standing up, keep recording, stay educated, know your rights, check in on your neighbors, do not give up, and do not give in. Thank you. Followed by Joria Isabella Perez, and then Johnny Rivers. Thank you.
Can y'all hear me right here? Okay, awesome. Did I go ahead and go? Right. So this is my first time ever doing something like this, right? And I saw the importance of having to come out and speak. I'm one of those community members that go out in my community and not just talk about it, but be about it. I'm boots on the ground, and I work with immigrants that are hiding. I used to think that you had to be a criminal to go to prison, but that's what our immigrant families are facing right now. Barricading themselves, scared, going without eating for 2 weeks. How do I know this? Because I work with other organizations. I am part of the Black and Lit Talk. And I know I go out there in my community and they speak to me and they tell me I'm scared. Not only am I speaking for my community, but I'm speaking for my family too. As a person of color, brown, my children and grandchildren have came to me and said, what are we facing next? Are we going to be deported as citizens? And Gina, yes, I'm talking to you too. All right? Remember, we put you in these seats, and we're asking for your help. Just like we put you there, we won't vote you out. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Roya Isabella, and I'm a student from PSA, as well as a resident of District 6. I am one of many countless young adults in not only the city of San Antonio, but the entirety of the United States of America that feel powerless in this dark, horrifying time. I've come to speak today to offer my thoughts on the presence of ICE in our beloved city. I'd first like to begin my comments with an acknowledgement and respect to those whose lives were viciously stolen by ICE in recent times. Somebody already said that 2025 was ICE's deadliest year in the last 20 years. San Antonio is a city rich in love and culture, and I had the privilege to move here at 6 months old from the Philippines with my strong immigrant mother who fought for her citizenship and to live with an amazing, loving family. Native to San Antonio. As a young Chicana Filipino woman, I cannot begin to express the horror that I feel when I read these headlines every single morning. My Black and brown sisters and brothers, my immigrant siblings, and the allies that believe in our right to exist in peace are in fear. Children in school arrive every day with the possibility lingering in their developing minds that today could be the day that they are kidnapped from school premises by the government for simply being from elsewhere. Teens go to school haunted by the thought by their parents potentially being in the wrong place at the wrong time by the wrong people in the wrong uniforms. In reality, Council, is that the ever-growing list of names of individuals who have died or disappeared by the hands of these domestic terrorists hiding in masks and ice-patch vests has the potential to read our names, my name, my parents, my friends and family, your names, other people and pillars in our community. I understand that as officials, you're called to abide by certain laws, but if they want us to do things the right way, I suggest that they begin to do that as well. Thank you.
Johnny Rivers, Cynthia Rios, Ryan Morse, please line up.
Good afternoon, Council. I am a proud constituent of District 1, and I'm here to talk about the involvement of ICE and the collaboration between police. For context, San Antonio is the largest city in the U.S. where Hispanics make up the majority of the population. Minnesota, 7%. San Antonio, 64%. If we use that as a barometer, what does that say about the expectation of ICE here in our city? Immigration enforcement policies that disproportionately affect Hispanic communities will be felt here tenfold. The narrative that we cannot feed is to perpetuate the narrative that ICE is only apprehending the worst criminals. We know that to be untrue. To add to that, just going off of the presentation that we saw from our police department, there is no verification for what they're asking help with. ICE, the police department is not verifying these documents or who they're going to be apprehending. How are we supposed to know if they're going to stand to defend our civil rights or to just apprehend us and hand us over to ICE? It is their job to take a stand and yours to let them know that they can take a stand against ICE. I'm proud to say that San Antonio was one of the cities that stood up against SB4. And what happened as a result? We got fined $300,000. Take that money again. It's just a fine. None of you were arrested. None of you had to go to an ICE detention camp. I saw a lot of energy and excitement when some of you were asking us to support a new arena for the Spurs. I don't see that enthusiasm now. Social media posts asking constituents to vote to support a new arena, but none to defend us against ICE. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sophia Rios and I reside in District 1. I'm here to voice concern of increased ICE presence in the city. We are urging the City Council to speak against ICE in our home and take stance on disallowing them to act upon their terror. Our neighbors are unlawfully getting dragged out of their homes and kidnapped by federal agents you allowed to run rampant in our neighborhoods. San Antonio tourism welcomed 37.65 million visitors, boosting the economy with $21.5 billion, impacting 2023. I'm only saying that because I know how money runs cities. It is vital now to all council members work up a plan to adopt a policy similar to Austin's Freedom City policies that offers some sort of protection to our targeted community members. And to our community, please show up for your neighbors and take action upon yourselves to offer support during this time.
Ryan Works. Followed by Noah Collins and Rob Sakal. You're Noah. Okay. Noah, Rob Sakal, and then James Jameson.
Impersonating officer.
Order.
Take the local now. Impersonating officer.
Doing something like this, I'm definitely a little bit nervous, but I think we've all seen, the murders on television, the kidnappings of innocent people who have done completely nothing, and a lot of them are getting shipped here to Texas, and in fact, they're dying here in Texas. It's unjust, it's completely wrong, it's morally corrupt, and ICE is definitely morally corrupt, and I think I also speak for probably a lot of the people who are against ICE as well, that the police are also morally corrupt. So I think it comes as no surprise that two morally corrupt agencies probably want to work together. In fact, the Texas government wants to give cops more money if they work with ICE. They're already overfunded. I'm speaking about the police here. They're already overfunded. Our schools are closing. People are being murdered on the streets, and people are dying in concentration camps. I really, really hope, God willing, that you city council members can maybe, come together and make something of this. But I'm also not hopeful of that. And I look out to all the people who are here, and that's where my hope is. It's in the community. Because a lot of them are scared. Even people who aren't immigrants are scared. I delivered groceries to a family who's terrified to go outside. That's not right. People should be okay to go outside and buy their really expensive groceries. God willing, that but we're scared. And I'm sorry to say this, but sometimes these elected officials aren't going to be the people who are going to do something. So go out to local organizations, go out to your community members, and find out.
James Jameson, Chelsea Sanchez, please line up.
Mayor, City Council, leaders of the city, and I'm glad that the city attorney is here because we're going to need him in the years to come. I was just told by our city manager to be quiet when I asked him to please pay attention to the person speaking. I was told by someone sitting behind Officer McManus that you people are always violent, putting me in some category. The gentleman with an ICE hat told all of us he was going to call ICE to our houses, asking for our name and address outside of this building. As leaders of the city, Misty, I'm in your district, I voted for you. Please take a leadership position. My speech today. My name is Rob. I attended Eisenhower Middle School, Churchill High School, and the University of Texas at San Antonio. I live here today. I'm a business owner. I'm an investor in this city. My stake in San Antonio is local, long-term, and personal. I, like many Texans, take the Constitution seriously. Not as a slogan, but as limits on governmental power. This is as Texan as it can be, y'all. I'm here about Agenda 1, as most people are, SAPD cooperation with federal agencies, specifically immigration enforcement, which is a far-fetched to call them officers the way we call our officers. What we're seeing right now, nationally, is immigration enforcement that increasingly disregards that principle. People are detained without judicial warrants, are seized without individual probable cause. This is a fact. It is being played out in our federal courts. The Constitution guarantees due process to all, quote, end quote, persons, not citizens, persons. And the framers were deliberate about writing that in the Constitution in that way. Because if one of us doesn't have due process, nobody does. In Texas, we are taught to distrust unaccountable government power. The First Amendment violations occur when people are intimidated for speaking. Fourth Amendment, when they're detained without warrants and individualized cause. Fifth, when people lose their freedom without a judge and an order. And the 14th will apply to local governments, which are beyond pardon of this president, if you cooperate in breaking these other constitutional articles. Thank you.
James Jameson. James Jameson. Chelsea Sanchez, followed by Courtney Head and Ian Lewis. Please line up.
Kind of get used to it. Yeah, that guy was on Survivor. Oh, really? Drew. He was on Survivor Police.
Hi, my name's Chelsea Sanchez. The people who support ICE are afraid of criminals threatening their way of life, but only a pitiful fraction of those detained have any criminal record, let alone a violent one. But under the Trump administration, people in this country have been denied their First, Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Amendment rights at the hands of ICE, among others. All people in this country, regardless of how they got here and what languages they speak, have the right to protection from search and seizure without a warrant, a signed judicial warrant. State law has required that the participation of our law enforcement in ICE operations. Okay, will SAPD accompany ICE to check their warrants and uphold our rights? Will they protect legal observers and nonviolent protesters? Will they hold ICE accountable to the law? Entering the U.S. illegally is a misdemeanor. The penalty is a fine, yet those detained by ICE face lawless barbarity, starvation, rape, and murder in centers where lawmakers are consistently refused access to verify humane conditions. So I want to ask ICE supporters to think about this. Anne Frank was a citizen before Nazi Germany decided she wasn't. Venezuelans here had protected status before the Trump administration decided they didn't. And they already welcomed the idea of revoking the citizenship of people who disagree with them. Fascists demonize and dehumanize a specific group of people until they think they can get away with disposing of them, and then they move on to the next group. So regardless of the city's decision, regardless of state law, we know that the only individuals who collaborate with ICE are a danger to our safety and not here to serve and protect us. If the police union can defend officers that feed our homeless turd sandwiches, they can defend officers who uphold our constitutional rights.
Courtney Head, Ian Lewis, Courtney Head, Ian Lewis, and Mackenzie Winters, please line up.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Courtney Head. I'm a San Antonio resident in District 1 and a mother and also a candidate for the Lieutenant Governor for the Democratic Party. I'm here because there is no factual justification for the level of ICE cooperation in our city. San Antonio has a population of roughly 1.5 million people with an estimated undocumented population of 100,000. That is roughly 7 in 100 people. This is not an emergency. It is not a surge. It is a long-standing, stable population that is already a part of the city's workforce, economy. There are neighbors and friends. Texas law does require a certain level of cooperation. However, the Texas law does not require cities to exceed what is necessary. It requires cities to it does not require cities to proactively assist, coordinate, or volunteer local resources beyond minimum compliance. We need to be honest about what is actually happening here. Modern immigration enforcement in this country did not evolve as a neutral public safety system. It expanded historically to control who is allowed to belong and to maintain a European white population proportion. That context matters because over-enforcement today still disproportionately targets the same minority communities. Given the actual numbers in San Antonio, the question is not whether the city can comply with Texas law. The question is why the city continues to over-comply. San Antonio is not legally required to initiate contact with ICE. It is not required to notify beyond mandated circumstances. All those choices have predictable outcomes. When people are afraid of ICE, they avoid local law enforcement, they avoid city services, they avoid civic life. It makes everyone less safe. I'm telling you plainly that laws that pressure cities to overcompliance are bad policy. Until those laws change, the cities still retain the responsibility to protect the community's stability and public trust. Thank you.
Ian Lewis. Ian Lewis, followed by Mackenzie Winters and Warren Coons.
Hello, my name is Ian Lewis. I'm from District 7. San Antonio Police Department cannot cooperate with ICE. We've already seen videos from across America where ICE targets people indiscriminately, black, white, Hispanic, but especially accosting people with accents who speak Spanish who don't look like me. Sorry, I'm nervous. They have attacked bystanders and protesters, causing one to lose their eye permanently. Some have been found guilty of sexual assault. They have maced and gassed children. They have dragged pregnant women. They have gone after the sick and the disabled, and they're responsible for dozens of deaths already, with at least 2 homicides. I have a teenage sister who is Hispanic. I can't fathom her being kidnapped by these people. And if anything were to happen to her, there would be hell to pay. This administration has been lawless and unethical, and they have communicated ultra-nationalist white supremacist ideas. American supremacy, defend the homeland. We'll have our home again. If you didn't know, We'll Have Our Home Again is a song used by white supremacist groups in America. Cooperation means supporting these actions and ideals. And we don't want to communicate that to our city, to our Latino community. I'm not an idiot. I understand that the law compels us to cooperate, but we have to minimize it. We have to protect the people here. Thank you.
Andy, please clarify. I know in your presentation, but it may have been lost. Clarify that all of the support that the city has provided when it comes to immigration enforcement has been at the request of federal authorities.
That's probably more a question for Eric to answer, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor, like you, I am a member of the LGBTQ community, as is my Hispanic wife. We've seen them pull people out of cars, heard on their cameras recording when people told them, hey, I have identification, I am a citizen, and be told, I don't care. Up until last year, I hadn't owned a weapon for 30 years. But now because of this fear, because of the fear of who's next, especially those of us that we know that they've been called terrorists just because of what we believe, and because of who we love. So when they start violating our Fourth Amendment rights, I sincerely hope y'all are actually, in addition to just being present, that's cataloged. I would hope that y'all would actually enforce our Fourth Amendment rights, and if you don't, then I hope you'll also stand aside when we exercise our Second Amendment rights.
Warren Coons, followed by Vox Rose. So Warren Coons, followed by Vox Rose, and then Aubrey Reichman. Please line up.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Warren Robert Coons. I live here in San Antonio, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to talk about ICE operations in our facility and what San Antonio should and shouldn't be able to absorb, enable, normalize, and easily excuse. One of the huge issues that we have here is our SAPD officers are trained to the golden standard, 1,300 hours as advertised. ICE, meanwhile, there is no clarification on what their training is and what it is on, and we are seeing massive, massive issues of violence against members, destroying their constitutional rights. When citizens become prey for the government, we have issues with people coming forth, seeking help. Everyone gets more tense, it becomes violent, they become angry. That's why San Antonio needs boundaries. We need transparency. We need to... Thank you all. All right, here we go. We need transparency. We need to say exactly what ICE is doing, what they are doing with our SAPD officers to make sure our citizens aren't being violated in any way, shape, and or form, killed or maimed. Thank you for your time.
Vox Rose, followed by Audrey Reichman and Sherilyn Ochoa. Please line up.
Okay, so there's a slight rhetoric problem with my speech, but I think my message still stands. So I'm going to read it as I wrote it, but I wrote 287G agreement. What I really meant was SAPD working with ICE. Okay. I strongly oppose the proposed 287G agreement between San Antonio Police Department and the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, because DPS and Balcones Heights PD and the other agencies with 287Gs already have enough resources available. Between state troopers, flock cameras, Balcones PD, and surveillance tech preying on the people of color, it's making the streets of San Antonio feel like the inside of a real-life panopticonic prison facility. With all these tools available at ICE's disposal and more, what benefits does working with SAPD truly provide, except more militarization and money? If SAPD is allowed to work with ICE, what pieces of Texas policy will be geared towards keeping marginalized and oppressed people safe? Because as it stands, Texas policy is intent on ensuring the marginalized community continues to be oppressed and persistent in instilling fear and distrust. If ICE and SAPD work together, it will only perpetuate systemic injustices faced by the marginalized communities. I know that it's incentivized by salary increases, and SAPD and ICE working together is another way to give DHS, immigration enforcement, and law enforcement an even bigger budget and more access to tools. Again, for what? They have not been proven to be effective in anything other than terrorizing people. There are no statistics showing that these operations aid community. Project Lone Star, gentrification, and the existing 287G agreements has led to the deliberate erosion of cultural life and systemic dismantling of the traditions, spaces, and autonomy of the people of color, and in their place is privatization and surveillance. I urge the City Council to prioritize the safety, well-being, and the dignity of our community members, rejecting this agreement and exploring alternative solutions that prioritize community-led initiatives.
Audrey Reichman, followed by Sherilyn Ochoa, then Jonathan Gonzalez.
Yes, my name's Aubrey Reichman, and I would just like to say that I do hope that this city and the SAPD, I hope that we really reconsider and cease immediately all interaction and cooperation with ICE. I'll leave the rest of my time for other people, but I'd like to remind you what is across the street in front of City Hall. A monument stands, and it says, "In recognition of the Hispanic in Texas, who through their pride and struggle have kept alive the heartbeat of Mexico, Texas motherland, and in doing so have become an integral part of the culture and character of this proud state." So please remember that. Thank you.
Sherilyn Ochoa, followed by Jonathan Gonzalez and Josh Marshallowitz.
Hello, council members, and hello, fellow mayor. My name is Sherilyn Ochoa. I'm Miss Teen South Texas. I'm a student at St. Mary's University studying political science and history. I live in District 6, and although I'm not originally from San Antonio, I moved here for school, but I stayed because I love this city and I love our community. I rise today in firm opposition to an expansion of collaboration between local police and ICE. Let us name this honestly. Policies like this are not neutral. They are born from fear. And fear, when written into policy, becomes hatred towards our communities. They tell immigrants that their presence is a threat, that their lives are disposable, and that the safety is not meant for them. San Antonio is an immigrant city, and it's always has been. We repeat, never forget the Alamo as a slogan of pride, but memory without truth is empty. We remember the wars, yet forget the hands that raised them. We remember the battle, yet we erase the people. Mexican, indigenous, and immigrant whose labor, blood, and survival built this city long before it was governed such as chambers such as this one. You cannot celebrate San Antonio's history while criminalizing the people who created it. From local police collaborating with ICE, communities do not become safer, they become silent. Victims stop calling 911, witnesses stop coming forward, parents fear a traffic stop more than the crime itself. That is not public safety, that is enforced fear. Local law enforcement exists to protect communities, not to police identity or immigration status. Blurring that line destroys trust, and without trust, there is no safety, only suspicion.
You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Thank you.
May I just say this one thing? Although I'm not originally from San Antonio, I chose this city. And to all of you guys who swore an oath to do what's best for San Antonio, I ask you to choose it today. Choose its people, choose its history, choose its future. Thank you.
Jonathan Gonzalez. Jonathan Gonzalez, followed by Josh Marshallowitz, and then Laura Marshall.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jonathan Gonzalez, and I'm here because, like many, I aim to remind the Council that the cooperation between SAPD and ICE is not in the best interest of this city and does nothing short of endangering the lives of its citizens. ICE is not targeting criminals. ICE agents wait outside of schools, raid housing developments off Potranco and 211, and rip families apart outside of immigration court, regardless of status ruling. We also know ICE is illegally kidnapping individuals. ICE still has not returned a plane of deportees that left to El Salvador, even though a judge declared the plane to cease operations beforehand. ICE is in contempt of the law and its inquiry, and SAPD and this council must not be further complicit. We have seen partnerships between PDs and ICE in many cities and municipalities, some here. Balcones Heights, a stretch along 410, has a 287G agreement with its police department acting as ICE agents. I went to several businesses in that area, reminding folks of their quickly diminishing rights and the situation. Many are scared to enter the Target parking lot to go to walk out Wonderland's Mall. Some have avoided the area entirely and reminded their loved ones to do the same. The area will continue to lose business, but more importantly, the PD will continue to lose valuable 911 calls as individuals fear prosecution. ICE is attempting to use administration warrants to circumvent many individual liberties. In a leaked memo, it was revealed that ICE wants to use these warrants to enter houses, something which has always relied on a judicial warrant. So tell me, will you have Chief McManus help kick all doors down? The issue with fading liberties is that historically they are always met with resistance. Regardless of this decision, it is clear families and communities in this city must organize and resist. The fact that this even requires a special session and not an immediate stance by our commissioner and mayor shows complicity. Nobody, including the boys in blue with all their knowledge of the law, are coming to save us. Ms. Mayor Ortiz, you said we had to save the sidewalk because we'll...
Sir, your time is up. Thank you. You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Josh Marshallowitz, followed by Laura Marshall, and then Catherine Jones.
How many people need to get shot before you decide where you stand? How many children need to be pepper sprayed and taken away from their families before you decide where you stand? How many people need to be beaten and detained illegally before you decide? Do you only decide when they come for your family? Do you only decide when they come for you or your fellow officials? There is no oversight in ICE detention centers. Do you even truly know what goes on in there? How many need to die at the hands of ICE before we stand up and say it's enough? Today is that day. As officials of the law, we the people trust you to serve and protect us. We trust you to do the right thing and keep the people of our city safe. Terrible things are happening outside. At any time, night and day, poor, helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Families are torn apart. Men, women, and children separated. Does that sound familiar? That is a direct quote from Anne Frank's diary. Do you want to side with the people enacting this type of behavior? Their actions are illegal, immoral, and unethical. There is no oversight from the federal government. The people of San Antonio are alone in this fight. We do not have to be. You have the power to stand with your fellow citizens and say enough. You have the power to be the heroes we trust you to be. We know you believe in justice, law, and morality. Please do not let us down. Do not give in to hopelessness. Do not convince yourself that you are just following orders. Fight for honor. Fight for justice. Fight for your family. And fight for our city. Be the heroes we trust you to be. Thank you.
Laura Marshall, followed by Catherine Jones, and then Laura Rios Ramos.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura, and I'm a resident of District 7.
For the past 6 months, I've been involved in community outreach and mutual aid efforts, working to inform neighbors of their rights as ICE enforcement, suspicion, and fear escalate in our city. In the 1 year since Trump took office, we've been asked to accept masked federal agents who will not identify themselves, ripping people out of cars, forcing people to prove their citizenship, disregarding their answer. We have been asked to accept that ICE agents will show up at an elementary school, take parents. We've been asked to accept the violence that people like Trump and Stephen Miller encourage. Multiple people dead in the detention centers, including recently in El Paso. In 1 year, the needle has moved so dramatically that I would not have believed you if you told me this 2 years ago. That's what we'd be dealing with now. This is not business as usual. ICE is not operating transparently, lawfully, or respecting our constitutional rights. This is how authoritarianism takes hold even in America. The people in charge will vilify a group of people, violate their rights, and the public accepts it. Then they expand it to people with a little bit stronger rights like birthright citizenship or people who've sought asylum. The goal is to strip away the rights from the most vulnerable people and work your way up until the Constitution no longer applies. The American public and the city of San Antonio can stop this from happening. I am calling on the city of San Antonio to refuse collaboration with ICE in the name of preserving constitutional rights for all citizens. I ask the city council, where is your line? What are y'all going to do about the rise of authoritarianism in this country? Do not collaborate with ICE. Thank you.
Catherine Jones, followed by Laura Rios Ramos, and then Maria Solis Kennedy.
Hi, I'm Catherine. I'm a D2 resident, used to be a D7 resident. 5 of the people on council took endorsements from the same police union that sued the city over SB 4. That's awkward, right? That's kind of a bad look for y'all. I'm here to talk about the same things that many of the people before me have raised as concerns about the city's collaboration with ICE and SAPD's collaboration with ICE. Y'all should not escalate collaboration with ICE, and you should be ready to defend the community. That looks like when your constituents are detained by ICE, when they're placed in immigrant detention, following up with them, finding where they're held, offering them legal resources, not letting them disappear in the system. I suspect that the federal and state fascist governments are going to try and escalate y'all's ability, oh my God, sorry, I'm nervous. The state and federal governments are probably going to target local governments that do not preemptively collaborate with ICE. They may try and withhold funding from you. They may try and sue y'all. They may take you against legal action, and you need to be ready to face those consequences and come up with a plan that does not look like selling out our community members just to satisfy the fascists in the state of Texas and in the U.S. government. Thank you for your time.
Laura Rios Ramirez. Laura Rios Ramirez. Okay. Maria Solis Kennedy. Maria Solis Kennedy. Okay. Anthony Lucio. Anthony Lucio. Okay. Claire Lewis. Claire Lewis. Amador Salazar. Amador Salazar. Okay. Followed by Alejandra Lopez and Angel Hinojosa.
Hey everyone, my name is Amador. I'm a District 1 resident. I am the co-chair of the San Antonio Democratic Socialists of America, and I vote. I'll just start by saying I think it's nice that City Council finally plugged in their controller and decided to have a briefing. I feel like that could have maybe happened a year ago, so my hat does not go out to you. But our organization has taken on court watching, where families going through the immigration process are taken away anyway, doing it the right way. And We have also engaged in Know Your Rights business canvases to, supply small businesses with some documentation, letting them know what rights they have if ICE decides to enter the premises. We've also done Know Your Rights community walks so neighbors in the SAISD area know what their rights are, and to know that, an ICE warrant does not mean open your door. But if you look at Minneapolis, doesn't seem like any of your rights actually matter. And so you all are in the uncomfortable position of trying to think of creative ways to hold the line. So please do that. I feel like that's the bare minimum at this point. And, while we're on the topic of SAISD, I know that there was some concern about, public education budgets, stuff like that. The budget for public education is already, being taken down, and it's because families are afraid to go to school. If you don't attend your school, then the school loses money, and it's a compounding effect. So let's keep that in mind also. Fuck ICE, free Palestine, go Spurs go.
Alejandra Lopez, followed by Angel Hinojosa, and then Sadia Mitchell-Morales. Please line up.
Thank you. And Teresa Gutierrez is yielding her time. Teresa Gutierrez. Thank you, Teresa.
You have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Alejandra Lopez. I'm a teacher, resident of District 3, and currently serve as the proud president of the San Antonio Alliance of Teachers and Support Personnel. We are the union that represents teachers and support staff in San Antonio ISD, and we are affiliated with both the American Federation of Teachers and the National Education Association, the two largest education unions in the country. And it is union educators that have been on the front lines of the Trump administration's attacks on our immigrant communities across the country. What we have collectively witnessed over the last few years in Minneapolis and Minnesota more broadly is a clear escalation of the violence that ICE has been perpetuating on Black and brown communities. I say Black and brown communities because it's clear that they are racially profiling and detaining U.S. citizens. Someone mentioned Liam earlier, the beautiful 5-year-old child who was detained by ICE in Minnesota and has now been transported to Texas. It's also been reported that he was used as bait to try to lure his family members outside of their house. This speaks to the violent and dehumanizing tactics ICE is employing. I'm sure you can understand the level of fear we're experiencing in a district like mine where 96% of our students are students of color. We've had the parents of our students and members taken by ICE. SAISD is down 1,600 students, and we believe many of them are members of families who are scared to send their children to school for fear of ICE or have made the devastating decision to leave their community and self-deport. Throughout the fall, we moved an issue survey through our campuses and asked educators to prioritize the community issues they wanted to organize around. Protecting our immigrant students, staff, and families was number one, and so that's what we've been working to do. We're doing community walks with our coalition partners, distributing Know Your Rights door hangers around our school communities, providing Know Your Rights information for the front offices of our schools, and we've made sure our district protocols are as tight as possible if ICE shows up on one of our campuses. Our union is also proud to be a founding member of SA Stands, our city's immigrant rights coalition, because we know that the lifeblood of our labor movement is solidarity. And so today we're here, yes, to hear you ask the hard questions and hopefully get some important answers, but we're also here to say clearly and unequivocally that we need more. We need more from you, our elected local leaders, more creative ways to work together to protect our communities. Thank you.
Angel Hinojosa, followed by Sadia Mitchell-Morales, and then Myra Carrier.
Hello, I am Ms. Hinojosa, and I live on the west side of San Antonio, and I'm here to speak out against the terror and abuse inflicted by ICE and heavy police force on our community and across the nation. I am a mother and an art teacher, and I've seen firsthand the effects that this has had on our youth. Kids are having panic attacks in our classrooms, and all I can do is console them through art and remind them that in my classroom there is a safe space. Look at what the youth are doing. They're walking out of class, interrupting their education and time of innocence to speak up against the injustices. I'm so proud of them, and if they can do it, so can we. And I urge the people to continue to show up and speak up, because our voices matter and we are stronger in numbers. Stay vigilant, mi gente. To my students at SACA, I love you. Miss She loves you. I have one more message. Angel is actually my husband, and these are his words. If the blood of the innocent is spilled on the streets because of this fascist regime, then that will be the stain on your hands, and the people will never forgive you.
Sadia Mitchell Morales, Myra Carrier, Kayla Miranda.
I'm Saida Mitchell Morales. I'm the Communications Director at Futuro San Antonio. I'm also the proud daughter of hard-working immigrants, a former public school teacher of 8 years, and a Latina mother to 2 beautiful boys. Every morning, I, like so many other parents and caregivers in our city, drive my children to school. These days, while I may be smiling on the outside for my kids, on the inside, I am terrified. As you can see, I have brown skin, speak both English and Spanish, and often proudly wear clothes representing my Mexican and Honduran heritages. Every day, we are seeing reports of ICE agents targeting people based on their physical appearance. They are grabbing people first and asking questions later, and nowhere is safe, not even churches or schools. At Futuro, we have been working tirelessly to ensure that all children in this city are able to attend school regularly so that they can learn. Sadly, I have seen firsthand from the families, teachers, and school superintendents we work with how immigration enforcement actions near homes, schools, and school routes undermine student learning, destabilize families, and create a culture of fear that harms entire communities. When families are plagued by fear of ICE actions on the way to and from school, many families may choose to keep their kids safe at home or withdraw them from school completely, not only negatively impacting their learning, but harming their school environment as well. In short, increased ICE activity will only worsen chronic absenteeism and decrease learning opportunities for our already most vulnerable students. I urge you to prioritize student and family safety by ensuring ICE activity does not disrupt morning or evening school commutes. I also ask that you coordinate with all public schools and families, both ISD and charter, to share timely information about immigration enforcement so staff can respond accordingly. I call on you, please make sure ICE upholds federal law, safeguarding every student's right to a free public education, regardless of immigration status. Thank you.
So Myra Carrier, and then we'll go to Anthony Lucio, and then Kayla Miranda.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jones, council members. My name is Mayra Alejandra Carrier, and I'm here today representing my immigrant communities, my students, and my San Antonio community members who wanted to be here but could not. I'm a proud first-generation Mexican-American and the daughter of a single Mexican mother who risked her life in search of the American dream for her daughters. As a child, I carried responsibilities no child should have to carry. I translated for my mother at medical appointments, advocated for her and myself in police matters, and navigated systems that were never built for families like mine, while also helping raise my little sister. Our children are already carrying enough, and now many of them sit in classrooms terrified, wondering if their parents will still be here when they get home. I'm also a United States Army veteran. For 10 years, I wore a uniform. I served this country. And like many veterans, I've lost friends, not only during wartime, but also coming home. Friends lost to mental health, struggles to suicide after fighting for the freedoms that we are discussing today. So when I see women and men, people who fought for who look like my family, being abducted in the streets of San Antonio, or worse, like what we witnessed in Minnesota, I have to ask, are we next here in San Antonio? Mayor Jones, I speak to you directly because you are also a veteran. You know and understand what service is. You understand sacrifice. You understand what it means to protect people, and not just with words like others, but by action. Please protect our families, protect our children, protect your districts, and lean on each other to take care of us as a whole. And to the community listening today, if you grew up like me, you know this fear. You know what it feels like to be a child translating adult pain. You know the anxiety of systems that see you as a problem instead of a person. So I'm here today because many families in San Antonio don't have this privilege of feeling safe. They are already being targeted, watched, questioned, and feared. Their children carry anxiety into classrooms. Their parents leave home unsure of their return, and no amount of doing everything right will protect them from that fear. Thank you.
Anthony Lucio, followed by Kayla Miranda, and then Alicia Perez.
Good afternoon, City Council. Thanks for your time. My name is Anthony Lucio. Been a resident for about 6 years here, and I understand that the police department working along immigration enforcement is not a new thing. They do, especially when it becomes in criminal investigations. But what is new are the tactics being put in place and the oppression that's being put across the members of our community. Instead of going after these criminals, they've opted to go into hospitals, restaurants, construction sites, grocery stores, doctor's office, looking for kidnappings of opportunity, and they target and detain anybody they seem suspect with no probable cause, and the only determining factor is that anyone they do not deem that deserves to be here. And this is why it's such an important thing. And if it really was about immigration, if it really was about catching the criminals, then why are they going to these immigration courthouses where people who seek asylum, who are fleeing war-torn countries, who are fleeing for better opportunities in this country, have ICE cuffs in hand waiting outside these courthouses? Why are they not provided the same rights that every U.S. citizen should have? In fact, just this week, an immigration judge was fired because she refused to comply and bend the law to this administration, and she wanted to follow the law and was replaced with somebody who will bend that law. In fact, when Senator Murphy was there just this week, he spoke to one of the ICE officers, and I thought you were going after criminals. Well, all they're saying is that they are prioritizing everyone. It doesn't matter. And all I have to say, what is the reason for all this? Why is ICE going after everybody? Well, it comes to find out, as reported by the Wall Street Journal, that they have a quota of 3,000 arrests, and these don't mean detainees. These are just people that they can release. And couple that with a for-profit prison systems that are Core Civic and GEO Group that are currently profiting off of the federal dollars of all of our tax dollars. Thank you for your time.
Kayla Miranda, followed by Alicia Perez, and then Tariq El Mugi.
Yes, ma'am. It's just a question about I wonder if you have a contingency, since we are so close to Mexico, for these when unarmed agents are taking people. But what about when the criminals start taking our kids? I have a 16-year-old daughter who walks home from school. What is the contingency when unmasked people start taking our kids across the border? We don't know. We don't know who's taking people. And we are totally against people being masked taking our people. And we are concerned. We are close to Mexico. We are concerned that our children are going to be taken, and not to a concentration camp in the U.S. Once they're taken across the border, just to get across the border, you don't need anything. You don't need anything. You don't need ID. You just take a car and go. So we are all concerned citizens, and for sure, we're not okay with it.
Alicia Perez, followed by Tariq El Mugi, and then Father Richard Aguilar.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having this hearing. My name is Alicia, or Ali Perez. I'm a mother. I'm a San Antonian. I'm raising my 4 kids here. I'm also an immigration attorney. I've had the people taken from my arms outside of their lawful court proceedings and detained by ICE and then forced into deportation. I also helped co-found SA Stands, because we all know that when we work together, these organizations, we are stronger. There's a lot of pain here today, and thank you for receiving that, but I think there's also a lot of love and a lot of hope. And I think that's going to be the answer here. I want to recognize the hard work of our law enforcement. I hear SAPD in the city when they say that you're not enforcing federal laws, but the concern here is not your intent or the practical thing that you're doing, it's the effect. Every arrest is the first step of federal ICE enforcement change. chain. Arrest leads to ICE contact at the jail. ICE contact leads to detention. Detention leads to, detention leads to the deportation. And as the community has stated over and over today, these deportations are not being lawfully done. And I know that because they've tried to take people from me who've already won their cases. I've had to go to federal court and we get them back. So let's not get lost in semantics. Arrests and the local policies that predictably feed that system, they do carry federal immigration consequences. We are part of the chain. So right now, people in San Antonio, as my community said, are more afraid than ever to call for help. This is especially scary for domestic violence victims who are already afraid to call. Fear suppresses reporting. Fear makes victims and witnesses disappear. Fear makes our community less safe. But I believe we can comply with the law and still be thoughtful about how our local practices affect safety. We can use discretion. We can emphasize in our policies about this best practices.
You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Thank you.
The law is giving us a floor, not a ceiling. So let's meet the minimum and build something better with our community. Thank you.
Tariq El Mugi. Tariq El Mugi. Okay. Father Aguilar. And then Tori Salas and Virginia Quinn.
Good afternoon. My family has lived in these lands, which we call Atzlan, for 12,000 years. So we did not cross the border crossed us. When I was a young child, my elders told me of a story that I now learned is called Mexican repatriation. It happened in the 1930s when anyone who looked Mexican were deported back to Mexico, whether they're citizens or not. History repeats itself, and I think we're there now in many respects. In November 1989, I attended the 50th anniversary of Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht happened in November 1939 in Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia, where the government ordered that synagogues, buildings, stores, homes of Jewish persons be ransacked. That was the ominous beginning of the Holocaust. It was all legal, all ordered by the government. A parishioner who was with me at the time said, maybe we're living that time again. And even though it was almost 40 years ago, we need to ask ourselves the question, whose side do you choose? Do you choose the Führer or freedom? A dictator or dignity? Partisan politics or democracy of a nation? ICE raids or community safety? Government terrorism or the truth of the people? Capricious law, chaotic disorder, or life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? My hope is that you choose for the people of San Antonio. How can you trust a distrustful, marauding militia? I hope you don't choose that direction. Thank you.
Tori Salas. Tori Salas. Okay. Virginia Quinn. Virginia Quinn. Followed by Alejandro Herrera. No? Okay. Virginia Quinn. No. Alejandro Herrera. Followed by Quinn Nook and Alastor Myth. Please line up. You are. You've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Israel Alejandro Herrera. I'm a brother, a son, and an uncle. I'm a UTSA graduate and an engineer. But most importantly, I'm your neighbor. And like it or not, you are mine. This message is not only to City Council, it's to anyone who can frankly pull their head out of their ass. American citizens are being shot and assaulted in our streets. And so many of you are stuck in a fallacy, a cognitive dissonance, the mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by rejecting, explaining away, or just avoiding new information. Our community is scared, and you are scared. It's visible. It's visible in everyone's faces. But it's time to face reality. Daily, I see my neighbors grasping onto any semblance of a rules-based order, but it's gone. This administration, and at the hands of Donald, Vaught, Miller, Peter Thiel, and the Heritage Foundation, are fulfilling a plan of fascism, whether we like it or not. Good news is that we can work with our fear, not against it. This administration is not following court orders. They have acted with impunity, forging wars on sovereign states and its own citizens. Their intent is to agitate citizens and oppress them into fighting back for a pretext to a de facto martial law, and it's here. They're dragging people, breaking windows, dragging people out of their cars, arresting teenagers, twisting their ankles, stealing their belongings, group accosting them, and I'll jump forward because I know my time is limited. The message is clear. It's your responsibility to follow other cities and councils in this country and enact a ban on law enforcement officials wearing masks to conceal their identity. Not only so, but banning the use of city resources to support ICE agents, and on the other hand, using resources to protect the people who are actually standing up. Thank you for your time.
Quinn Nook, followed by Alistair Smith, and then Terry Kerr.
Hello? Okay. Yes. So I want to start us off by something that really bugged me whenever I first started coming in here. Was the two recesses that you guys took. It just felt so disrespectful to be in the house, our house, and y'all get offended by what we say and what we do. That is not how this works, right? Oh yeah. Gosh, it must be so hard to get paid to listen to people and not do it. And speaking of jobs, y'all job is to represent us. It doesn't matter what y'all think, no matter what y'all think is best for us or what y'all think would work. It matters what we think will work and what we want, and we do not want ICE. ICE is not professional. ICE does not deserve respect. ICE is just filled with racist thugs. Lots of individual journalists has applied to ICE, and all it took was like 6 minutes to get a job. And on their first day, some of them even got a gun. Does that sound professional to y'all? Does that sound like somebody who deserves respect? We should not respect people who shoot people. We should not respect people who kidnap people. We should not respect people who threaten our neighbors and our friends. That is not a professional organization. That does not deserve to be anywhere in this city. Thank you.
Alistair Smith, followed by Terry Kerr, and then Priscilla Olivares.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to take a moment to thank everyone, all but one person who has spoken before me. We all represent the best quality of our humanity, our love, our community, and our a sense of growth and wanting to better ourselves. ICE represents all of the worst. In short, ICE does not belong in San Antonio, and it should not be owed the cooperation or assistance of this community. I don't need to go into the definition of fascism and all the ways that ICE is mimicking the German SS, because it is self-evident to any person with eyes who values truth above hate. ICE has proven time and again they exist for malice alone and operate outside of the law without warrants, due process, evidence, accountability, or transparency. If they insist to work without due diligence in the process of the judicial system, then to stay consistent, they should learn to work without the support or protection of the local law enforcement. The only cooperation that we should be talking about today is our officials and SAPD working with the community, not modern-day Nazis. To continue, ICE is a nationally funded poison for our diverse community. They represent only rot and decay of our society. This is not for law and order. This is not to catch criminals. They have attempted to deport citizens without due process or legal representation to foreign gulags. They have shot and harassed unarmed citizens. They used legal immigration documents to track and entrap legal immigrants. The point is to oppress and erase members of our community, a clear sign of fascism, which we know for certain is an absolute evil which cannot and should not be compromised with in any way, shape, or form. We should not be speaking about compromising with or improving ICE operations. We should be strengthening our efforts to make this a sanctuary city, protecting our community members, whether they were born here or moved here. And we should be encouraging public and private entities to turn ICE away at the door. To reiterate, there is no space for ICE in this or any other community, and they must be rebuked. Thank you for your time.
Terry Kerr, followed by Priscilla Olivares and Enolharas Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and neighbors. I immigrated to the United States over 50 years ago. I've been a resident of San Antonio for 43 years. I'm also a person of color. I'm white. Okay. I came from Ireland, and in Ireland, they used to say, people are full of the blarney. I had to write that down because after listening to many of my neighbors, I don't think I've heard that much blarney since I left Ireland. Here's what I heard today. And some of the people made a lot of excellent points. But Nazis, fascists, genocide, domestic terrorists. I think there was a lot of hyperbole today. And I think people should go back and consider this. On a serious note,
Quiet in the chamber, please.
On a serious note, the tragedy that happened in Minneapolis, I believe if the authorities there had taken the same position that the San Antonio Police Department has with the federal authorities and controlled the traffic, perhaps that tragedy would have been avoided. I want to also point out that in the last year, according to some of the news reports that I've read, there were people from the Venezuelan gang Tren de Argua that were arrested. And then last week, Sheriff Salazar mentioned that they'd arrested 3 illegal immigrants that were in a car theft ring that stole SUVs that were being used for human trafficking. They had been linked to the cartel and were involved in human trafficking and had been deported previous times. My time up?
Your time is up. You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Priscilla Olivares, followed by Enolharas Ruiz, followed by Ray Voyen.
My name is Priscilla Olivares. I'm a senior policy attorney with the Immigrant Legal Resource Center and a member of SA STANDS. I'm also an immigration attorney, and I have witnessed how ICE has torn families apart, detaining and deporting families. I'm here to ask for transparency and accountability for SAPD's role in the November raid, and for transparency anytime SAPD collaborates with ICE. The November raid occurred 3 months ago, and there are still so many unanswered questions. I stand alongside community calling for transparency. We want to know why nearly 50 SAPD officers provided, quote, perimeter security for the raid. How and who determined 50 officers should be dedicated to the raid, which violated the rights of so many? How much did providing 50 SAPD officers cost taxpayers? The federal government has plenty of money. The administration passed H.R. 1 last summer, giving them $170 billion more to harm our communities. SB 8 deputized many law enforcement, including Texas DPS, to act as ICE agents. Why then is SAPD dedicating so many resources in these operations? SAPD says it only provided perimeter support, but any support in violating our rights is wrong. And the ICE memo leaked yesterday states ICE now believes they have the right to enter homes without a warrant. This is shocking and unconstitutional. Will SAPD provides logistical support or perimeter support when ICE enters our homes without warrants in clear violation of the Fourth Amendment? I was also shocked to hear SAPD chiefs state they are calling ICE if they see an administrative warrant in their database. Let's be clear, an administrative warrant is not a real warrant, and nothing in SB 4 2017 requires compliance with an administrative warrant. The Fourth Amendment prohibits SAPD or any law enforcement from prolonging detention, even briefly, of an individual after the legal authority has stopped. So I really encourage City Council to really understand what SAPD is saying when they're saying they're going to violate the law by calling ICE for those administrative warrants. And I'm happy to talk more about this after the meeting. Thank you.
Enjolras Ruiz, Ray
Right the first time.
Excuse me?
You had it right the first time.
Oh, thank you.
In yours.
And then Ray Voyayan, and then Regina Guevara.
Oh, shoot. I saw the time ticking out. I got worried.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Jones, and the city of San Antonio. Over the past few weeks, we have had it's called a unique situation arise. Make no mistake, ICE is coming to San Antonio. The question today is not whether to bar ICE from entry to San Antonio. It is whether we allow SAPD to assist ICE and DHS agents in deporting the residents of San Antonio. My answer, simply put, is no. ICE training is insufficient compared to SAPD training. SAPD Academy requires 1,300 hours to complete the academy and obtain your peace officer license. This high standard allows San Antonians to trust in the officer's ability to make rational decisions, uphold the law, and put the needs of the community before any personal beliefs. 1,300 hours, that's a long time, roughly 7 to 8 months. That's more than our armed forces do at basic, that's more than a Navy SEAL goes through, and it's most certainly a lot more training than the new batch of ICE agents have, of which there are many. According to Homeland Security, 10,000 new ICE officers have been sworn in under new guidelines that allowed them to complete their training in 6 to 8 weeks. Over the past few weeks, we've seen the result of this training, the violence and blatant carelessness with which ICE has operated in cities like Chicago, Minneapolis, Los Angeles, and so many others has now come to our city. Untrained officers claiming that they alone have unlimited authority to terrorize people in their homes, in public, at their work, in their cars. SAPD should supervise ICE with the goal of ensuring the safety of citizens and protecting constitutional rights. Just this year alone, ICE deaths, not casualties, deaths, have jumped up to 32, the highest in 20 years.
Submit the rest of your comments for the record. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Ray Voyayan, followed by Regina Guevara, and then Angela Pardo.
Mayor and Council, my name is Regina Guevara, and I'm a District 1 resident, and I have served my community as a community health worker since 2008. At various points during that time, I've served in domestic civil service through AmeriCorps, 6 terms. I share this as a reflection of my commitment to my country. My former last name is Maspero. In 2012, 2 of my children were killed in South Bexar County in a police chase gone wrong, and still today I respect Chief McManus, SAPD, Sheriff Salazar, and our entire Bexar County sheriffs. I want to tell you about one of my clients, a Honduran boy who at the age of 11 walked most of the way with his father from their home in Honduras to the Laredo border. He became my client in August of 2020. At that time, he was not attending school because his father was afraid of the system. As his assigned CHW, I was trusted to step in. Franklin came into my care so I could enroll him in school and advocate for him. I watched him learn English, make friends, become a standout soccer player, Great Hearts Monte Vista, MVP 2 years in a row, and he began to believe in his future. In June of 2023, I received the greatest promotion of my life. I became his mom. By the start of 2024 school year, Franklin was thriving and preparing to enter the Bexar County Sheriff's Explorer Academy. His dream today is still to be a police officer and join our military. On August 12, 2024, Franklin was asked to leave our country. Because we did not want to break the law, we did everything we were asked to do. Franklin and my family returned to Honduras September 19, 2024. Today, my reality looks very different than what many imagine. I continue to serve my clients as a community health worker while traveling between Honduras and San Antonio. 3 of my U.S.-born children who are citizens by birth are living outside the country with Franklin and our extended family. This is only possible because of my resources and support of a loving community, and that is not the reality for most of my families. There's a misconception that people can simply return legally. Often they cannot. Timelines are long, legal costs are overwhelming, families are forced to choose between compliance and survival. I understand we're a nation of laws and laws must be followed. Compliance, however, should not mean families are torn apart, but that people must live in fear. I ask my city to take an active role ensuring the safety and dignity of every person who calls San Antonio home. ICE cannot come into our city with no regard for sanctity of life. The future of our families is in your hands. Thank you.
Ray Voyayan, Angela Pardo, Stephanie Esparza.
Members of the City Council of San Antonio, today is not a day we meet lightly on. While one of our esteemed state representatives flees for warm weather, we meet to discuss the bone-chilling topic of ice. Not the ice that spreads along our city streets, that causes vehicles and pedestrians to slip and fall, but the kind that enters suddenly and violently into our neighborhoods, stealing women and children they deem a threat to us. Despite this time of uncertainty, our voice has been strong to call for justice to be met. That is what I hope to ask of you today, that the SAPD do not assist ICE. Let the SAPD be a warming light in this trying storm. The members of the SAPD are members of our community who experienced the previous winter storm in 2021. With their help, we can respond more effectively when the cold creeps in and the power grid falters once more. The good people of San Antonio are honest and heartwarming people, full of passion, joy, and love. These are things in short supply these days, but they don't have to be. It is my hope that not only this City Council, but everyone here today will join me in keeping an eye out for the well-being of our neighbors. Those who see this message, open up, share a cup of hot chocolate. Give your neighbors a blanket when they are cold. We must do what we can to endure this trying winter storm. It is a hard time for all of us, but it is my belief that together we can bring back freedom and safety to our city.
Angela Pardo. Followed Stephanie Esparza. Okay. Kathy Stein. Okay. Emily Morales and Nicholas Baker will follow Kathy.
So much for having a little bit of notice. Good afternoon. I forgot my speech at home, so I'm writing some notes, and please bear with me. Good afternoon, Mayor Jones, City Council, and fellow citizens. I am Kathy Stein. I am speaking for myself. I know that we have all seen what's going on in Minneapolis, and the property damage to the businesses, to homes, to vehicles, and to people, not the least of which. I've also seen the disruption to businesses, to traffic, to police operations, to deal with all of this mess that has been created. And I know you have too, so I won't waste your time talking about that. But I do have a possible solution, sort of, that I would like you to consider. Not now, but when we get the surge that we know we're going to get, that's similar to what Minneapolis is experiencing with 3,000 ICE agents descending upon the city. What if we closed it? What if we simply closed the businesses, closed the schools, and let them serve the warrants that they have without any interference, without any threats, without any delays. Could we do that for a day or two and let them do whatever legitimate business they have so that none of those things happen here? If we close down, please for a second, if we close down, we would have to put a plan in place so people were prepared, and also possibly have some makeup days like we do with schools when schools close early, or when schools are closed, so that businesses would be open maybe that would not normally be open on a Saturday to make up that time. And I would be willing to talk to anybody who would listen to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Emily Morales, Nicholas Baker, Chris Weldy. Emily Morales, okay. Nicholas Baker, Chris Weldy, and Hernando Arce.
Good afternoon. Nico Baker, District 1. Across the plaza here on this building on Dolorosa Street, on the north wall, there's a plaque. It says, "Here stood the early courthouse, city council room, etc., and where occurred the Indian massacre in 1840. On March 19th of that year, 35 unarmed men and women, Comanches, were murdered in the city council meeting room, the plaza, all the way down Dolorosa Street, here, in this place. Racial violence is central to Texas history. You could say it's the whole point. Why did we need Texas Rangers? To make room for white Anglo settlers. Let the city council take note. It is the Anglo who is the immigrant to Texas. It is important I say this because the truth is that the activities of ICE and SAPD with regards to immigration are not unprecedented. The unprecedented thing to do would be to hold these lawful thugs accountable and bring them to justice. When we ask this city council to adopt positions, policies, and ordinances that are hostile to ICE and beneficial to our community, we are asking this city council to break the cycle of racial violence in Texas. When we talk about ICE, we are talking about an organization younger than me, denying access to attorneys to their clients, where new hires are not required to sign affidavits swearing they have not been convicted of a domestic violence or sex crime, as reported by Laura Jadid, who has allowed the death of over 30 people in holding cells. We are talking about an organization who issues unlawful internal memos and warrantless entry of private property. We are talking about a group who the Supreme Court has ruled can stop people based on the color of their skin, the language that they speak, the accent they speak with. The last thing I'm going to say, my wife cannot be here. Her student in Natalia High School was detained. San Antonio Express News has an article. It's called Trapped by ICE. The name of the journalist, Nancy Prayer Johnson. Javier Linares, he never missed a day of school until he was kidnapped by ICE. He loved bikes and always wanted to try Dave's Hot Chicken. He's the kind of student leaders always hope they get to teach.
Chris Weldy, followed by Hernando Arce and Laura Molinar.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jones and members of the San Antonio City Council. My name is Dr. Christine Weldy. I'm a resident of District 9. I came from a 3-generation military family and recently retired after 41 years as a Department of Army civil servant dedicated to supporting military families and military children. After living 3 decades in Europe, I chose to make San Antonio my home. I chose this city because San Antonio is Military City USA, a city that understands service, sacrifice, and duty. It's also a rich, vibrant, culturally diverse city, and that diversity is our strength. Immigrants have helped build San Antonio, our culture, our neighborhoods, and our economy. Because of my background, I believe deeply in law and order. I respect the rule of law. I strongly support the men and women who dedicate their lives as law enforcement officers to keep our neighborhoods and our city safe. In normal times, we trust our law enforcement institutions to act lawfully and protect the public, but these are not normal times. Across this country, we are seeing ICE engage in actions that raise serious constitutional concerns, including wrongful detentions, excessive force, and tactics that spreads fear across our communities, including incidents involving excessive force against community members engaged in lawful neighborhood watch or observation. These concerns are not partisan. They are concerns for all residents of San Antonio because constitutional rights belong to everyone. San Antonio must not be complicit in unlawful federal actions. SB 4 does not require the San Antonio Police Department to enter into voluntary cooperation agreements with ICE, nor does it require the city to go beyond what the law demands. I'm asking this council to refuse cooperation with ICE beyond what is legally required, to demand transparency in interactions with ICE, and to use every legal avenue available to protect the constitutional rights and community trust. Thank you.
Hernando Arce. Hernando Arce, followed by Laura Molinar and Christine Nickel. Order.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members.
Quiet in the chambers, please. Quiet in the chambers.
May I begin?
We're going to take a recess. We're going to take a recess.
Oh, yeah, nice hat on. Explains why. Nice.
that immigration migrant center was sold right before the invasion. It was sold from San Antonio to one of one of the mayor's biggest donor, Gray Street Partners, who owns a lot of property around the Pearl Brewery. They bought that building rehabbed for these miners, and they turned around and rented to the city of San Antonio for $113,000 a month. And over 1 million of these illegals came in through that center. I was there every day documenting that. I had over 1,000 videos. So, also, I was able to the secret hangar that was behind the airport, where 300 illegal aliens were staying as overflow. I filmed that, and for filming it in public property, I was given a warning, and then 2 weeks later, I was arrested at the San Antonio airport at 3 o'clock in the morning for filming illegal aliens. The case, but I'm painting the picture here just to show you, now that we've come back full circle, now that we have all these millions of people that came in here unvetted, and I know the system very well. I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what temporary protection status is. So when you see all these people getting detained and arrested, it's because
No rest for the wicked! Power to the people!
Oh, also you can hear us laughing in the background.
During the June 14th, 2025 No Kings rally and march in San Antonio. SAPD Chief Command saluted our nonviolent protest, writing on Twitter, to the thousands between the Hard Rock, which is SB4, and I understand from the brief description we've had, area notably in the shooting death by an ICE agent of Renee Good, followed by the dismissal of the murderer at the highest levels of the federal government immediately after Ms. Good's death. I will continue my good trouble protests, but we need to recognize the success of our peaceful protest. We look at to the city of San Antonio to return the favor of that peaceful protest. We look to you to keep us protected, as you always try to do, and even given the constraints of SB4, keep ICE out of San Antonio. Thank you.
Shannon Locke, followed by Izzy Bowser and Madaliosha Devari.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jones,
Council. My name is Shannon Locke. I'm running to be the next Bexar County District Attorney on the Democratic ticket. I'm the only candidate who is board certified in criminal law, and I'm here to explain to you how we should hold ICE accountable. I'm not only a criminal defense attorney who practices criminal law in federal and state court, I'm also a father, a husband, a neighbor who's seen their family and friends terrorized by ICE. Any perception of investigative cooperation with ICE damages community trust. It causes victims to hesitate and to pause before calling the police. That increases community danger. Let me be clear, indiscriminate arrests are illegal in the state of Texas. Detention requires reasonable suspicion. Arrests require probable cause. Raids that detain innocent people are unlawful. When these occur, those agents must be investigated and referred for prosecution. What SAPD can do is they can observe and investigate these unlawful raids and refer those unlawful raids to the DA's office for prosecution. As the only board-certified candidate for district attorney, I will have my prosecutors, once I'm elected, review these cases and submit them to the grand jury. If the grand jury finds that criminal acts have occurred and detaining somebody illegally is a kidnapping, pointing a gun at somebody without justification or lawful authority is an aggravated assault. I'll refer these acts to the grand jury. If the grand jury finds probable cause, they'll issue warrants for their arrest. The federal government will then try to remove it to federal court, but we can litigate that in front of our federal judiciary, who is saying things that they have never said before about our federal agents, because those agents are doing things they've never done before. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for having me.
Izzy Bowser? Izzy Bowser? Okay. Madalisho De Vera? Madalisho De Vera? Okay. Gilberto Avila? Followed by Kate Sanchez and Deanne Cuellar. Please line up.
Hello. I first would just like to pause for a moment and just to kind of reflect on all of the compassion and care that unites us all here today. I just want everyone to kind of look around and see all of these amazing people who have come today and give up some time out of our afternoon to stand up for those who couldn't be here today. I also like to acknowledge all the caregivers that have allowed us to be here today. And just a hello to Ez, M, and L who are watching. I'm a father, a public educator, and what has compelled me to come today is to express the need to minimize our cooperation with SAPD and to reflect on what strategies the city is going to do to address the needs of our students. Our students are already under threat. There are already students who are feeling unable to attend school safely. There are students we haven't seen in months now. And we need to learn what is the city going to do to protect our students as they attend school. Secondly, it's well established that our community is safer when our residents are confident that when our local authorities are not federal immigration authorities and they can count on local authorities to render aid and assistance. The harm that is caused to our community when violence is not reported will make our streets less safe for documented and undocumented residents alike. We are safer when our local law enforcement are focused on local issues and not national policies. I hear that SAPD is going to secure scenes for ICE, and I'm curious to learn, how do we know if these scenes that they are securing are lawful? How do we know that it's not an indiscriminate detainment? How do we know that it's not just some untrained federal masked agent detaining my family? If I'm on my way to church and I have an aggressive armed agent with a gun on our face, on our families, can I go to an SAPD agent for assistance? Who is going to come to my family's aid when an armed man is having a gun to our head? No ICE in San Antonio. Thank you.
Kate Sanchez. Kate Sanchez. Okay. Deanne Cuellar, followed by Martha Jones and Ananda Tomas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Deanne Cuellar. I'm a proud resident of District 1. I'm queer, I'm Jewish, I'm disabled. I don't like bringing up those labels, but I feel like I need to add context today. I'm here because I'm scared. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left for me. This is a quote by German pastor Martin Niemöller. It's often referred to as a poem, but these are words about the guilt and responsibility, indifference, and inaction. There's multiple versions of this quote that exist because the author changed the list of victims for different audiences, and the quote was a confession to show Germans how to accept personal responsibility. But what would they say today? First, they came for the undocumented, and I did not speak out because I had papers and a real ID. Then they came for the journalists and asylum seekers, and I did not speak out because I'm not a journalist and my family is safe. Then they shot and killed a mom in a minivan and took a 5-year-old waiting in the cold in preschool for his dad, and I did not speak out. And then they came for all of us, and there was no one left to speak because silence, violence, and cruelty learned how to wear a mask and call itself the law. Thank you.
Martha Jones, followed by Ananda Tomas and Javier Solis.
Okay. Council members, mayors, Mayor, Chief McManus, thank you all and your staff for giving us the opportunity to share our feelings. My name is Martha Jones, PhD. I am a retired professor from UTSA and St. Mary's. I am not going to speak about ICE. I have had a personal experience with its predecessor, INS, and I'm not going to speak about that either. What I am going to speak about is the proud heritage of law enforcement, of resistance to dictatorship from my family, and I'm sure I speak for many families here. My first ancestors arrived in this country 395 years ago. The one who arrived in 1641 arrived under a legitimate colonial government. The one who arrived in Texas in 1821, who was part of Stephen F. Austin's O-300, was appointed by Stephen F. Austin as the first commander of the Austin Colony Militia. So in a sense, he is the forerunner of all the police departments in Texas today. They followed the law at their time. However, while they were obeying the law, their governments were replaced by autocrats and dictators. Peter Stuyvesant, Santa Anna, I could go on and on. My ancestors took up legal means to oust these dictators. My ancestor, may I finish my sentence, and then I'll go. My ancestor, who was the first militia here, was killed in the line of duty in 1834. His sons fought at San Jacinto against Santa Anna. There is a long tradition of many of us here who support the position of the police in compassion, integrity, justice, and I hope that we continue to see SAPD live up to.
Thank you. Ananda Tomas, followed by Javier Solis and Arturo Madrid.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ananda Thomas, Executive Director of Act for SA and a resident of District 8. I speak on behalf of our immigrant communities who live in fear every day because of increased ICE presence and terror in our community. For months, we have watched family members, co-workers, and our neighbors get ripped from community at immigration hearings, ICE check-ins, their homes and workplaces. We have witnessed unlawful arrests where people are being disappeared. And make no mistake, when immigrant mothers hesitate to call 911 during emergencies, when families are going hungry because they fear going to the grocery store, and when folks are not going through a mental health crisis, are too scared to call for help because they fear deportation, that's not public safety. It is state-sponsored terror. And while Texas law does require certain collaboration with ICE, my understanding is that SAPD always has the ability to deny a collaboration request due to limited resources to prioritize other community needs. How many times have we heard that our public safety resources, including SAPD officers, are stretched thin despite their massive budget? Could SAPD not then deny more collaboration requests? But outside of this, you as council can act. Okay, in Austin right now, City Council is coordinating with Austin PD to update its policies and trainings related to cooperating with ICE. Even though police officers cannot be prohibited from asking for immigration status, they are also not required to. In Kansas City, council blocked federal detention center permits so that more ICE facilities cannot be built in their city. You can do the same. Furthermore, I know that SA Stands Coalition brought forward a resolution asking you to put out a compassionate response about San Antonio being a welcoming city, no matter where somebody is born. It has been over 7 months and no action has been taken. Please stand with our immigrant communities and take these actions. Thank you.
Javier Solis. Javier Solis, Arturo Madrid, and then Eleazar Cisneros.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Javier Solis. I'm a born and raised San Antonian from District 8. I've come to City Hall today to advocate against the inhumane and degrading events conducted by ICE and local law enforcement agencies, filling San Antonians and me with disgust and fear. I'm also using this public platform to speak out against those who hold leadership roles in the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, Balcones Heights Police Department, the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Precinct 3 Constable's Office, and the San Antonio Police Department. These agencies are supposed to prioritize citizens' safety. The reality is they have collaborated with ICE to terrorize the very people who they are supposed to protect. In November 2025, SAPD sent approximately 50 officers to assist with an ICE raid, kidnapping more than 140 people, only to conclude many were not members of the suspected gang. No substantial information about 138 individuals has been provided. The lack of transparency across the board from local to federal levels is pernicious. Why are you not asking questions? Why are you not ensuring that your citizens are safe? Neither state legislation nor local authority supersedes the Constitution. Both have violated the Constitution by assisting a group of lawless, disorderly, transgressing bigots who've done nothing but infringe upon the rights and dignity of our city, your constituents. Let me remind you all that the Fourth Amendment protects citizens from unreasonable searches and seizures. Additionally, 2017's SB 4 mandates local law enforcement to collaborate with ICE to detain undocumented residents, but not to collaborate in raids. The San Antonio Police Department has proved its commitment to ICE through its actions in the November 2025 raid. So I ask the City Council to hold those leading the agencies accountable to follow the law. I remind you all of the unwarranted traffic stops conducted on the basis of prejudice. These stops are similar to a historical time in Germany known as the Gestapo. Will we continue to stand by? I know that constituents will not. Thank you.
Arturo Madrid, followed by Eleazar Cisneros, and then Lydia Hernandez Tricky.
Rosita Lida has ceded her time to me.
I'm giving him my 2 minutes.
You have 6 minutes, sir.
I begin my remarks with thanks and appreciation to Mayor Ortiz Jones and the members of the City Council, for making it possible for us as citizens to express our concerns about the presence of ICE in our community and in our nation. My name is Arturo Madrid. I'm a retired professor, a resident of San Antonio and a resident of District 1, a taxpayer and a voter, as are my colleagues whom I will identify here today. They are Professor David Montejano, Professor Gilberto Hinojosa, Professor Jerry Pollo. My colleagues and I have established a grassroots initiative, Surviving the Ice Age, in response to the aggressive, destructive, and outrageous policies and actions of ICE. Two mantras from the civil rights movement period, both attributed to the late Martin Luther King, guide our efforts. The first is, the silence of good people is worse than the brutality of bad people. The second, when bad people plot, good people plan. We understand, or we've been led to understand, that our city and county officials are severely constrained by both state and federal agencies. But all of us have the protections against unlawful or arbitrary actions by governmental officials granted to us in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. These include being innocent of any allegation of criminality unless proven guilty in a court of law. Our rights include being able to hold governmental bodies and officials accountable. At the very least, our elected city officials should provide us with information on what is occurring in our city as related to ICE's immigration activities. Develop a mechanism whereby city residents can report arbitrary or questionable or illegal actions against them or their neighbors by governmental agents related to immigration issues. Express their concern to ICE policies and actions that they consider illegal or inappropriate by the policies in the violation of civil rights by ICE. We are particularly concerned because ICE has made it clear that they are targeting people not because they're undocumented or criminal, but simply because they appear to be Mexican, Latino, dark-skinned, otherwise. The president has made multiple public anti-Mexican statements. Stephen Miller, his principal advisor on immigration, is deeply antagonistic towards Mexicans. The Supreme Court decision that allows ICE to detain people based on their ethnic origins, their speech, and their appearance has resulted in the detention of U.S. citizens simply because they look Mexican or Latino. The majority of detainees and deportees are to date Mexicans, Central Americans, and Venezuelans. Until recently, media coverage of ICE actions is principally focused on California. However, over 75% of detentions in 2025 occurred in Texas. A very large percentage of the detainees are being held in Texas. ICE is active in San Antonio and is detaining citizens and non-citizens. But except for the highly publicized actions against members of the alleged Tren de Aragua in December, little or nothing is being reported to the media or by our elected or appointed governmental officials. Over the past 12 months, we have seen elected and appointed officials cowed or stymied, the judicial system hamstrung, institutional officers intimidated, and corporate leaders bought off. And of course, the mainstream media has been sidelined. There is no cavalry who will ride to our rescue. We, as ordinary citizens, will have to join the battle ourselves. Our responsibility is not to be silent or allow ourselves to be silenced, as well as to hold the leaders of our institutions accountable for what they're doing. We ask you to join us in speaking out and to be mindful of the responsibility you have to defend our rights as residents and citizens. We have been polled over and over again that our speech and our actions, and your speech and your actions, violate the laws of the United States. I will remind all of us that the policies and actions of Nazi Germany, of Fascist Italy, and the Communist USSR were legal. But that's not to say that they were ethical, moral, right, just, or humane. Thank you.
Eleazar Cisneros. Lydia Hernandez Tricky. Ari Chagoya. Ari Chagoya. Okay. Camille Spears. Camille Spears. Is that you? Okay. Followed by Shelby Laffery and Pedro Ruiz.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for listening to some very heightened emotions. We appreciate you being here. I'm Dr. Camille Spears. I'm speaking on my own behalf as a resident of District 1. District 1. I've been an HIV doctor in San Antonio for 4 years. I'm here today to discuss how fear is undermining our community's health and safety. Last month, a patient I've known for years came in for his follow-up visit. He is someone I always look forward to seeing because he has this seriously joyful smile and general laid-back ease about life. Years ago, he was granted asylum due to dangerous conditions in his home country, and he's always been consistent with his HIV meds and visits. Instead of talking about his health, he asked me, "How long do you think I could survive without my HIV meds?" I told him the truth, that missing even a few doses would lead to viral rebound, missing weeks to months could mean drug resistance, immune system collapse, and serious consequences. He responded that he was terrified that he would be forcibly removed from the country and wanted to know if he could survive it. His fear isn't abstract. I'll let all the comments speak for themselves for the sake of time. San Antonio, following SB4, cannot prohibit coordination with ICE, but San Antonio can allow officers to use their good experiences and discretion without prohibiting coordination. There are two ways SAPD can do that. First, write a policy allowing discretion in how officers respond to administrative warrants and other calls from ICE. Local law enforcement triage threats on a daily basis. They can choose to respond to high-priority crime and public safety calls, and they can stand by and report what they're seeing and start to serve as a real force for safety in our communities. Second, strengthen protections for victims and people in health emergencies. Them not calling makes our city less safe for everyone. This is an opportunity for police officers to powerfully increase their public trust. Let's create an environment that allows our city to thrive, and let's not turn San Antonio into a place where people are afraid to refill their HIV medications, send their children to school, or call 911. I urge you to write policies founded in community trust and ensure that no resident of San Antonio is forced to choose between their well-being and their safety. Thank you.
Shelby Laffery. Shelby Laffery. Okay. Pedro Ruiz. Followed by Sarah Cruz and Hannah Esh Gates.
Hello, Mayor. I'm going to give my time to Antonio Diaz. He also signed up to speak.
Sir, your name is Pedro Ruiz?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 150. Okay. Okay, you have 4 minutes, sir. Thanks.
Qualiao, Piali, Nilsi. We Native people were the first to be iced out of our land, deported, removed, treated as inhuman savages, even though we're human beings. A gentleman brought up the Comanche massacre. The way it was written, it was flipped, right? That the Comanches massacred. When it was they were massacred, they and their families, their wives, their children, thrown into the river, hung on the old oak trees that used to be here at Main Plaza. A lady with a PhD over here brought up the San Jacinto battle, where the Anglos and the Texicans, Tejanos, defeated Santa Ana. There were 600 Zapotecos natives left to rot in the field. They were fighting against slavery. Mexico had already abolished slavery since 1829. The Battle of 1836 was over slavery because all the Anglos that Santa Ana and Mexico gave empresarios, which means they were renting land to them, rebelled to take the land and establish slavery, continued slavery after 1829. That was what the Battle of the Alamo, where the Anglos were defeated. They were slave owners. They were not freedom fighters. That is the story in the history of the United States. It calls itself such a democracy and freedom-fighting nation, when in reality it had always been a bigoted, racist country, always. In the 1960s, after battles and battles to gain civil rights, it started to change. It started to become more just. Some equality amongst all races. Everyone starting to be treated as equals and human beings. Well, that is being turned back with MAGA and Donald Trump in the office. We have Greg Abbott in office that has put razor wires in the Rio Bravo for families to be able to cut up children and die there. That is Texas law. We Native people have no status in Texas because of Marabou Lamar. See, I know my history. Most Natives know their history. This is a racist nation and a very racist state. We are about changing it. Trump is one man, he will expire just like Hitler did. The German people now have a good country, and they work well with the rest of the European states. Hopefully the United States will one day recover that after Donald Trump and start working with Mexico, Canada, Greenland, and Central and South America, again, as their neighbors, as their allies and friends, and start respecting all people. We have something called habeas corpus in the Constitution. I'm a constitutionalist, by the way. I believe in the Constitution. I'm also a veteran. I've served this nation. But I protected the Constitution, not a tyrant, not a wannabe dictator. These Republicans that are kissing boots, doing gerrymandering and redistricting districts to serve Donald Trump, are more just bootlicking KKK. I call out the Republican Party to grow a spine, and represent your people, all you people, not just your white supremacist racist people, all the people that live within your districts and your areas. Serve your people. And let's take the lawsuit on. Let's take it again. Let us resist SB 4, 287B, all that. San Antonio can resist it. I will pay my taxes for you, for everyone here. Let's just say, go ahead and sue us. Go ahead and sue us, Greg Abbott. We'll pay it.
Sarah Cruz. Sarah Cruz, Hannah Esch Gates, William Ripto.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Do you want me to pause? Okay.
Go ahead, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Cruz, and I am here on behalf of the ACLU of Texas and as a member of this SA Stands Coalition to stand in solidarity with my community members that are seeking transparency, accountability, and meaningful action from our elected officials to protect San Antonio residents. Thank you, City Council members, for calling this special meeting and for the opportunity to raise our concerns. At a moment where people are being disappeared by federal immigration enforcement agents, even making San Antonio among the cities with the most ICE arrests in the country, residents deserve answers. We understand that laws like Senate Bill 4 require Texas law enforcement agencies, including SAPD, to honor ICE detainers and that no policy may prohibit them from cooperating with ICE or other federal agencies. However, local officials and law enforcement continue to have wide discretion as to how they interact with ICE and other problematic federal agencies. As part of ensuring transparency and accountability when local officials do collaborate with ICE, this meeting is a good first step and must continue. The scenes of families being detained at the immigration courthouse, at their ICE check-ins, and on the street in San Antonio are unfortunately familiar to us all. But I want to highlight the tactics that ICE agents are using against people. In addition to racially profiling individuals, agents are using chokeholds, including a report of one 16-year-old in Houston, threatening to tear gas homes, cutting the electricity of homes, and other uses of excessive force. Then, as you have already heard, a newly revealed internal ICE memo stated that officers and agents can forcibly enter homes without a judicial warrant signed by a judge, rubber stamping the intentional violation of people's constitutional rights. When SAPD chooses to prioritize a request from ICE over their other public safety efforts, this is the agency their time, officers, and resources are supporting. This does not make San Antonio safer, and officers shouldn't be co-opted into the efforts of an agency creating a civil rights crisis. After the passage of SB 4, the City of Austin took action by passing Freedom City's policies to help uphold the rights of their residents. San Antonio can do the same. Our team and coalition would like to work with your office to craft policies that safeguard the rights and dignity of San Antonio residents. Thank you for your time.
Hannah Esch Gates, followed by William Ripto, and then Cristina San Miguel.
Good afternoon. I'm an immigration lawyer, but more importantly, I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm concerned about the safety of my neighbors and my friends. A lot of people have mentioned the raid that happened in November off of San Pedro, and I want to talk specifically about one young man who was taken that night by federal agents with the support of SAPD. I represent that young man, and he had already won his immigration case several years ago. He has indefinite legal status here in this country, no criminal convictions, no ties to any gangs. That night, he finished his shift at work and he went to eat at some food trucks. He was sitting in his car when it was surrounded by federal agents. Without asking him any questions, those agents busted every window in his car except for the windshield. They pulled him out, put him on a bus, shackled him, cuffed him, and took him to another facility. Only then did they ask him for ID or any evidence of his immigration status. When my client presented his driver's license and his social security card, I said they were fake, and they put him in detention. I don't know where those documents are today, since they were not in his wallet when the wallet was returned to him after we secured his release after 4 weeks in detention. Anyone who is here to support ICE, and council members, let me tell you that my client's license looks just like yours. His social security card looks just like yours. He has legal immigration status like you likely do. There is no legal reason for him to be a target for enforcement, and he spent 4 weeks in a prison, separated from his young children, and still struggling to pay for more than $2,000 worth of damage to his car. Don't think that that couldn't happen to any of us. The leadership of this city and law enforcement have a mandate to look after the well-being and safety of the residents. I've spoken to people who are afraid to call the police to report domestic violence. Children are being kept home from school. There's rising food insecurity because people are afraid to leave their homes. The way ICE is operating in this country is incompatible with the safety and the well-being of the residents of San Antonio.
William Ripto, Cristina San Miguel, Miguel Rodriguez.
Howdy, my name is William Thomas Ripito. I live in District 10 under Representative Mark Wright, and I'm here to oppose any cooperation with ICE, and I dare say they should be removed from this city and never step foot here ever again. I have the Supreme Court case of Noam v. Vázquez Perdomo, which gave ICE free rein to go after anyone using any one of 4 factors. 1, the presence of any particular location, such as bus stops and stores. 2, the types of jobs they work, such as construction and landscaping. 3, whether they speak Spanish or English with an accent. 4, their apparent race or ethnicity. As Justice Sotomayor said, quote, the government has all but declared that Latinos, U.S. citizens or not, are fair game to be seized at any time, end quote. According to the 2020 census, about 1.5 million people live in San Antonio, with roughly 64% of the population being Hispanic. That makes around 950,000 San Antonians a target to these illegal ICE raids. ICE is nothing more than a state-sponsored terrorist, and there is no cooperation, no negotiation with these thugs, only just removal. And before y'all dare to try to hide behind the 2017-2023 Senate Bill 4s, here's a quote from Thomas Jefferson. If a law is unjust, a man is not only right to disobey it, he is obligated to do so. And finally, to all ICE agents and anyone considering working with them, if you want to kidnap our neighbors, our friends, and our family, come and fucking take them.
Cristina San Miguel. Miguel Rodriguez. Cristina San Miguel. Okay. Miguel Rodriguez. Okay. Joe Garza. Joe Garza. Okay. Followed by Jessica Lambrecht and Esmeralda Alde.
Hello, my name is Joe Garza. I'm part of District 8, and I kind of want to tell you what happened today. So I got here about 12 o'clock, and I am, as you know, against, I'm for ICE, and what has happened, can I reclaim my time? Okay, so I've been harassed outside, I've been fat shamed, I've been against gays. They've been hating on me, calling me faggots and all kinds of words. I think it's really sad. They say it's a room of love, and it's not. As you can see, they just tried to stop somebody from their first speech, having Hernando Arce speak. That's his First Amendment right. Also, the other thing that I have done was I told everybody that they can cut in line, and nobody cut in line. It was pretty amazing. Nobody cut in line. That is law and order. That is orderly. So law enforcement works, order works, and the city SAPD is offering perimeter security. They need to secure ICE. They need to secure the protesters. They need to keep them separate and let ICE do their job. There wouldn't be any incidences like what has happened in San Antonio and the United States. So I ask you to please work with ICE, not against. Work against ICE is dangerous for all, and I hope you sign the 287G and cooperate. Balcones Heights has signed the 287G, and I hope SAPD does.
Order.
Do you see what I mean?
Order. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's been like this all day. They're misrepresenting themselves. All they've talked about, I'll reclaim my time.
Continue, sir.
Thank you. Everybody's talking about immigration. We welcome immigration, but they need to do it the right way. This is all about illegal immigrants. I thank you for your time.
Jessica Lambrecht. Jessica.
I'm also a Jewish citizen.
Jessica. Okay. Jessica Lambrecht. Yeah, she gave her time to Adesela. Order. Jessica Lambrecht, followed by Esmeralda Alde. Abigail Stevens.
Ms. Lambert had to leave.
Okay, you're Esmeralda.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. And then Abigail Stevens, and then Debbie Benke.
Thank you, Mayor Jones and City Council, for the time this evening. I am going to be relaying some messages on behalf of our families that are communicated in Spanish, so I'd like to keep to the authenticity of their messaging. Could I possibly get additional time to be able to translate?
You'll have an additional 2 minutes, so 4 minutes total.
Thank you so much. Like I said, my name is Esmeralda Alday. I am here representing the families that we support through Schools, an organization that supports families and our schools to ensure that our learning spaces are safe and welcoming environments for students regardless of their status. So I'm going to start with sharing direct testimonials from families that have been shared with me. These have been shared in confidence through families that we've built trust with. The majority of these moms are Spanish speaking, and they reside throughout the city of San Antonio. Our offices are located in District 5, so we do heavily support families on the west side of San Antonio. I'm going to start with the first mom here. Quiero preguntarle si usted sabe de alguna escuela en línea en la que puedo inscribir a mi niña ahora con esto de inmigración. Tenemos mucho miedo. La quiero sacar de la escuela, pero no quiero que se quede sin estudios. I'd like to ask if you know of any resources for online schooling for my daughter. With all of this stuff happening with immigration, we have a lot of fear. I want to take her completely out of school, but I don't want her to stay without an education. Second message, yo tengo mucho miedo llevar mi niño a la escuela. Hoy no lo llevaré porque publicaron que ICE está acá. This one is recent. I am very afraid of taking my son to school. I'm not going to take him to school today. There's reports that ICE is in the area. This is a family, a mom that lives on the border of Balcones Heights and the San Antonio ISD border. A third message, estoy intrigada sobre este tema de los niños en las escuelas. A mí me da miedo enviar mi niño, name of school, y la verdad ya no sé si enviarlos o no, no sé qué hacer. I am very perplexed about this issue with our students in our schools. I am afraid of sending my child to this school, and truly, I'm not sure whether I should keep sending them or not. I don't know what to do. So what we're hearing here is confusion, fear, what are our guarantees of safety in our schools, and this isn't just one school district that we are speaking on behalf of, or parents that attend several school districts across the city. Last message here, trabajamos con miedo y incertidumbre, el no saber qué va a pasar, no nos vamos a rendir, lo único que podría terminar con nosotros es que ya no acepten nuestros hijos en las escuelas. We work with fear and incertitude, not knowing what's going to happen. Of course, we're not going to give up. The only thing that would completely tear us down is knowing that schools would no longer be safe places for our students. And so these are messages that we've been hearing over the course of, I would say 7 years. I've been a public educator for 20 years. I now work in the nonprofit sector. I taught newcomers, middle school students for many years. This is terror that I've heard from families throughout my tenure as an educator, but never to this degree. These are families that won't be here, that can't be here. We also have educators that don't feel comfortable coming and speaking here just because of a fear of retaliation or retribution in a state like Texas. These are the words of our families. Thank you for your time. Thank you for protecting our schools and our families. I'm going to ask, if possible, that Region 20 or that the superintendents in the area come together and come up with a proactive plan so that we're not where Minneapolis is right now. Thank you.
Abigail Stevens. Abigail Stevens. Followed by Debbie Benke and Viridiana Carizales.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Abigail Stevens, and I'm a lifelong resident of San Antonio. I'm here today because of my deep love for the city and the community that we've created. I want to begin by reminding you all of something that is often forgotten about your positions. You work for every single person that you see in front of you today. What the public says here matters more than any pressure from the state and more than any so-called higher authority. SB 8 is being presented as something you must comply with. Every system that causes harm is presented the exact same way. Our federal government selectively ignores laws it finds inconvenient. So don't you dare even say that this is about the law. This obsession with your legality in the face of oppression will be the death of us. The truth is, you have a choice, and that choice demands an honest answer. So think, what is your purpose in your position? Why are you in that seat? Is it so that you can turn your back on all of us while ICE is terrorizing our community? Is it so that you can keep your job while our neighbors get ripped out of theirs? So I ask you, are your hands truly tied, or are you just choosing to turn away while ICE is tying up people's entire bodies? Mayor, Council, now is the time to choose. Will you stand up for the people of San Antonio, or will you back down? Compliance has never protected people. It never has. When SAPD is pulled into immigration enforcement, you do not create safety, you foster fear. SAPD cannot protect or serve this community while having any cooperation with ICE. You still have agency. You can limit cooperation. You can refuse to volunteer city resources for injustice. We would not be the first city to do so, and we would not be the last. During the civil rights era, cities and local officials chose resistance over compliance when state and federal mandates enforced discrimination. Many other cities chose compliance on the grounds of following the law, and trust me, history judged them harshly for it. History remembers choices, and it will remember yours.
Debbie Benke. Debbie Benke. Viridiana Carizales. Kristen Coltharp. Claudia Torkelson. Justice Martinez. Followed by Janelle Ortega and Daniel Hatem.
Hello, my name is Justice Martinez, as you just said, and I take pride in that name, specifically justice. And what I see is a lot of injustice. I see a lot of threats, a lot of discrimination, racism, all this BS that's happening right here. Why is it that we have someone like in New York, Zoran Mandani, who has condemned ICE and is able to, as a mayor, as an elected mayor by his community, has said, hey, these people are threatening our citizens, our people, and has said, hey, I don't want them in my city. Yet I have yet heard anything from you, Gina, a person who I voted for. I'm a constituent here of District 9. Did not vote for you, Misty, but I hope that you, after hearing all of these citizens, all these people who are voted citizens, we have a little bit of a change of mindset here. We can stand against ICE, against tyranny, against fascism. Right now, we have all these laws and stuff like that, and there is people more qualified than I who have spoke on the legality of this. But I want to speak to you human to human, every single one of you, our elected officials that are supposed to represent our city. This is the power of the people. Every single person who's come out here today, who's stood forward, put their life on the line, because yes, our name's on here. I guarantee it does not give a fuck. They do not care, right? We are putting our lives on the line just to speak and voice our concerns. I have 30 cops in my neighborhood. Why are there 30 cop cars? Don't know how many cops were in those cars. Why are there 30 cop cars driving through my neighborhood at 11:30 p.m. at night? That's crazy. That's insane. We're not going to allow this fascism to exist. I ask you, every single one of you, to denounce this fascist regime, to denounce ICE. Thank you.
Janelle Ortega. Janelle Ortega. Daniel Hatem. Daniel Hatem. Okay. Followed by Briar Barrera and then Ruben Arceniega.
Hello, my name is Daniel Hatum, and I'm a civil rights attorney here in San Antonio. But the thing I want to talk about tonight is not what I do for a living, but how inspired I have been today. And the people who have come up here, while sometimes rough around the edges, I've also noticed there are others who are shaking like a leaf, nervous. But they stood up with courage in their hearts, doing what they didn't want to do because they knew they needed to defend their neighbors. I know that that very courage not just exists in San Antonio, but on the city council as well. And the reason that those folks were up here tonight is because we must be spurred into action after what has happened in our country, and because there are steps that this city council can take to do so. But first, we must be spurred to action. After the killing of Nicole Renee Good, many folks are wondering, who is next? If one innocent life can be taken, when will another be taken? The reality is that it's not just Nicole Renee Good, but it is many folks across the country who have been placed in immigration detention, whether lawful or not, who have lost their lives. Last year was one of the deadliest years on record for ICE detention. And in fact, just recently, in the Camp East Montana facility, there was a death that a medical examiner ruled was a homicide as a result of the folks working in that ICE detention facility. The people here tonight are here to try to stand up for their neighbors that I have represented who are stuck in immigration detention, in illegal detention, because they don't want to see the same thing happen to them. And this city council is not powerless to do anything about it. Mayor Ortiz, at the beginning of today, you had asked questions about whether there were steps the city could take. For example, something like telling folks their rights when SAPD is investigating someone for their immigration background. And in fact, this is a policy that the city of Austin implemented, and they implemented in 2018, nearly 8 years ago, and they haven't been enjoined by 2017 SB4. So insofar as you're hearing that you're powerless to do something, those are statements you should push back against, and I'm happy to act as a resource to help you with that.
Briar Barrera. Briar Barrera. Ruben Arceniega. Followed by Tim Wright and David Maldonado.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Real quickly, for the most part, everything has been said. I think I take great pride in our community and their ability to stand tall amidst the difficulties that we face. But more importantly, I want to focus on not necessarily the activities, or rather the actions that you will have to take once we exit this meeting, but also the idea that we're here to civically engage, protect, defend, and work with our communities, not necessarily just for the sake of immigration, but the sake of human rights. At this point, like everyone has said, there have been injury, there have been deaths, there have been homicide, but history will judge us correctly if in fact we decide to do the right thing. Let's be honest with ourselves, it's not that hard. I would advocate and say this: please do not collaborate with ICE, because if we decide to go forward in that step, understand there will be implications for our largely Latino minority community. More importantly, there are people that are not able to be here today with us. And even though that's a reality, that doesn't mean that they're not heard. That's why we're here today, to advocate and to speak to that. And lastly, I'll say this, it's not controversial, but more specifically to all the Latino men who advocate for ICE, who advocate for racial injustice, who advocate for this prejudice that we call immigration policy, understand that you will be next too. And there are some of those men I know standing in this hall today. They must understand there will be no limits to this. So whether you agree with me or not, I say this: please help defend our most vulnerable communities. We believe that you can do it. It won't be easy, but in addition, we're with you. So understand you have that support. Now is not the time for cowards and people that don't have spines. Thank you.
Tim Wright. Tim Wright, followed by David Maldonado, and then Mary Salcedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
and I appreciate you taking the time to hear all of our voices. I just wanted to start out by saying there's been a lot of talk about the deaths of citizens at the hands of ICE, but I wanted to highlight two major incidences. One was 52 migrants that were killed, left in the back of a semi-trailer here in San Antonio, and that was due to illegal traffickers bringing those people in with no safeguards, and those are 52 deaths that happened right here. And then also, over the last 4 years, we've had 300,000 migrant children who have been gone missing and who have been trafficked. And fortunately, the new administration has been to, just as last count 2 days ago, has been able to recover 162,000. ICE and HSI has been able to recover, confirmed, 167,000 of those missing children. And all of you here on the City Council and the Mayor, you do take an oath to uphold the rule of law. And in the United States, the rule of law is what separates us from civilization and from anarchy. And I would highly recommend, given the state of the open borders we had in the last 4 years and the unprecedented millions of illegal aliens that invaded the country, that you not only do the bare minimum to partner with Plan B, with Senate Bill B, and also 287, and 287, that I would actually advocate.
Order. Please finish your sentence, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, because they interrupted my time.
Okay. Please finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I would recommend that you actually not only look to the bare minimum to cooperate with ICE and the federal government and the state, with SAPD and the sheriff's office, but you try to think of ways to work with them and to make their job easier.
Thank you, sir.
And to help protect them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
David Maldonado. Followed by Mary Saucedo and then Zach Vigil Minyard. Thank you.
I'm going to talk a little fast because I was under the impression that we had 3 minutes. Amidst all the other commenters' empirical data, I would like to use my time to address the council not only directly but personally. District 1, core. Your pillars are infrastructure, public safety, parks, community centers, small businesses, and affordable housing in District 1. And you are not only aware, but extremely vocal about how ICE affects your district, its constituents, and its community. This is what we need more of. District 2, Jalen McKee Rodriguez. Pillars on equitable investment in our city's infrastructure, increased focus on social determinants of health, accountability, and transparency in city operations, and the reimagination of public safety to prevent crime. You openly advocate in your re-election campaign to ensure that city maintains no contracts with ICE, and you also openly oppose any migrant detention centers in District 2. This is what we appreciate and need more of from the rest of your city council members. District 3, Phyllis Viagran. Not here right now, but I wish you could hear me. She was an elementary school teacher, then moved to the SAPD police force as a domestic violence advocate, moving to the tourism industry, and having more in between then and now to her role as a city member council. And I don't mean to speak for her, but her resume clearly shows that San Antonio embodies her entire career. You grew up in the South Side, and again, I don't mean to speak on your behalf even further, but my mom grew up in the South Side of San Antonio, so I know how proud South Side San Antonians can be. I also know that I could not find anywhere her stance on ICE. I could not find anywhere her stance, whether for or against ICE. I can only hope that you stand against them in tandem with your background, but frankly, your lack of public disclosure on your stance in tandem with your background is extremely discouraging to that idea. District 4, Edward Munguia. You pillar on advocating for residents to ensure better quality infrastructure projects, greater access to city services. I'm going to run through because I'm running out of time. I'm sorry, but I would like to address Mark White specifically. You support law enforcement openly, and while I have no problem with that, you cannot use that in tandem with supporting ICE. ICE is not a respectable law enforcement entity. In the 2025 San Antonio ICE protests, you called them distasteful, openly and publicly. What is so distasteful about a peaceful protest? I question further what you find so distasteful about a protest that openly condemns ICE raiding schools. Your kids attend schools. God forbid ICE decides that your schools are next. God forbid that you
Thank
aid...
you. Sir, you can submit the rest of your comments for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Saucedo. Mary Saucedo. Zach Vigil Minyard, followed by Noel Segapelli and Marissa Grimaldo.
Hello, my name is Zach Vigil Minyard from District 1. I am deeply sickened by the daily news of the continuous malpractice of ICE across America. We all see the violence perpetrated on American citizens by these mass thugs. We witness the constitutional and human right violations being recorded for the White House's propaganda on social media, and we see our public leaders either cheer on this Gestapo or turn a blind eye to its atrocities. SAPD's assistance in ICE raids is unacceptable. These men and women who claim to protect and serve this community are aiding in the harassment and illegal detainment of its people. Any assistance an SAPD gives to ICE deems them accomplices in these atrocities. And if their defense is that they're just doing their job, I recommend seeking new employment. I personally know people who have been wrongfully harassed by ICE. I know teachers who have told me about their students whose parents and siblings have been taken from them. And I ask, who is this benefiting? How is this doing a service to San Antonio? Our vice president has made it clear that ICE is above the law and will never have to answer for their atrocities. I cannot think of anything worse for our city or our country than our pedophile president's lawless secret police conducting an ethnic cleansing in the guise of making this country great again. I strongly urge all San Antonio agencies to cut ties and cease all collaborations with ICE. I also ask our elected leaders to push against the pressures of Abbott and Trump. We, the people, are paying attention, and we will remember who was here for us in these troubled times. Thank you.
Noel Segapelli. Marissa Grimaldo. Followed by Juan Rivera and Diana Flores Uriegas.
I am tired of this show that conflates this meeting with public safety. If this body was actually concerned about public safety, then Mark White would have his driver's license revoked. If this meeting was about public safety, we would be calling for the immediate arrest of Renee Nicole Good's killer, Jonathan Ross. If this meeting was about public safety, we would pass legislation to ban masks on these terrorist thugs. If this meeting was about safety, the mayor wouldn't capitulate to white supremacists in these chambers. But this couldn't possibly be about safety because ICE is not compatible with public safety. ICE directly opposes public safety. ICE is a threat to our safety, to all of us. Their violence is indiscriminate, and ICE is incompatible with safety because ICE is state-sponsored terrorism. And let's be clear, it's also not about trust or transparency. It feels a little performative when council members White and Spears met with ICE officials last week before even hearing from their own constituents. I mean, actually, between Mark's texting and snack breaks, he spent more time with ICE officials than with the residents of this city that he claims to represent. We want accountability from ICE, but we need accountability from this body too, from this council. And we urge council members to actually speak with organizers who have been boots on the ground for our immigrant siblings, and to stop acting like your hands are tied. There are ways to honor the oaths that you took and protect your constituents. You hear the people's opinions here today. Well, at least the members that are present. My council isn't present. But it's the popular opinion of the people. We demand no immunity for ICE, no collaboration with ICE. Thank you.
Juan Rivera, followed by Diana Flores Uriegas, and then Kevin Meislin.
Good evening. I had good afternoon earlier. My name is Juan Rivera. I'm in District 4. I am asking today for us to prioritize dignity. I was recently told by an educator in Edgewood ISD that an ICE arrest happened outside an elementary campus next to a convenience store. My statement is not about contesting federal authority, but to protect dignity. The issue is when and where these actions happen, especially when they can occur right next to our schools and perhaps hospitals. I believe the city can voice time, place, and manner without being labeled obstructionist. For safety of students and the dignity of families, I'm asking the city to explore creating protective zones around educational institutions as well as other locations of vulnerability, similar to other public safety buffer zones the city already recognizes. This would not interfere with federal law. It would reflect our local values and our responsibility to protect kids. If this already exists, please make it public to assure students and families. The Supreme Court has made clear in Plyler v. Doe, 1982, that undocumented students, all students have the right to an uninterrupted public education. The city of San Antonio can help protect that promise by ensuring schools remain safe and stable and for at least in those moments, avoiding the distractions created by federal operations. At the end of the day, protecting dignity, especially that of our children, should come first. Thank you.
Diana Flores Uriegas. Okay. Kevin Meislin. Kevin Meislin. Okay. Kyle Sinclair. Angel Garza. Lusana Santibanez. Sir, are you Angel Garza? Okay. Angel Garza, followed by Lusana Santibanez, and then Erica Quiroz.
Good evening, Mayor Gina Jones and City Council. My name is Angel Garza. I'm from District 3. I'm a husband, father of 3. I'm a proud son of the late Teresa Ledesma Garza. I'm a local artist, creative, and a musician. I'm here today to use my First Amendment right to help my neighbors and Tejanos too scared to voice their concerns. What I'm about to say is out of love and reverence for my city and beautiful people that call it home. This year, a group of armed men composed of convicted felons and gross opportunists have made America's cities more unsafe and left a path of destruction and violence in their wake. ICE, under DHS, disappeared 622,000 people, been responsible for 30+ deaths in their custodies, and have maimed and blinded citizens exercising their constitutional rights. If that's not enough, there also have been cruelly separated children, grandparents, and families. Sadly, our federal tax dollars pay for this bullshit. It pays for this bullshit. This tyrannical machine, but the local taxes pay for local law enforcement to protect and serve us. Now, an unlawful group is here. Soon, you will have to make a choice. You either be complicit in this historical shame and stand up and protect the laws of the people that you swore an oath to. But I can proudly say that I know what side of history I will be on. I urge you to be strong and be a force actively that supports liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Please hold these lawbreakers accountable, protect our Constitution, the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic. I say rise up against this injustice, and thank you, and God bless.
Lusana Santibanez, Erica Quiroz, Jasmine Herrera, followed by Kristen Hook and Anna Smitherman.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Herrera. I'm with the Coalition for Dignified Housing, board member for HWRA and Colonialismo Brown Berets. I'm just gonna read a quote that I had heard. Terrible things are happening outside. Poor helpless people are being dragged outside of their homes. Families are torn apart. Men, women, and children are separated. Children come home from school to find that their parents have disappeared. Diary of Anne Frank, January 13th, 1943. Today is January 22nd, 2026. This is happening right now. We are going backwards. Just really think about that. And I wanted to go against this with the police working with ICE. I know I don't have a lot of time, but I have a lot more to say. I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
Jasmine Herrera, you can submit the rest of your comments for the record if you'd like to do so. Kristen Hook, followed by Anna Smitherman and Chris Coons.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dr. Kristen Hook. Me parezco como una gringa, pero soy media latina. I'm a Democrat running for U.S. Congress in Texas's 21st Congressional District, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the constituents that I hope to represent here in San Antonio. I'm urging you to vote no on any measure that would have San Antonio police coordinate with ICE. As a scientist, I'm reminded of the Stanford prison experiment. In that study, students were given power as guards with little oversight, and it quickly turned into abuse, forcing the study to end early. Not because they were evil, but because absolute power corrupts absolutely. That lesson matters today. ICE was created under the guise to keep our communities safe, but it has done anything but. They're operating with extraordinary authority and zero accountability, resulting in terror on our streets, a mother being shot in the head, children being tear gassed, and now death by strangulation in El Paso of a Cuban detainee. ICE claimed that was suicide, and it wasn't, according to a judge. An agency that has nothing to hide wouldn't wear masks, and they wouldn't lie about deaths in their custody. If Republicans in Congress won't stop the militarization of our communities and the aggressive targeting of immigrant families at schools and in healthcare facilities and places of worship, then I implore you to stop it by voting no on SAPD cooperation with ICE. San Antonio doesn't need families living in fear. Public safety depends on trust. And when immigrant communities are afraid to call 911, everyone is less safe. This is not about ideology, this is about governance. Choose accountability, choose safety, and choose the dignity of San Antonians. Thank you.
Anna Smitherman. Anna Smitherman. Chris Coons. Chris Coons. Erica Versalovic. Erica Versalovic. Leviathan Almonte. Leviathan Almonte. Diana Hux. Who's this? Ty, your name, please.
Erica Versalovic.
You're Erica. Okay, got it. The next person will be Leviathan Almonte, followed by Diana Huxek. Go ahead, thanks.
My name is Erica Versalovic, and I am a proud resident of Beacon Hill and a constituent of District 1. I stand here today as a San Antonio community member, pleading you to help protect those we love and who call your districts home. I'm a volunteer at a nonprofit that combats food insecurity through garden-based learning and regular produce and food distribution. This year, we have seen children show up alone looking for food, their parents too afraid to come. Those same children drop down and run at the sight of a white van for fear that it is ICE. Coming to the door to drop off food, a child said to me, "Knocks on the door make my mom tremble in fear. Instead, can you tap your fingers on the window like a song?" I talk to parents terrified each morning when their kids go to school, increasingly close to keeping their children at home. But as we have seen this past week on the west side with reports of ICE going door to door, being home too is increasingly dangerous. The people of this city, of your districts, are living in terror. To allow any city resources to funnel into ICE operations is to fund violence and harm to your district members. To do so in a city that already struggles to find sufficient city resources to fund basic city needs like functional infrastructure, food programs, essential healthcare, and keeping school doors open is absolutely unacceptable. All of us here know that there is more that we can do to combat ICE's presence and protect the city. We do not need to look far to see examples of protective actions, as others have mentioned. Austin City Council passed its Freedom City policies that prevent the risk of ICE detainment upon arrest for minor misdemeanors, requires officers to advise everyone of their basic rights, and for them to provide basic transparency for the ways that it assists ICE operations. As a lifelong Texan, I know that the oppressive power of state politics can be overwhelmingly restraining. But as San Antonians, we are also acutely aware of the power of collective care and the agency that can be found when we're willing to be scrappy, creative, persistent, and unyielding. It is this work that I call you all to today. Thank you.
Leviathan Almonte, followed by Diana Huxek, and then Lindsay Andrews.
Hello, my name is Leviathan Almonte, born and raised San Antonio, Southside San Antonio to represent. I want to speak out against the disgusting atrocities that ICE has been committing, and I would encourage that the rest of you actually think critically about this, seeing that we have proof, visual proof, time and time again, even just testimonies from people that ICE is just unjust and unlawful and will kill anybody they see fit. It doesn't matter what the law is. They have proven time and time again they will not follow the law. And it is discouraging and disgusting to go outside and see my neighborhoods becoming empty because nobody wants to go outside because they're too afraid that they are either going to get shot or deported, even though they have been living here for countless years. And it is disgusting seeing that my high school I was told that my high school was going to be a part of another ICE raid. For what? They're just kids trying to learn. What threat could they possibly pose? Gang violence? What gangs? What proof? It's your responsibility to keep us safe. How is collaborating with literal fascists safe? And let me remind people that yes, it may be reminiscent of Nazi Germany, but America did it first because America would tear gas immigrants at the border, and it did not stop until the 70s. Mexicans, Latino Americans were being tear gassed. They were being stripped, beaten, abused, and raped at the border, trying to get a better life in America. And this is what we did to them. And we are doing it again today after we tried to end it back in the 70s. All that I ask is that we do not collaborate with ICE at all. Thank you.
Diana Huxek. Diana Huxek. Lindsay Andrews. Soraya Centeno. Isabel Herrera. Hi, your name, please. Okay, please come forward. Followed by Isabel Herrera and Jonah Wilson Leos.
if I may have a little more time to try to translate my speech in Spanish, if that's okay with you.
You'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you for having me here. I appreciate all of your time. When I was little, I used to get all excited when at my elementary school, police officers went to host a program called DARE. It was to prevent children from the dangers of drugs. I used to think it was admirable how the police officers fought crimes, how they were there to protect us. I used to look up for them. For me, law enforcement officers were meant to serve and protect the community around them, no matter who they were, where they're from, where they were born, whom they loved, or what beliefs they had. What's happening today in different states and cities may raise that belief and admiration towards them. If someone has an accident, if someone is extorted, if someone is being robbed, if someone is being raped, if someone is suffering domestic violence, which we already know is hard for victims to come forward, would calling the police mean destroying their daily lives and futures? Because now they would have to be worrying about being deported. How many more families will get separated for a traffic stop? Not for not having a criminal record, which most of them don't, but the reason of the traffic violations will be having no license, which is not even an option for them. Because if they had the opportunity of acquiring one, they would. Just like they actually pay car insurances, car registrations, taxes, and many more things required by law. A family will get torn apart and destroyed for this. Children will get traumatized for life. The emotional damage that this is causing to human beings and to our community is unbearable. When will the community be able to trust a police officer if they start cooperating with ICE? When will people feel safe to ask for help if the help becomes a danger? My admiration and respect for law enforcement officers is something that I grew up with, but this kind of policies will make it so difficult for me to continue having. We have lived among our immigrant communities for decades, and most of them are hardworking, decent human beings with no criminal records, who are contributing, who are building and helping our economy. We don't need to be a blue state to start making a change for all of our community. Instead of dividing, discriminating, or bringing fear, why not make programs to bring us more together? Let's grow together as a community. Let's move forward, not backwards. Cuando yo estaba pequeña en mi escuela elemental, había un programa que se llamaba DARE, donde los policías iban y nos enseñaban cómo nos protegían de las drogas que estaban allá afuera. Yo pensaba que eso era un trabajo admirable. Yo miraba a los policías con admiración, porque ellos estaban ahí para protegernos, estaban ahí para proteger a todos, no importaba de dónde vinieran, a quién amaban, dónde habían nacido o sus creencias. Lo que está pasando hoy en diferentes ciudades puede ser que esa admiración se nos quite. Si alguien tiene un accidente o si alguien está siendo extorsionado, si alguien está siendo robado o si alguien está siendo violado, si alguien está sufriendo de violencia doméstica, que sabemos que ahorita para las víctimas es muy difícil hablar de ese tema. Hablarle a la policía significará que les va a destruir su vida y su futuro, porque ahora eso significa que pueden ser deportados. ¿Cuántas más familias van a ser separadas por una violación de tráfico?
You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Isabel Herrera.
Hi, I'm Isabel, and I'm allocating my time to Ruby.
Okay. Ruby Jimenez, okay?
Yes.
Followed by Jonah Wilson Leos and Koi Raka. You have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ruby. I'm a constituent in District 3. The last time I was here was to demand a public oversight hearing for accountability and transparency of SAPD's collaboration with ICE after the raid of November 16th. Since then, we found out the drug charges that led to the entire raid were dropped, and still out of 143 people detained, most of their details are still unknown. Even to this day, if you look up the operation, you'll still see words like alleged, believed to be, things like that, with no evidence to date of gang affiliation. I'm not understanding why a federal agency that receives $45 billion per year now needs city resources to carry anything out. I'm not understanding why SB 4 is being brought up as an excuse to support a federal agency that murdered an unarmed woman in broad daylight with no investigation into the matter, especially when we consider that SB 4 is a law that says we can't pass any laws prohibiting immigration enforcement. It doesn't say we have to comply at their every beck and call or throw city taxpayer dollars at every whim or unsubstantiated accusation they make against our neighbors. A resolution can be passed requiring city approval and specific criminal warrants before any city resources can be used, right? That doesn't stop them from tearing down people's property to detain someone like News 4 reported just a couple days ago in Balcones Heights. Or a resolution like the Freedom City Act that Austin passed in 2008. These are great examples of what we can implement in this city. You could pass a mandate for reporting within 72 hours of any joint enforcement. That doesn't stop them from showing up to the courthouse and meeting their quotas of separating families. So there's a lot of things that we can do that actually wouldn't prohibit the very immoral things that they're already doing. But it really is the bare minimum, and that's why I'm here today. I took time out of my workday to ask you for the bare minimum because of the terror that my friends and family have been experiencing is but a fraction of what our undocumented people's lived realities are. There is a profound amount of grief in this city by the way people are being treated, and if you're privileged enough to be removed from it, I need to let you know your constituents are paying attention. Just 2 nights ago, a woman asked, where are our elected officials during the protest held outside around these streets? And it's a common question. What I really want is the abolishment of ICE, but a lot of us in this room were around when ICE did not exist, so it's not an unfathomable concept. I understand your constraints at the local level, so I've given you examples of how we can alleviate material conditions for people in this city. So I hope we really don't continue to hear SB 4 brought up as an excuse as to why we can't do anything to rein in the terror that this agency is unleashing in our communities, because what's happening in Minnesota is not that far removed from us. For example, the people being detained over there are being brought to detention centers here in Texas. They're not even given adequate medical care. They're not being fed properly. And last time I checked, 47 is actively saying he doesn't need to follow court orders. So we're playing by very different rules here. And I know that we need to get creative, and I know that to do something and to take action can seem risky, but the bigger risk at this stage is for good people to stand by and do nothing. So thank you.
Jonah Wilson Leos. Jonah Wilson Leos. Is that you? Okay. Followed by Coy Roca, and then Isa Lee.
Good evening. My name is Jonah Alberto Wilson Leos, and my family has lived in this city for 4 generations. I am not just a constituent of District 9, this is my home. After Trump took office, I began organizing with others in my community because I knew that his rhetoric against Central and South Americans was going to lead to my neighbors being in trouble. And it has been 1 year since Trump was inaugurated. And in that year, we have seen these masked men come into our city and terrorize our neighborhoods. They terrorize our neighborhoods with complicity from you guys. And they, from our elected officials. Our elected officials tell us that ICE is here for public safety. Yet time and time again, we witness them bring chaos into our communities. They bring chaos by refusing to identify themselves. They bring chaos by refusing to identify themselves, and they bring chaos by unlawfully forcing people to identify themselves, and by unlawfully forcing their way into buildings, and by kidnapping people without warrant. San Antonio is known as Military City, the city of law and order, but what ICE is doing is not lawful. What happens to our immigrant brothers and sisters is not lawful, and what happened to Renee Good and Keith Porter was not lawful. When will our leadership come up with solutions? Why is it up to the constituency to do this for you? So your constituents demand that you require SAPD to inform people of their rights. Your constituency demands that SAPD submit a report anytime they collaborate with ICE, and that includes how many SAPD officers were involved, what other San Antonio departments were involved, and how much money was used. But also, let's be clear, we are not asking you to legislate our oppression. We are demanding that you stop participating in it. And this is the bare minimum that we ask of you, the bare minimum.
Coy Roca, followed by Isa Lee and Preston Rico.
What's good, y'all? How you doing, council members? How you doing, Mayor Ortiz? Do we need another recess yet? Are we okay? My name is Coy Roca. I'm a lot of things. I'm a community organizer, I'm a bartender, I'm a performer, and I was an educator for 3 years for SEUCISD and SAISD. I'm no longer an active educator. Despite that, I still hold a lot of memories of teaching close to me, including the not-so-great ones. The most pressing issue for me was ensuring the safety of my students, going so far as to plan escape routes for my kids to safely evacuate the classroom and the building in case of an emergency. Because in the current climate that we live in, that children are being raised in, it's become normal for them to fear for their lives when entering a building meant to teach them. There are students that don't know when or if they'll be able to come back home, and there's already enough fear in kids that they have about going to school. And now with ICE's straight-up invitation to our city, students who are already at risk have another traumatizing presence to face, because now there's kids who don't know whether they're making it home from being detained with no warrants for their arrest, or if they get home, if they're gonna have their hardworking parents home or not. Especially with how violently rampant ICE agents have been acting in neighboring communities towards all people of color, regardless of documentation status. ICE is tearing families apart for the sake of keeping those with proper documentation or not born with melanin in their skin safe. It's no longer a legal issue, it's a human rights issue. We're raising a generation where all they know is how to survive, not live. So how dare you? How dare you claim that your cooperation with ICE is for the sake of protecting your Latino community in San Antonio? How dare you see unmarked ICE vehicles and disguised ICE agents surrounding schools at dismissal time as anything but inhumane? How dare you swear up and down that separating children from their families is a necessary evil? How dare you continue to not only support these acts of terrorism, but actively let them aid in doing so? This city is built and run by Latinos, and how dare you not have a backbone to protect them from such heinous acts? Thank you for your time.
Isa Lee, followed by Preston Rico, and then Brett All.
Hi, I'm Isa Lee, District 2. Good evening, Mayor Jones, council members. Like many here, I see ICE as a terrorist organization it always has been, emboldened by racist rhetoric and a bloated budget. I want to see it abolished, but I am here today once again asking you to answer our call to do something concrete, push to the limits of your power and creativity, make an honest effort to hold our city and SAPD's cooperation with ICE accountable, meet us halfway, and work with our community to establish a city ordinance that requires city approval and a specific criminal warrant before any local resources are used in federal immigration enforcement, full transparency of any joint operation, disclose who was detained and why, and that federal agents provide identification, advance warrant disclosure, and post-operation reports. Many orgs here today are prepared to work with you in good faith to establish this city ordinance. Our communities have been doing the work unpaid and on call at all hours of the day to make sure our neighbors know their rights and aren't taken advantage of. We should not have to shoulder this burden, and at bare minimum, we have a right to know how our tax dollars are used for joint operations. It's worth reminding that undocumented immigrants contribute to these dollars, nearly $100 billion in federal, state, and local revenue in 2022, for example, all while being shut out from these programs that their taxes fund. Without a city ordinance meeting community demands, you sign off on the terrorism our communities face every day. Please take courage and do the right thing. Do it for the hundreds of students who've been walking out of school this week to protest ICE terror, afraid to be at school and afraid for their family and friends, looking for something concrete from you. Thank you.
Preston Rico, Brett All, followed by Giomara Bazalua and Gary Chick.
For centuries, every time the economy is in crisis, when capitalism is in crisis, we have had our elites, the billionaire class, with the media that they own, spread fear and commit violence to immigrants. When the economy is good, we welcome immigrants to exploit their labor. But when it's down, our government and those in power have always murdered and spread fear to immigrants and deported them. Even though this is a settler colonial nation with no foundation to talk of immigrants. Now we're here, ICE, it's a modern day slave patrol, murdering people and tearing apart families the same way the Texas Rangers did to immigrants earlier this century, and still wear their costume of ethnic cleansing today at the Alamo, the largest Confederate monument in this country. We are in a battle for the future of this country. Will we choose ourselves, the people, or will we remain in fear and not fight back? Everyone saw an ICE officer shoot a mother, Renee Good, in their own neighborhood in cold blood to start off our year. And the next thing he said was, fucking bitch. Are you kidding me? And he hasn't been prosecuted? He hasn't been thrown in jail? This can only lead us to believe that our government expects it to happen again. They expect us to get murdered, and they expect us to put up with it. And it's y'all's responsibility to not lead the way, it's actually to get behind the people and provide a platform for the people to stand up and fight for what is right. Thank you.
Giomara Bazaldua, Gary Chick, Becca Najera, followed by Tori Ramirez.
Thank you. I read through the comments on your website, and I see many people were concerned about the violence up in Minneapolis. I think one of the major reasons up there is that the local officials aren't cooperating with ICE. If they would allow ICE to go in and take the criminals in the jails instead of releasing them into the communities, then ICE wouldn't have to go in and extract them in the neighborhoods, creating that situation. Then also you have the rent-a-mobs that are being hired to go in there and create chaos and violence. Many people say that they're not criminals, they're just trying to work and support their families, but that's not true. ICE is going after some very serious criminals, murderers, child molesters, rapists, drug and human traffickers, and they need to be deported. But every single person that comes across the border illegally is a criminal. And every single person that came across during the last administration should be deported. Now, just because some aren't creating or aren't doing serious violent crimes, they're doing serious crimes. We're just starting to see the tip of the iceberg of what's going on in Minneapolis. The fraud for billions of dollars is going to end up being trillions of dollars across this country when it's all said and done. There's fraud in the SNAP programs. They're literally stealing food from the mouths of hungry children. There's fraud with the Leering centers. There's fraud with transportation services, home health care. They cost Texas over $1 billion in health care last year. And they say they're just working and they're doing jobs that Americans won't do. But they are doing jobs that Americans want, construction jobs, framers, electricians, plumbers, and very good jobs. Those were always good jobs when I was growing up. So I'm just asking that you please cooperate with ICE and let things run as smooth as possibly. Thank you.
Becca Najira, Tori Ramirez, followed by Bentley Pais, and then Molly.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tori. I am a constituent of District 8. It's safe to say hundreds of people came out here today to attend this special session. I know it doesn't look like 100 now, but again, hundreds of people came out here on a Tuesday, a work day, sacrificing their time, their PTO, to let this body know that we need a commitment from y'all. We also had hundreds of people in the streets this past Tuesday on those steps back there. 1,000 people were on the streets on January 10th, on the streets over there, and hundreds of students are across the city organizing walkouts. The people are mobilized, both young and old, and their message is clear: ICE out of San Antonio. We need more than one transparency and accountability meeting. What we need is a guarantee that this body will stand up to ICE. Showing us slides on what SB4 does not absolve this body from standing up to ICE. SB4 doesn't tell us to go above and beyond in enabling ICE. 50 officers deployed on the 140 people that were attacked this past November is not what is required by the law. SB4 doesn't tell us that the city money going towards, SB4 doesn't tell us that we need to put money towards pointing guns at food truck owners that were with those 140 people on that November night. At the beginning of this meeting, I heard it was unclear whether or not we get reimbursed for these actions. Meanwhile, our schools are pinching pennies, and this city money gets to be blown on ICE operations. This is completely unacceptable. SB4 does limit us from creating a sanctuary city. However, it does not prohibit cities from taking action against over-policing constituents. I urge this body, before I end my time, to go ahead and meet with the organizers, with the residents that have been watching ICE. What we want to do is we want to work with you, truly and in good faith. Thank you.
Bentley Pais. Bentley Pais, followed by Molly, and then Valentin Montalvo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bentley Pais, resident of Council District 2. I'm not here to ask for your help. I'm here to tell you what the people demand. Y'all have heard it all day. It's been repeated countless times today, but what does that mean when y'all refuse to listen? People are dying. Families are losing everything they have, but y'all have yet to use y'all's platforms to protect your constituency. If you're not here for the people, stop allowing state-sponsored kidnappings, end all ties, all contracts, and all communication with ICE today. If you're here for the people, pass a moratorium to prioritize SAPD's focus on real crime like ICE unconstitutionally terrorizing our communities. If you're here for the people, pull your head out of your ass and restrict all city resources from assisting in our country's descent towards fascism. Order SAPD to stop doing ICE's dirty work and start protecting this community from masked, unbadged thugs terrorizing our streets. The time for looking into it is over. We want action, or we want you out. We have all seen how inhumanely people have been treated by ICE, and some of us have seen it firsthand. Last week, I watched multiple families walk into their usual check-ins just to never walk back out, simply vanishing with no trace. People are angry, and we will do something about it. The people of San Antonio have every reason to fight for their lives, and they will do exactly that if you refuse to comply. This is not a threat, it's a promise. The people will stand up, and the people will fight back. It is absolutely ridiculous that a 21-year-old like me has to stand up here and tell you how to do the job you were elected to do. The refusal of our elected officials to act on both sides is why I am our state's only openly socialist candidate for the Texas House of Representatives in District 120. If a 21-year-old has more backbone to stand up for this community than the people sitting in those chairs, then you are in the wrong profession. Thank you.
Molly, followed by Valentin Montalvo, and then Veronica Davis.
I'm Catholic via my mom and dad. It's a cultural family thing. Mexican American from my dad's side of the family, and 50% indigenous with mom's side of the family. And of course, chronically homeless. Last point is important to say. I am an American citizen, born and raised. I have been hit hard in a real, raw, personal way the other night, finishing rideshare work that I do. Two unidentifiable, unmarked SUVs began to follow me in the streets. I stupidly went from one form of police wannabes driven by racial abuse to another form of police oppression rooted in the same type of system. I guess I was lucky the substation was not Balcones Heights, Castle Hills, or SAPD. So the two SUVs backed away the fuck off, away from me. You have the power, Madam Mayor, to declare when shit ain't right. Some of the mayors nationally are opposing ICE and demanded ICE stay out of their respective cities. You can too. Join Philly, Chicago, Twin Cities, Dallas, and NYC. His name is Mandami, M-A-N-D-A-M-N-I. Tell ICE to get the fuck out of this city. You have been seeing social media, I'm sure. I'm sure you've seen social media. If you choose to continue to let ICE, SAPD work with them, there is a hell of a lot of people that's going to cause significant financial loss because they're going to boycott Fiesta and the rodeo. Trust. Also, please don't forget the unhoused residents, military veterans, the military veterans on the streets have been kidnapped by ICE in other cities like Washington, D.C. and others. This is poverty and racial cleansing.
Valentin Montalvo. Okay. Veronica Davis. Followed by Philip Manna and Kathy Manna.
Hi guys, hello. I know you're all tired. It's been a long day, and I promise we're tired too. I am a resident of District 2. My name is Veronica. I'm a senior lecturer in universities. I am also licensed by the state to assess safety, risk, and health. I teach people often how impact is, in fact, more important than intention. You must know current intentions do not erase the harmful impact that you all have been hearing in our voices today and every day. Because it won't be and has not been you with boots on the ground taking care of those impacted by your non-neutral intentions. I speak for my community, I speak for my ancestors, I speak for my family, my friends, myself. I also speak for my clients residing here in San Antonio, across the state of Texas, and my students who are constituents and growing into becoming voters. With that being said, the health of this community rests in your hands. And as a community member, you need to know we are already sick. Sick with worry for our family and friends, sick with fear that we may not come home, sick with exhaustion from hypervigilance, because we are constantly and consistently looking over our shoulders to hold on to any sense of security it feels is fading, is draining. You, our public servants, may I finish? All right, I'm just going to skip ahead and say that we must not allow party, power, or privilege to override morals, as it has already affected morale. San Antonio, Texas is a powerhouse of culture that is being removed from us with each human taken. History has its eyes on you. Reflect on how you want to be remembered. Thank you.
Philip Manna, Kathy Manna, is she giving you your time? Okay, so you've got the.
Myself.
Okay, so
Unless I can take her 2 minutes while
she has to be here to give it to you, sir. Okay, so 2 minutes for you, and then Debbie Zinktgraf, and then Frankie.
She left as well, so she drove her way. So we certainly spend a lot of energy trying to conserve, preserve, and save our democracy. And here we are again. I was asked by a prior speaker to ask you all to codify, cite, and release, and make this policy of the current DA into law. It has kept 13,000 people out of jail since 2019 and is crucial to reducing ICE contact. As I understand it, you get a ticket, that is your arrest notice, and then you report in person at a later date. And so this kind of solves some of the challenges I think that some of us are seeing. Austin successfully implemented this policy. Seems to be working well. Changing topics. So we've been hosting a voter registration table at Northwest Vista College for the last 2 years. And while on campus, our table established a community of students who regularly gathered to share their concerns. 2 years ago, the largest concern was affordability. This semester, ICE is on every student's mind. And we just left the campus. That's where I went after I talked to you all earlier today. And the last student that we registered talked about her daily concerns of stepping out of the house to get to school, even as a U.S. citizen. I mean, it is on every one of the students' mind, and you can see they're in terror. So the students are scared. I'm scared for them. And I mentor at Sul Ross Middle School. And so today, at Martin and Sul Ross, there was ICE trucks patrolling the parking lot, which is just terrible. I feel for those kids and their parents and all of them. And so this is just a horrible place to be right now. Let's face it, we're all scared. And we need to figure out how to fix this. So help, please.
Frankie Arona, excuse me. Frankie Arona. Frankie, one of you. Okay. Followed by Gabrielle San Miguel and then Margaret Wood.
Hello, good evening. First, I'm with the American Indian Movement in Central Texas. I'm District 6. What I have to say today is more of a reminder. Local law enforcement's job is to protect public safety. It is not to disrupt communities, enforce fear, or participate in violence and continued injustices. Yet, that is exactly what is being normalized across the city and in this country through unnecessary collaboration with ICE. There is no human decency in ICE's approaches. What we are witnessing is a human rights crisis. Civil rights are being violated, and the city should not allow public services or public resources to assist in those violations. From an indigenous people's perspective, this issue runs even deeper. Native peoples, descendants of North and South America, have an inherent right to move freely across these lands and territories long before borders ever existed. Borders did not create our nations, and they do not erase our relationships to land, movement, or to one another. Today, we are watching our families, friends, co-workers, and neighbors being ripped out of our communities. We stand with our relatives, and we will not stand for San Antonio participating in unnecessary collaboration with the violence of ICE. Let's be clear, current laws do not require compliance with ICE warrants. An ICE warrant is not signed by a judge. It is not a criminal warrant. It is an internal ICE document. Police do not have legal authority to arrest or hold someone based on an ICE warrant alone. Confusing these leads to unlawful detention, constitutional violations, legal liability for the city, and a breakdown of community trust. Fear is not public safety. Please do not help normalize the violence and abuse by ICE. Public safety must be rooted in human dignity, constitutional rights, and trust.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabrielle San Miguel. Followed by Margaret Wood and Jennifer Mary. Please line up.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Gabriel San Miguel. I am a proud member of the Cardenalismo Brown Berets,
who has been fighting for the last 50 years for the residents of San Antonio. They have stood up against civil rights violations. They have stood up against police brutality. They have stood up against every type of injustice and stood for the marginalized people of the city. We are going to continue to stand for them. But those of you that are on city council, I challenge you to take a look at the history of what this city was like 50 years ago, because none of you would be on city council at that time if it wasn't for the work of my people, the people before you, your family members whose shoulders you now stand on. So what I'm asking is, when they get here and they start to target our marginalized people, what side are you going to be on? Are you going to honor the ancestors? Are you going to honor the people that before you that paved the way so that you could sit here today and stand with my organization as we stand against them? Or will we remain silent? Thank you.
Margaret Wood. Margaret Wood. Followed by Jennifer Mary and Audrey Mulholland. Please line up.
Howdy. I'm going to briefly cover a couple of questions I have. I know they're not going to be answered. Can off-duty SAPD work for ICE? And is the detention center currently active in District 10 prepared for the power outages and freezing weather we're going to be having this weekend? I do want to briefly address the ICE supporters in the room, whoever is left. I happen to be friends with Michael Pena, a younger brother of Chrissy Sue Pena, a name you might be familiar with. Her father regularly speaks at anti-immigration rallies hosted by Trump. So I am familiar with the concept of crime tourism. I do think that if you are someone who is sympathetic with that, you do need to understand that the primary victims of those crimes are the very same vulnerable communities that are being targeted by ICE. So if they are, survivors, they're not going to feel safe coming to you or to any ICE collaborator. Finally, as much as I am disappointed with the council's stance on things, I am elated with the outturn of public support, particularly District 6, where I come from. I do, I know we're all going to be tired when we go home tonight, but I want to make sure that we all speak to our neighbors, make sure that they're good for this weekend, and that'll definitely, it's a golden opportunity to establish a rapport for what most of us are here for today. Thank you.
Jennifer Mary. Jennifer Mary. Audrey Mulholland. Audrey Mulholland. Okay. Don Mathis. Don Mathis. Lauren Davis. Lauren Davis. Brian DeLeon. Brian DeLeon. Laura Farias. Okay. Followed by Jose Perez. Followed by Jose Perez and Jessica Tolby. Please line up.
Good evening. What a day. So thank you for your attention. I am a constituent from District 5, and I appreciate your attention. I appreciate your looking at me. I appreciate you're awake. So much has already been said that I had in my notes. Not going to go through all of the minutia, not going to go through all of the incidents, not going to go through all of the things that has already been said. But there are things that need to be said in terms of what are we going to do? Since we know the laws are there, you're going to follow the law, so why don't we make ordinances? Why don't we make it illegal for ICE to park illegally? Why can't we tow vehicles when they aren't in the correct area? Look at Chicago. They took all of their ICE machines and blocked ICE vehicles. Let's look at the different locations that are able to set up ordinances that make things illegal. So that was part of my message today, to see how we can think out of the box. And one thing that's stayed with me my entire life is, at one point, my family was faced with various situations, and the thing that gave us some courage is, I'm old school, I don't use a phone. All my notes are written down, sorry. You need to look at the opportunities as 1 square cubic centimeter of opportunity in your life that might lead you in a whole different direction. So this is your cubic centimeter. It's like, let's look at this one little opportunity to make a difference in our community, to stay loyal to the citizens, not worry about what the laws, don't worry about what all these other situations in the world are doing to impact us, because it's our lives. You were elected. You are our choice. So please support us in our lives so that we can live properly in the city of San Antonio. So thank you so much.
Jose Perez. Jose Perez. Jessica Tolby. Jessica Tolby. Diana Elizalde. Diana Elizalde. Followed by Eleazar Cisneros, and then Jack Finger.
How disappointing is it that ICE is destroying the public trust in our law enforcement? I am the proud daughter and wife of men who dedicated 30 years each as officers of the San Antonio Police Department. I am also a very proud daughter of an immigrant mother. I was raised to respect and obey the law, and I feel this community respect our police, but what is happening today is damaging that respect for generations to come. A recently retired legislator for Texas law enforcement wrote, "Local law enforcement leaders need to move quickly to draw a clear distinction between the scenario-based de-escalation training, street and community experience, transparency, and accountability of our local officers. The actions of the newly recruited masked federal ICE agents jumping from unmarked minivans and crossover SUVs will no doubt damage and destroy the reputations of our proud and professional officers. Our law enforcement officers who've been vetted, psychologically screened, highly trained, will face new dangers as the public struggles with trust and accountability in America. Officers have authority granted to them by the governed. In Texas, officers have given their lives to the cause of protecting and serving. We need to contrast our requirements of the highest standards, dedication, and sacrifice versus standing up a quickly trained, cheaply mustered surge organization that may permanently damage the trust and pride that most folks feel towards those who have chosen to wear the uniform. And I feel that this lawless administration and ICE are a stain on all law enforcement. Who will hold ICE accountable when they abuse their authority? Or will you force the people of San Antonio to take matters into their own hands and stand their ground to protect themselves? Thank you.
Eleazar Cisneros is a duplicate from earlier. So Jack Finger, followed by Russell Seal, and then Susan Ingram.
Well, this will be fun. Madam Mayor, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger, your undocumented gadfly. Yes, it seems that we've had a number of people come by today saying we don't want any ICE brought into town. I say, fine. Let's have a party. I'll bring the ICE. So there, you need not worry about a thing. Yuck, yuck, yuck. It seems that the big bad Donald Trump is threatening to withdraw millions upon millions of tax dollars from our city if we do not let him arrest illegal aliens. Undocumented Democrats. Don't you let him do that, Madam Mayor. By golly, if you just simply tell him, we don't need any of your stinking millions upon millions of dollars, don't we? No, I tell you what. If push comes to shove, you simply say, "Don't worry. If I have to lay off hundreds or thousands of our city employees because of this, I'll do it." And I'm sure that your trusty San Antonio City Council people will step up to the challenge. You will. I'm sure you'll dig right in and do the jobs that no other American will do. I can see Jalen McKee Rodriguez driving one of those city garbage trucks. Yes, sir. And Eric standing on the back of it, whistling, saying, "Turn left, Jalen, not the right." Yes, but that's fine. Yes, but if push really comes to shove, I can see the second battle of the Alamo. You get right on top of that shrine, Mayor Gina, you'll be flanked by Terry Castillo and the ferocious Rick Galvan.
Thank you. Russell Seal, followed by Rebecca Flores. Russell Seal, followed by Rebecca Flores and Darian Glinsky.
Mayor and Council, thank y'all so much for doing this today. I'm here to talk a little different about family, heroes, fear, and generational family trauma. First, my mother-in-law. I'm Russell Seal, a product of the South Side, a product of the melting pot. My mother-in-law and her family came to San Antonio in the 1920s during and after the Civil War in Mexico. Her brothers served in World War II as heroes. Her brother was on the front page on Veterans Day here a few years back at his 100th birthday, flying as a Mexican citizen in the U.S. Army, flying 100 stories from Italy into Germany, fighting fascism. Other family members, they were all proud members of the military. My mother-in-law just recently passed away. A year or so before she passed away, during the first Trump administration, she becomes scared to death of being deported out of the assisted living facility. She had my wife go get her naturalization papers so that she could have them on the counter. This generational trauma that they're enduring after being heroes in this nation is just sinful. On my father's side, they came over after World War II from Pearl Harbor. My grandmother was a native Hawaiian who ended up in Mississippi, right in the middle of the Ku Klux Klan. She gets to San Antonio, safe haven, but ends up with trauma that lasts a lifetime, the last 20 years of her life, in fear. And we need to figure out how we're going to deal with this long-term trauma that these people are enduring.
Rebecca Flores. Rebecca Flores. Darian Glinsky. Darian Glinsky. Karina Mata. Karina Mata. Dina Casanova. Dina Casanova. Melody Holmes. Melody Holmes. Brian Thompson. Brian Thompson. Zarina Wasson Carrington. Zarina Wasson. She did. Okay, thank you. Janice Zeidelman. Janice Zeidelman. Kurt Wilkinson. Hello. Followed by Toby Pablo and Sheila Vasquez.
Sir, there's an ADA if you'd like. Or would you like a stick?
I'm all good. I got it. Good evening, City Council. I am Kurt Wilkinson, professional actor and advocate from District 6. Let me be very clear about what SB 8 is, a Texas law effective at the start of this year. The law makes it clear in section 753.053 that it is about, quote, an allocation of resources, including personnel and funding, end quote. That would mean that the Bexar County Sheriff gets a grant of $140,000, as stated in section 753.103, which is likely our tax money, and then gives that money to ICE. These grants pay for their paychecks, filing immigration reports, their weapons, their trainings, the jails they send people to, and whatever other costs the government can say is to help ICE and local law enforcement work together. And they've got fear tactics, of course, that you all are so afraid of with SB 4. This law makes me wonder why our governor and our attorney general are so insistent on Texas being in lockstep with our unpopular federal administration. Whatever happened to the Lone Star State? Now, I'm not a secessionist, but when I talk to people on the street and I hear the heartbeat of Texas, what is always true is that Texans fear the federal government overreaching, getting on their doorstep, and denying their rights. When we all saw the murder of Renee Nicole Good, it was a nightmare taught to us by our American history and social studies classes to fear. I am here expressing my First Amendment right of free speech, but Donald Trump and the federal administration want to say that any speech against ICE is domestic terrorism. That's a violation of the First Amendment. And they violate every other bill of the Bill of Rights, which I have written here, but I'm going to skip to the end here. I plead with you, City Council, to enact your rights under the 9th Amendment and say no, the state of Texas, Bexar County, and the city of San Antonio will not comply with a federal government that threatens the rights and lives of the people. If not, the people will exercise their rights under the 10th Amendment, that the real power is with the people. If you want the votes of the people, then you have to say out loud, abolish ICE, because we all know that we don't need this un-American institution
Thank
that
you.
is younger than me.
Thank you. Toby Pablo, followed by Sheila Vasquez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to open with a question that calls to us now more than ever. What is truth? Is it something distilled from knowledge alone, observed and adjudicated from afar? Is it to be crafted in the hands of the powerful, revealed to the rest of us at an unspecified time? I find my answer through the people of the city, the words, the voices, the opinions that we've heard today. Truth is not a mandate upheld. It is not some untouchable idea for few to understand. Truth is connection. It is relationship. It's not just the words we say to each other, but the intention behind those words and who they reach. It's not just that federal agents murdered people like Renee Good in broad daylight, but that Americans now fear for their lives, seeing that the presiding administration would rather wave the killing away with claims that are speculative at best than assuage the public that justice will be served. It is not just that many in our local and national community have grappled with this reality since ICE's inception, but that ICE has obfuscated their use of our resources, increasingly obstructing inspections of detention facilities and operating without visible identification. In the past year alone, we have witnessed ICE disrupt communities across the U.S. with little regard for or cooperation with local governments. It is clear that ICE serves to sever connections, to dismantle truth in its most fundamental form, using means that betray the spirit of the Constitution, that deny people their unalienable rights. ICE is a force we can neither trust nor allow here. This is why we call on you to hold true to your oath and responsibility to this city. ICE in our streets is a betrayal to our community, and every moment they spend here leaves the truth in peril. Thank you.
Sheila Vasquez. Okay, that was our final speaker. Thank you. Thank you to everybody that took time today to come and share your thoughts, your concerns, share your questions, share your ideas. I'm especially thankful for those of you that recognize that you are also speaking on behalf of those that were too fearful to come today to speak. So thank you. We understand, look at this council. Just look at us. We share, frankly, in your fear and in your frustration, which is why it was important for us to have this public discussion. I really want to thank my colleagues. As you can see, the vast majority of folks that were here for the entire time, as we share in that fear and in that frustration, which is why we wanted to take the time, as unsatisfying as I understand it may have been for many, to lay out the unique laws that are governing our actions. Understand your opinion on that may be different than others, but those laws are, in fact, governing our actions at the federal level and at the state level. We will continue to be as transparent as we possibly can, and I would encourage you to continue to share your thoughts, certainly in these public forums, or continue to reach out to our offices. And as you identify things that may be of concern, as you should always do, you should reach out to the appropriate law enforcement authorities to share those things. I'm going to turn to I know several of my colleagues have signed up to speak here. Councilman McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all of you who have been here for a very, very long time, and to all of those who had to leave, and of course to those who couldn't make it. The first speaker took to the podium to stress that in this moment, the most resonant issue of today is respect for law enforcement officers, namely ICE agents. That the people who are going home terrified at night are ICE agents, and the real victims here in this scenario are ICE agents. And that these people who are committing atrocities, ripping families apart, racially profiling communities, and abusing every ounce of power unconstitutionally given to them, that they are husbands and wives and neighbors and friends. And I wish Commissioner Moody was still here. Maybe he would be if he wasn't ushered to the front of the line. But I would say to him, you know who are also husbands and wives and neighbors and friends. It's those parents who send their kids to school in the morning but won't be there to greet them in the afternoon. It's those who are being stalked and abducted at their churches and schools and work and being detained and murdered. It's those people in line at immigration court pursuing asylum. They are husbands and wives and parents and neighbors and friends. So pardon if we aren't all getting on our hands and knees and groveling at the feet of those who put on their uniform not to protect and serve us, but to terrorize and harm us. Our police officers are being asked to defer to ICE, so I'm on the ICE.gov website right now. I hope it doesn't mess up my algorithm. And I'm looking at the fitness requirements, and it says that they require a kneel stand test, 15 push-ups, and 5 minutes of stepping up and down. So no wonder they need our cooperation. When I was a young boy, a young black boy growing up in Hawaii, my parents sat me down to have a conversation. And they told me that if an officer ever stopped and asked me a question, asked me to do anything, that I should respond with nothing but a yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, and that I comply. That even if I'm doing absolutely nothing wrong or illegal, having an attitude or being seen as disrespectful towards an officer is enough to mean that my mom and dad may never see me again. I learned that being a young black boy in a hoodie is enough to be deemed a threat large enough to be shot at. And so when I read signs like the ones we saw earlier that say comply with ICE, or if we hear, you're a citizen, just prove it, what's the problem? I'm reminded of the fact that what an officer, or in this case an ICE agent, deems disrespect is enough to have you mistreated, abused, and killed. I'm reminded that we must change the things we cannot accept, and we cannot accept that ICE can get away with murder, and that they can make us as a city complicit in that. This week, we honored the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and we spoke of elected officials, public figures, organizations, and people who will quote him on MLK Day but dismiss his values and work in direct opposition to his dream every other day of the year. A man who stood for equality, human dignity, and racial justice, and he did so as the most hated man in America, and as one who was considered dangerous. Dangerous, funnily enough, because he inspired and championed peaceful protest and civil disobedience. That being said, I again want to thank all the people who came out today to protest ICE and to protest more specifically our engagement and cooperation with ICE as a city. You did take on a lot of risk today being here to speak out against an agency that is targeting, detaining, and killing indiscriminately. I heard from several of my constituents today, including one of them in an ICE hat. Apparently ICE is just handing out merch these days. I understand that SB 4 is law. I think we all understand that. I think everyone in this room understands that. But the law does not absolve us of moral responsibility. And there is a big difference between complying with what is strictly required versus enthusiastically participating in a harm. And that difference largely overlaps with the difference between cooperation and complicity. Last year, I got an ethics complaint after I pissed off the real estate community, and I have said at times that we are at any point balancing what is, our own goals with what is legal and ethical, but nothing should hold more weight than what is moral and right and just. And cooperating with ICE is immoral and wrong and unjust. Our community is clearly and plainly stating ICE is not welcome here. They are stating clearly that ICE is causing fear and harm in our churches, schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods. My office has heard from at least one of our SAFE officers that their job is made harder by the fact that ICE officers don't have legitimate identification, and that folks should be wary of anyone who doesn't have a badge, camera, or uniform. In any other context, we would be calling something like that human trafficking, a human trafficking operation, where strange men are pretending to be law enforcement, putting people in unmarked vehicles and taking them who knows where. We should be arresting ICE agents who are wreaking havoc on our community while wearing police gear and masks. We should be challenging unjust, immoral, and harmful legislation. We should be standing boldly against it with the same courage of those challenging these powerful state agencies today, those who came to speak today. It was said by staff that the law requires we cooperate with ICE within reason. And almost every day we discuss our growing budget deficit and the difficult decisions we have to make in the departments that we may need to cut. And then council members will say, we don't have enough police officers and we need more money added to the police budget because our community is unsafe at the expense of our other departments. And yet we are sending police officers who could be responding to murders, to sexual assaults, to domestic violence. We're sending them out to play perimeter control for ICE, and that is unreasonable. I would contend that what we are being asked to do is unreasonable, and for me, it's morally unreasonable. But if that's not enough, it's fiscally unreasonable. And I think that the state and the federal government, time and again, are going to put as much pressure as possible on us and force us to say no to them so they can get what they really want, which is a legal battle and a challenge with us. If it's not this, it's going to be rainbow crosswalks. If it's not rainbow crosswalks, it's going to be a health fund. If it's not a health fund, it's going to be this, that, and the third. And it's to what end? And we're trying to prevent from paying for expensive legal battles. But what value do we place on the lives who are being kidnapped by strange men hired by ICE because they can do 15 push-ups and want a badge that they won't wear? Local resistance has always been a critical part of civil rights progress, and this is an issue of civil rights. So I do want to say I'm inspired by all who came here today. City Council, of course, has its role, and I'm committed to playing my part, but I'd also ask everyone here who came out to speak today to get together, become friends and extended community, because it's going to take all of us to stand up and be rapid defense in the streets to stop ICE when they are harming our community. And lastly, I'll take responsibility. I have made the assumptions that my beliefs and feelings about the topic of immigration and ICE were clear, but you know what they say about assumptions, and so I do want to say politely, we should not collaborate or cooperate with ICE, and I say in as disrespectful a way as possible, abolish ICE, fuck SB 4, and vice versa. Thank you.
Councilwoman Aldrete Gavito.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank all the speakers who were here today. I know it was long afternoon and evening for all of us, so thank you so much. Your engagement and your voice truly do matter. I share many of your concerns, and I do take the safety and the well-being of people living in San Antonio seriously. I do have a few questions. And I guess this is maybe for Andy. Do we know how we can find out how often ICE is capturing and holding U.S. citizens in San Antonio?
Councilwoman, I think we've made, actually through the mayor's office, there's been a request made on that and other information, but we can ask. They don't have an obligation to provide that, and maybe Eric can give an update. I don't think we have specific information on how many U.S. citizens they have detained.
No, thanks, Andy. They have a dashboard website that has not been updated. We do have the data. I think the last time it was updated was in the fall. Maria can share some of that information, but it is dated. The region, the information that Maria will show you is not just for San Antonio, the city of San Antonio. It's for the region that the local office is responsible for.
So Mayor and Council, earlier in July of 2025, we were provided with information from the ICE office, and we're pulling that information on the screen. And it has a summary for the ICE San Antonio field office area. This area coverages 37 counties, so it's not only Bexar County, but there's also other 36 counties. So this is not specifically for San Antonio. We visited the ICE website, and there's no information specifically for San Antonio. They only have it by their field office. So the information that you see on the screen is information that was provided from January 2025 to July 2025 in terms of numbers of detainers, arrests, detained populations, removals, and alternatives to detention. So that is the information that we were able to obtain.
Thank you, Maria. But in here, we're not necessarily seeing the number of unintentional U.S. citizens that they're capturing.
We don't have that information.
Okay, thank you. I do understand that our SAPD officers must comply with the law and are not asking people for their immigration status. So Chief McManus, thank you for being clear about that, because I thought that is important for people to understand, that our police officers are not actively asking people for their immigration status. I believe that as a city, it's our duty to keep people informed of their rights when it comes to ICE encounters. I know myself and several of my colleagues have been disseminating that information so that people are aware of their rights when encountering ICE, whether encountering ICE in their neighborhoods, as one of the speakers said, ICE going around Saul Ross Middle School. I was at a University Park, which is a neighborhood right next to St. Mary's University, last week. I was at a meeting there last week, and a gentleman's like, Mija, like, what if I'm just mowing my lawn and ICE comes up to me? Like, what are my rights? And so I do think that it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that our residents do know their rights. I do also have another question on that note. Andy, I guess I'm going to direct this to you again. How can people report if they feel ICE has violated their rights?
Oh, if they feel their constitutional rights have been violated, they can call SAPD. They can call our office. There's a lot of nonprofits out there they can report to, but there's a lot of different ways they can report that, Councilwoman.
So if residents do feel ICE has violated their rights, we're directing them to call either the city, maybe their council offices, or SAPD?
Correct. We'll we can't represent them, obviously, but certainly we can make referrals.
Yeah, and I'd be curious to know if SAPD has received those calls, and Maria, that might take some digging in, to if SAPD has received those calls to date, and if so, how many. It's also something we probably want to keep track of.
Sure, Councilwoman. So on the presentation that we review with you today, if you were to go to slide 12, we did an analysis of the 2025 911 calls received by the police department. We don't track them specifically related to immigration, but based on that analysis, there were 66 that reference immigration. and 258 reports.
Yeah.
So to your question, if you go to slide 13, for those, there was 161 reports that included within those reports were individuals that were indicating that their documents were stolen, et cetera. There were no indication, I guess to your point, that related to ICE that we're aware of.
And really what I'm looking for is for us to give an avenue to residents who do feel that ICE has violated their rights. And I, you know, whether it is calling SAPD and we start tracking that, or them calling the council offices or the city, I feel that we need an outlet for residents to have when we're feeling that ICE is violating their rights.
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. Typically, when federal agents are being accused of something, SAPD has internal affairs. The federal agencies have the Office of the Inspector General, and that's who does the complaints against federal officers. So that's where those should be directed to. If somebody wants to call us, we can certainly document something to report, but we don't necessarily have the authority to investigate that.
Okay. Yeah, and so then we can get that information. I'm a little nervous about that because it seems like it goes into a black hole. But I do want us to make sure that we are keeping track, you know, in partnership with SAPD on how many times that we're seeing or feeling that here in our community. You know, we know ICE is in our community, and I definitely empathize with a lot of the concerns that we hear today. You know, again, we want to make sure that residents are informed about their rights. And we also want to make sure that we know what our police officers are doing and not doing. So again, thanks to Chief for making that clear today. I will say, I am also grateful that SAPD is taking a compassionate and fair approach in this extremely difficult situation. So thank you to them for doing that. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
I want to clarify the last point because it's a really important one. That if folks believe that they have their civil rights have been violated, you could call SAPD, but they would just make a note of it. But Chief, what you're saying is that the appropriate venue would be internal affairs or some inspector general hotline, right, for that federal enforcement. I want to manage people's expectations about what they're actually going to get if they call SAPD with this issue.
That's correct, Mayor.
Correct.
We would take a report, give them a case number, and would want to refer them to the Office of the Inspector General to report that to the proper federal agency.
Right. But you would not report that to the federal entity itself, correct? It'd be incumbent on the individual?
Yes, we would put that incumbent on them because they're the ones that need to file the complaint.
Okay. I just want to manage people's expectations. Thank you. Councilman White.
Thanks, Mayor. I also want to thank everybody who came out today. The right to peacefully protest is foundational to our democracy. And so again, thank you to everyone for letting their voices be heard. A lot of emotion in the room today, certainly, and that's understandable because when we're talking about immigration, we're talking about our people, their families, and really the identity of our country. But we've got to make sure that we stick to the facts, and we've got to make sure that we hold the right people accountable here. And several years ago, during the confirmation hearings of Justice Kavanaugh, Senator Ben Sasse said something that really stuck with me. He talked about people that were protesting at the United States Supreme Court. And he said, you know, they really shouldn't be protesting there because the justices are there to interpret and apply the law. Where they should be protesting, he said, was right there at the halls of Congress, because those are the folks that make the laws. And I think that's relevant today, because it's Congress that needs to do its job and pass comprehensive immigration reform. When we yell about our SAPD and we yell about ICE, we're really barking up the wrong tree. These are men and women, as it's been stated today, that are our neighbors, dads, moms, sons, daughters, brothers and sisters, that are doing a job that they signed up to do to support their families. And many of them have been doing that job for years. They served under President Obama during his tenure, under Trump and under Biden. And again, they are doing the job that they signed up to do. These are folks that 60%, we were told, approximately 60% are actually veterans, right? They've served our country bravely. They're no longer in our armed forces, and now they're with ICE. So I think again, talking about them in such a vitriolic manner, like some have today, is frankly wrong, and we need to make sure that we hold, and I would encourage everybody to do it, we need to hold Congress to account on this, because they are responsible for putting into place an immigration system that is efficient and fair for all. The last time a comprehensive immigration package was passed by Congress was in the mid-'80s under Ronald Reagan, and it's time for Congress to do it again now. In my opinion, all reasonable people can agree that illegal immigration is wrong, but that we welcome legal immigration and would want a clearly defined, easy to understand, and efficient immigration system, and I call on Congress to get that done now. Now let's talk.
Quiet, please.
Let's talk about the facts on the ground. As the mayor stated the other day, I think I saw an interview on KSAT or one of the news stations. There's approximately 100,000 undocumented immigrants here in San Antonio. Listen, the vast majority of these folks are good people. Doesn't excuse the fact that they may have committed a crime in coming to the country, but again, the majority are good people. But we cannot ignore the fact that there are some that wish to do us harm here in our community. We know that the violent international gang Tren de Aragua was here in San Antonio. We've seen human trafficking violations, drug distribution, weapons distribution, things that threaten the safety of our residents, drain the resources of our city, and make us less safe. We talked.
Hey.
I've had the opportunity to sit down with members of Homeland Security and talk about exactly who it is that they are looking for here in San Antonio, and they were very, very clear. Number one, they're focused on finding the criminals that pose a threat to our community. Number two, they're looking for folks where there's already an existing valid court order asking the folks to leave.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Our San Antonio Police Department, we owe them a debt of gratitude. All law enforcement officials, from ICE to our SAPD, we owe a debt of gratitude because these brave men and women are out there every day seeking to keep our community safe. When SAPD is called upon to comply with our federal law enforcement officials, as we've heard today, they must comply. They are complying. We must cooperate. And it is in the safety and best interest of our community that they do cooperate. I want to close by saying this. Before I was elected in my legal career, I was a mediator, and mediation right now up at the federal level is exactly what's needed. The political ideologies and the politics need to be left at the door, and as I began with, people need to get together and figure out how to come together on a comprehensive immigration reform package. We have folks here in San Antonio that have come here the right way. They're not citizens yet, but they're waiting in line. They're paying any fees that are due, and they're in line to become citizens. Allowing folks to come here illegally, frankly, does a disservice to them. While we wait for comprehensive immigration reform, we must be very, very clear. We can have zero tolerance for human trafficking, drugs, and anyone who has come to our city illegally or legally that wishes to do our citizens harm. We can be a compassionate city and a city that follows the law at the same time. And it's my hope that tensions will, we will calm the rhetoric that we've heard today, that we've heard all over the country in the past few weeks, and that again, we can move forward in a manner that respects all of our citizens, in a manner that's safe, and move forward in a way that together we can ensure that San Antonio remains the safest city that it can be. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilman Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have to say a couple things based on what my colleague just said. The judicial branch of the federal government and the legislative branch of the government, although co-equal with the executive branch, have ceded their authority to the executive branch. They are no longer operating independently with each other. Appreciate everybody who's here today and spoke and stayed late. It's a very personal and important topic. Let me just start off by saying that ICE doesn't belong here. And these actions that they are undertaking are another ugly side of violence of this country's history. We all know the history of this country in the state of Texas and federally, and it's another iteration of that violence that we've seen. ICE doesn't help problems in District 4. A hospital would, picking up stray dogs would, smooth roads would, more park space would, and after-school programs would help my residents in District 4. And I have to say, you know, this really is a nation of immigrants. Everybody is an immigrant unless you're 100% indigenous. My great-grandparents came to this country, and I don't know if they came here legally the right way or they just got here, but I think what's important is that detail was never important in my family's history or lore of being here. But I can tell you that my great-grandparents worked their ass off to be here, and they picked fruits and vegetables, they worked construction, they helped build the railroads here, and they took any job that they could find to make a better life for my grandparents. And if what's happening now had happened then, I probably wouldn't be here. So I think what we do need now more than ever is transparency for our community. We should post all details of ICE raids that we know about online. Any requests made by ICE should be posted online because we ought to know what's happening in our communities. We also need to know the cost of the police time that is spent on these activities. They don't need our help out there. I need the police to answer calls in my district. It's been in the news a lot, and I've been talking to my colleagues about it a lot. I literally have an access road, 410 where I grew up, where cars are driving into houses because they're going so fast, and there's just not enough enforcement or effort by TxDOT. There's other things we have to be working on in our community aside from that. I do think we should also work with legal advocacy groups to see what recourse we do have here in San Antonio. And there might be things that they know about that we simply don't. And so we've got to do more to address the legal issues here. If we can join a lawsuit, if it makes sense for us to do that, we should. And we shouldn't just let this kind of happen and stand by and see this happen. People are just trying to get to work. They're trying to provide for their families and have a piece of the dream, just like my great-grandparents did. And, you know, they're not just going to the courthouse. They're not going to the jails to do this. They are going to Traders Village in my district, a place of recreation. They are in and around our schools. I got a call from my aunt who said that someone that claimed to be ICE knocked on the door and said, "We were chasing somebody in your backyards and we want to go to your house." Incarnate Word, it's happening at our schools. It's happening at places where people are just trying to live life and be okay and not commit crimes. And so we also have to recognize the fact that the DPS is helping them do this also. They are pulling people left and right in my district. And the governor even sent them to another state to enforce federal law with the State Department, right? So I'm reminded of my resident who came here today, Juan Rivera, who I know pretty well, and he mentioned dignity. And we have to do everything we can as elected officials up here to promote that and to live by that. And I'm elected to District 4, not for any specific group of people, but for all residents that live in District 4, I'm responsible for them. And that includes people who are undocumented. And so we've just got to do as much as possible to help the situation. And I respect everybody who came out here and spoke for those who couldn't be here today, who would be afraid to be arrested. And so I think that we owe you a debt of gratitude to be here and speak up for other people. And so we shouldn't just submit to this that's happening in our country. And I'm reminded of my high school, International School of the Americas, and our motto was to think globally and act locally. And so, yes, you all can certainly go to Congress and go to Austin and advocate, but you're starting right here in your own backyard, in your own city council downtown, and that really matters. So we have to do as much as we can to meet the moment. So thank you all for coming today. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Spears.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, I went to our local Homeland Security office with Councilman White to meet with our local ICE agents and field director in person because I felt it was my job to go speak to them after the January 14th incident in my district. And I want to share with you some things that I learned from that meeting about the ICE agency here in San Antonio. First and foremost, they emphasize that de-escalation is always the priority. Every law enforcement agency, I listen to each of you, and I'm glad that you're here, but I would ask that you please respect me as I'm speaking as well. Thank you. Every law enforcement agency involved, federal, state, or local, operates under rules of engagement designed to protect public safety, reduce risk, and avoid unnecessary confrontation. That principle guided this incident. In this particular case, I was informed the individual involved was already in immigration proceedings but was out of compliance. The encounter did not arise from a sweep or mass operation. It was identified through a separate incident handled using standard law enforcement training and experience. It is important to be clear about when and how SAPD is engaged. SAPD and the Sheriff's Office work with federal partners every day, but that coordination is routine, limited, and focused on safety. Local officers are not involved absent reasonable suspicion or escalation. An example would be a vehicle accident, a barricaded individual, or a direct threat to public safety. When escalation occurs, coordination happens to keep everyone safe. When it does not, resources are not unnecessarily duplicated. We also need to be clear about who federal authorities are focused on. The priority is on dangerous individuals, those who pose a risk to the community, and those who have been ordered removed, but excuse me,
Quiet, please.
removed but failed to comply clearly and knowingly. That authority comes from federal law, specifically Title VIII of the Immigration and Nationality Act, enacted by Congress. These are not discretionary or ad hoc decisions. They also shared with me that from October 1st of 2025 through to December 31st of 2025, there were a total of 160 arrests. 34 were convicted criminals, 19 were pending criminal charges, and 107 had other immigration violations. I was also informed that sensitive locations do matter. Schools, universities, churches, and funerals are not targets. There is a deliberate effort to avoid unnecessary disruption or community harm. When someone violates a local or state law, our SAPD officers do not make immigration determinations. They do what they are trained to do, enforce local law, and if appropriate, contact federal authorities. There is no 287 partnership in place, which means fewer federal agents on the street, fewer calls to local dispatch, and less strain on city resources. From a fiscal standpoint, this approach also matters. If an individual is taken into custody under federal authority, federal detention standards apply, which can reduce pressure on local jails and avoid placing additional burdens on city taxpayers. Once a person is under a final order of removal, the outcome is largely predetermined. I also want to note the professionalism of the federal officers involved. Many have specialized immigration training, clear rules of engagement, and dual language capability. A significant number are veterans. Approximately 75% of the office here in San Antonio are veterans. And this is important to note as we are Military City, USA. These are trained professionals operating within established legal frameworks. At the end of the day, this is about situational awareness, keeping a cool head, and using limited resources responsibly. Our shared goal across all levels of government is simple: to keep people safe, enforce the law as written, and avoid unnecessary escalation or fear. I am grateful to each and every one of you who emailed, called, or attended today and expressed your views and exercised your First Amendment rights as citizens. I am listening. I do care about all of our citizens, and I don't want anyone to live in fear. I do want San Antonio to be a safe city, and I fully support our law enforcement agencies, the officers, and their families. Thank you.
Councilman Galvan. Quiet, please. Councilman Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by saying thank you to everybody who spoke today, all the folks who are here still, especially the District 6 residents that are still here. I know I see some folks in the audience, as well as the folks who reached out to my office and to myself directly over the past several weeks and months regarding this issue. It's something that's been going on, of course, since our entire time being elected, or at least my entire time being elected. And so something I've been taking seriously and trying to figure out ways that we can really address these concerns that are not only concerning our residents, but the daily lives of our residents too. Our U.S.'s governmental system is a federalist system, we know that, where our state and local governments have discretion to govern their respective areas somewhat in their own ways, like our own. However, our federal government has taken action that has significant and direct local effects, and even our state has followed suit. These top-down laws, funding decisions, and structural actions have forced our local communities to feel the burden of their decisions without our consideration and ability to effectively determine our own fate. This is true for immigration laws and actions too. If we want to see our communities not be targeted, as we've seen across the country, state, and here locally, we must organize for a new direction at the state and federal level. That doesn't mean we leave local government off the hook. It just means we have to address the fundamental issues of state and federal actions remaining unchecked and even empowered to supersede any local actions. On the topic of immigration, our state and our nation writ large has utilized a seesaw policy when it comes to immigration. Tolerate or even encourage immigration when it suits our needs for an unpaid and unprotected workforce, then deport, criminalize, and blame immigrants when it suits the political needs of those who refuse to reduce housing costs, refuse to create well-paying jobs, and refuse to invest in our education. But what this kind of politics of scarcity, fear, and nationalism does is ignore the true needs of our working families. It has our working families point blame at one another and enables authoritarian structures that move targets from the alleged enemy to whoever is deemed an enemy next, including our own citizens. While working families struggle to afford housing, afford health care, and secure quality-paying jobs, leaders point to immigrants as the cause for such woes. But the immigrant controls none of those things. Housing costs are governed by a finance system that prioritizes profit over dignity. Healthcare costs are governed by insurance companies that prioritize profit over our health. Weak labor laws and unfair trade agreements permit companies to underpay American labor and then either outsource local jobs or exploit the work of immigrants when American labor demands fairness. Instead of focusing on addressing these issues, our federal and state leaders have orchestrated a circus campaign where our police state is permitted to seize people for how they look, how they speak, and where they work, including children and even our own citizens. And nothing materially changes for our working families during this. But their neighbors are now gone. Families are separated. Schools lose students. And personal freedoms are stripped across the board. I'm supportive of Councilmember Munguia's asks for the funding look at and a couple of other pieces that he mentioned. I'm also supportive to see how our city can create a local reporting system to help our residents who feel that their rights are violated or a family member's rights have been violated, that they're able to report that and receive assistance to understand what things they can do next. I believe that I think SAPD is a good place for that, but also wanted to see within the office, the city attorney's office, if there's any room within the civil rights office, particularly related to the non-discrimination ordinance, if that's any way that that can be captured there, at least provide some kind of support in terms of here's where you can go to reach out for support, for legal assistance and such. While I know we may not be able to represent their cases, I think it's worthwhile to still support residents who feel that their rights have been stripped, whether it's the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, all these different things that are into play at the moment and are jeopardized by actions that are being taken place by federal agents is just critical to have. I also wanted to make sure that if there's a way that SAPD can receive any kind of judicial warrants, whenever ICE asks for PD to cooperate, I believe we should request that every time. Whether we get it or not, of course, is going to be up to the agency, frankly, but I believe it's our duty to at least ask for it. I'll leave that there. I want to end on this point. I represent a part of Edgewood, along with District 5. We share that very special place in our city, in the west side of San Antonio. And when the school district wasn't able to adequately fund our schools in the area, it was my residents that walked out of their schools in the 1970s and took legal action to the state and won. That is the power of the 10th Amendment. When something's not just, and something's not happening, it's up to the power of the people to push back. So this effort is going to take both of the leaders here and the everyday resident in front of me and across our city to build the better world that we deserve. I hope we can do it together. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the members of the public for expressing your position on this item. Again, as I've emphasized, ICE has no place in the city of San Antonio, and we must continue to organize to dismantle the system that continues to oppress our constituency. With that being said, what we're seeing play out in Texas and across this nation is textbook fascism. We're seeing the undermining of due process with individuals showing up to court then are being detained. We are hearing about a memo being circulating authorizing ICE to enter the homes of our residents. That is unconstitutional and an attack on our civil liberties. And as we continue to have a conversation how we navigate protecting the residents of San Antonio, passing the buck to the Congress when our own congressional delegation can't receive information on the event that took place on San Pedro is asinine. Further, to couple our police officers with ICE is asinine. SAPD officers go through rigorous training over 32 weeks and so much more. And what we know about ICE, their training's about 8 weeks and it's been reduced, and they're given a badge and a gun. As journalists have found, they apply and go straight through the process. So I don't want us to diminish the work and the training of SAPD officers by coupling them with ICE agents. With that being said, I join the members of the public and my colleagues as well who have identified ways that we can continue to support San Antonio residents. I support the ask of Councilman Munguia of how we can track when folks' constitutional rights have been violated, and also tracking any information when we learn of an ICE raid in our community. I also want to thank Chief McManus for walking us through the ways in which SAPD is not trained or enforces immigration law. I had a question for Andy. In terms of ICE warrants, do ICE warrants provide Texas law enforcement with the legal authority for arrest?
The administrative warrants do not, Councilwoman. That's pretty clear.
Yes, and thank you for that clarification, because as folks have mentioned in their public comment, I think there's opportunity for us to mirror some of the work of the City of Austin, in which PD can read the rights to individuals when there is someone being stopped. Further, I think, that there's a number of moving pieces, right? But I'm moved by the folks who gave public comment, because I'm reminded during the Black Lives Matter movement, when there was folks packed in these chambers, it was in the midst of the pandemic, and there are individuals who mentioned in their public comment, right, we need to continue to organize in the streets and organize to take these seats. Because as folks have highlighted, and what we've seen throughout history, whether it's civil rights, workers' rights, it's the people who drive the work and the leadership to act. And there's opportunity here. Yes, we have SB4, but we know there's opportunity for us to do more within our legal ability. And I would second Councilman Munguia's comment that if there's opportunity for us to file suit, we should. What we're seeing is unconstitutional. And the minute we learn that an ICE agent enters a resident's house without a judicial warrant, we should file suit. It's important that we're very clear that this conversation, or the work rather, of ICE, it's not about criminals, it's about criminalization. And that's why we saw a 5-year-old in Minnesota be detained by ICE. Asinine. And I think, it's important, as someone mentioned in their comment, that there's impact and there's intention. And we have an opportunity to work within the law to provide additional support for San Antonio residents. And again, I join my colleagues who have asked for additional support, and I join the members of the public that ask that this body do more. Last week, or about 2 weeks ago, I was at a SEISD school closure meeting, Carvajal, and I was there to take note of any infrastructure concern or public safety concern that residents may have had. And a resident stood up and looked at me and said, "What the fuck are y'all doing about ICE in our city?" And he brought that up because what we're seeing in some of our school districts, they're having to diminish their bilingual classes because our kids are not showing up to school. They're having to vote to close schools, and now we're having another conversation about closing Rhodes Middle School, closing Carvajal, because our kids are not coming to school, and it's impacting the funding. And ultimately, it's going to impact our kids and their education, and we have a responsibility to do so much more. But I just want to thank the members of the public again. Thank you for coming to us, because our federal delegation is not receiving information, and we must hold our electeds accountable. Whether you're on the right or the left, we have both folks on both sides voting to militarize and continue to give ICE more funding. So let's continue to organize. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everybody that was here today, 160 plus people. I want everyone that's here, that's watching, that left, to know that I join our community in being rightfully concerned for the safety of our neighbors, my neighbors, and we have the right to know exactly how our law enforcement is coordinating with federal officials. It's been stated by SAPD, and I appreciate the presentation, that they are trained in criminal law, as they should be, and do not enforce immigration law. I don't know if this is Maria's question, but can you share how PD has been trained? We know these immigration detainers or administrative warrants are all coming fast, and so just want to know more of what that training looks like for PD.
So thanks for the question, council member. So the administrative warrant issue is kind of new on the scene.
Right.
We have put out a training document, if you will, to our folks, and we are not, and I'll repeat what it says, we are not authorized to enforce administrative warrants, administrative ICE warrants. They started dumping them into NCIC by the thousands, I understand. And now they look like a criminal warrant when they come out, but you have to read it very closely. But we do not have the authority to enforce that or to serve that warrant. So that's where we are on that.
And how are the officers are trained through a memo on the detainer?
Yes, ma'am.
And the, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Easy
you.
enough. Easy enough. Nothing difficult about that.
Okay.
We're not trained in federal law enforcement, and I often say to people, when's the last time you heard of a SAPD officer serving a warrant for tax evasion, which is a federal, offense. So,
Right.
Anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it is important to note that municipalities in Texas have parameters set by our state legislature that limit what actions we can take due to SB 4. But I want to ensure that my residents in District 8 know that I'm committed to working with our state and federal delegations, whether or not we agree with them, and will continue to advocate for the safety of every neighbor in our community. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor. So much for not getting political. Well, so this conversation was supposed to happen at Public Safety, but I want to thank Mayor Jones for bringing this to full council. She really felt like this was a discussion that we all needed to have together. So I recognize you, Mayor, for bringing this and for advocating for public comment and making sure we had enough time to be able to really hear from our community. So thank you, Mayor. Let's give her a round of applause for that. So as folks were talking, thinking about the fact that I'm a first-generation American and so many of my family members actually came here undocumented. And I was hearing the attorney speak who was representing the gentleman that was arrested at the raid in District 1 in November, and was saying that that gentleman had his papers. He had a license, he had a social security card, and was still arrested for 4 weeks. 4 weeks. And I think about all of my family members that could have been. And it breaks my heart to know that that is happening in our backyard. And I just can't figure out what the line is. Where does it stop? And I know we had this conversation with the crosswalks, and we were up in arms about it, and we found a way to still show our community pride. I know we'll continue to find a way, but I just can't stop thinking about where does the line stop. I know my council colleague has talked about Congress, and you're right, Congress is really important. And we have a huge Democratic primary race coming up this March, so I know at least one thing I'll be doing is voting either for James Tirico or Jasmine Crockett, who are two great candidates for Congress. And so I hope all of you guys will advocate together, like my other colleague said, to go out and vote, because that is definitely one thing that we can do. But there has to be more that we can do locally. And some of my colleagues have already said much more clearly and sophisticated and passionately than I, that we represent all of our residents, every single one of them, and that we want to create a safe community for them all. And so what does that look like? And that's what we have to figure out. We have to do more. I think at the very least, transparency and accountability is really important. I feel the response we gave after the November raid was insufficient. And I know I played a part in that, but we just could not get the answers that we needed. But I think all of us can commit to stepping up a little bit more on that transparency piece, and whether that looks like at least just documenting from community every single time you see an agent pulling over someone and arresting them. I think we have to make sure we focus on that. One thing I do want to clarify, though, is that, and I think some of my council colleagues also hit on this, is that this is not an attack against all of our law enforcement officers, right? We don't believe all our officers. I have 2 safe officers standing in the back that are District 1 safe officers that have been managing the door. And they have been helping me with all of my schools in District 1, particularly some of my inner city schools. And they care about those same kids who are scared to go to school. And so I do want to acknowledge that we have local SAPD officers that really do care about our kids, and I know our kids and families, and I know some of them have been here today, and so I want to say thank you for y'all's work. I also know there are officers that are potentially not that way, and we probably do have the gamut. And I think it's incumbent upon us to try to figure that out and make sure we are taking the appropriate action where necessary. The other thing that I wanted to ask about was a couple of speakers mentioned the Austin Police Department's rule about giving folks their rights before they are arrested. Were we able to get any research on that?
Councilwoman, quickly, I think there was a resolution that was approved by the Austin City Council in 2018. We'll do some follow-up based on today's conversation.
Okay, I would like to know what that was and how it was implemented. I tried to do a little bit of research but didn't get very far, so if we could follow up on that, I'd appreciate it. In addition, I've had some librarians reach out and say, what is required for COSA staff at libraries if ICE agents arrive on site or at community centers?
Well, so generally speaking, at any city facility, if there is any federal law enforcement, and this is guidance we sent out to departments last spring, they are to cooperate and they are to notify their supervisor and HR. And in the case where there's a little bit more uncertainty, depending on the circumstances, to notify the police department.
My staff went through the Stand SA Know Your Rights training so that in case a constituent came to us, they would know exactly how to respond. Has all of COSA staff done that as well?
We'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I know we pushed out a lot of that information last spring because we were getting questions, but I don't know if we did Know Your Rights at that point.
I would like for us to look into that and make that commitment so that anyone who is at a city facility or library knows how to help inform our constituents of what their rights are as well. In addition, the fund idea was brought about, and Councilman Castillo really pushed for a reproductive justice fund last year when we knew that there was women that were having their reproductive rights that were being infringed upon. So I would like for us to look into something similar for an RFP that we could do to help support our nonprofits. We saw some civil rights attorneys that were here. We heard about some of the costs that some of these folks are facing for being detained. So I would like for us to look at an RFP that we could do to help support victims of ICE raids and also of illegal arrests. And I also don't think, I understand we have to consider and be calculated based on legal costs and retaliation, but that cannot be the sole way that we make decisions for this body. We have to think about how can we get creative. We fight lawsuits. We got a great legal team, and you guys fight lawsuits all day, every day. And so we know we can take it on, and while we're not trying to be reckless, we have to try to be strategic and figure out how to support our residents because we hear it. Folks are asking us to step up and do more, and my first year as a teacher, they tried to teach me this locus of control, which is you can't control the A through F system. You can't control what kids are doing out of school, know what they're like, figure out what you can do in your classroom and do that. And I think we have a responsibility to know what our locus of control is and at the same time push the limits and do everything that we can creatively to make sure that our residents feel safe, every single one of them. Because I think the speaker that hit me the most was the one that was speaking from the parents' messages to her and was translating what the families were saying about their kids. Because at the end of the day, a 12-year-old kid does not know what a legal document says about whether or not they belong in a community. All they know is that they are in a space that they feel loved, included, and compassionate. And I'm sorry, but kicking them out of their school or kicking their parents out is not the compassionate thing to do. So in this situation, I don't think you can be compassionate and also follow what ICE is doing. And so I agree with all of my colleagues and will support in any way I can. Thanks, Mayor.
Has everyone spoken on this issue that'd like to speak? Okay. Thank you again to my colleagues, that the majority of which that stayed for the entirety of it. I empathized in particular with one of the speakers who herself is a veteran and spoke about her concern for some of her family members who may be impacted or just the fear of being impacted by what is currently happening in our community. And so there's this contrast, right, between the comments that were made earlier about, these folks, some of the ICE agents are veterans. At the same time, some of the folks impacted by this and fearful for their family members are themselves veterans, right? So there's veterans all across here. I will share, as we are, watching what is happening, often more on social media than the news, as this was rightly pointed out. Some of the news has constrained itself. The video in particular about agents making comments about somebody's immigration status based purely on their accent. I say that as a proud first-generation American, as somebody whose mother is still sometimes a little bit embarrassed of her accent, as she will share, as somebody who goes to a church that is 85% immigrant, and I know many of us share that experience or have that familiarity in our lives. So this is an issue that we know is impacting our city, even if not directly. We know that our everyday aspects of our days are impacted by this. I think we also recognize it's not lawsuits, frankly, that many of us up here are scared of. You're right, we have great lawyers. I'm not fearful of a lawsuit. When you've got federal leaders talking about the Insurrection Act, when you see the deployment of troops into communities, it's a different game. It's a different time. And so we are trying to navigate, as I said earlier, the balance of it. And I get there are different lived experiences up here that, and in our community, understandably, through which we are trying to make sense to the extent we can of what is happening. I think all of us here are not only committed to transparency, we're also committed to the greatest amount of public safety that is achievable in this moment in time for the greatest amount of individuals, irrespective of their immigration status. So again, thank you to everybody that took the time to come here today, speak on your behalf, speak on behalf of those that were not able to join us today, and has been alluded to. What we are dealing with is in fact the result of an election. So February 2nd is the last time to register to vote before the March 3rd primary. So please make sure you take the time to do that. And again, we will continue to be as transparent as we possibly can. Andy and Eric, you heard many of the asks up here, and we look forward to those follow-ups in short order. Thank you. The time is now 8:23, and this meeting is adjourned.
Away your gloom. Raise a glass for the life of that scouser in the room. Raise a glass for the life of that, there's a scouser in the room.
1, 2, 1, 2.